compete in virtual endurance races, such as the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, and the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Take on some of the toughest races on the NASCAR calendar, such as the Daytona 500 and the Coke 600. We have races from disciplines across the racing world, from the Indy 500 to the Chili Bowl, from the Bathurst 1000 to the Crandon Championship. Our endurance special events utilize iRacing's team feature, where members can sign up and race together on their own team, swapping drivers throughout the race. Other events use iRacing Super Sessions, where you're not only racing against those on track, but against everyone taking part. As every race progresses, watch and feel the track change, with progressive time of day, dynamic weather and rain, and dynamic track debris and surface changes. Take on your favorite discipline or try a brand new racing challenge with our biggest races of the year, the iRacing Special Events. Learn more at iracing.com/special-events.
As 2025 draws to a close, it's time to head to a track that has settled many a Formula One World Championship. But here in the iRacing special event calendar, it's time for the return of a legendary track, the Suzuka 1000 kilometers, presented by Next Level Racing. Hi folks, I'm Junior Kankipati, joined alongside by Ewan O'Leary for the first couple of hours in what is a 173-lap race around a tight, twisty, and technical track. Ewan, the last couple of years, the iRacing special events have seen a trip to Japan, albeit to Fuji. Suzuka's very different, and with the return of the real-world Suzuka 1000 kilometers just a couple of years ago, we get ready to go racing in the virtual world as well.
Yeah, it's been a race that has been on-off in the real world, really, since 1966, when it first came to life, and indeed has returned, as you say, post-COVID for the first time this year. But we have been here on iRacing in the past. I think it was a 6-hour, maybe an 8-hour race in 2021, if I'm remembering correctly, maybe 22. What I can remember from that race is there was lots of tyre strategy that day. It was back in the days where fuel and tyres were done at a different time. Yes, it's taken me 60 seconds to get a mention in. It didn't take very long. We're going to see a very different race this year.
We'll try not to just rant about that for the opening 2 hours of this race. Just two special events, and we'll have coverage of both the Suzuka 1000 kilometers and the SCCA runoffs in a couple of weeks' time as we mix and match various cars with some really high-quality racecraft as well. Winter Derby, Chili Bowl, and the Production Car Challenge to roll out the remaining events of the year. And then, Ewan, we're not far away from heading back over to Daytona to kick things off in 2026.
Yeah, hashtag what off season is very much the case for iRacing as well. Sports car racing really drawing to a close here, as you say, really, if we're discounting the Production Car Challenge. And then, as you say, the build-up to Daytona begins, and in fact it will begin very, very soon for those looking to win that race. I know people get a bit tired of Daytona in January, but preparation is going to have to start very early. It's been around in iRacing for so long that you're going to need to be very well prepared to win that race in 2026.
Of course, we'll have a bit of a preview for that in the IMSA Esports Global Championship season finale on December the 7th. Second round of the championship is tomorrow, November the 16th, here on the iRacing Esports Network channels. Track conditions, we're in the morning as we carve our way through qualifying. Relatively cool in terms of the track if you use correct units. It's not 73F, instead 73 Fahrenheit converts to about 23 degrees Celsius. Not much wind, low humidity as well. It seems like good conditions to go racing, and at the top in qualifying with about 2 and a bit minutes left to go. Lamborghini 1 and 2, grid and go, lock out the front row. Then Williams Sim Racing in a pair of Mercedes, lock out row number 2. Falcon Sim Racing, they've gone for the Lamborghini, they're in 5th. World Sim Racing, Mercedes for them in 6th. The Moai Squadra Corsa, that's Lorenzo Manfredotti, paired up with Eduardo Leo. They were momentarily down in 8th. It's now grid and go, 1, 2, and 3. The Charging Bulls of the Lamborghini make a statement, interrupted by Williams Sim Racing and Jamie Fluke on his return to the iRacing special events.
Yeah, so 3 different teams in the top 4 now, but it is a grid and go front row. Where's the 004? It's quite a long way back. compared to practice and compared to what I was expecting to see, which is all 4 of them right up towards the front. But 004 has not quite got a time in just yet. Gunaso Tastelen is qualifying that car, didn't get a time in first time round, but Dino Lombardi and Aaron Vasquez have done the business on qualifying, and it looks like they're likely anyway to take pole. Can't see too many top teams with no time on the board still at this late stage in the session.
And where is the 004? Taz Dillon with the pressure on lap 2. He's gone to third. It's grid and go 1, 2, 3 once more as we watch some of the final teams still running around the track. And this is the great thing about the GT3 single class special events. We have one at Bathurst to kick off the year. We have Spa midway through the year, 24-hour racing. But because we have just one class, oftentimes we see more teams than we traditionally do for a Daytona, for a Watkins Glen, where LMP2, GTP, they cut into the GTD car count. And so team racing, just another example of one of a handful of teams that we'll be talking about, I'm sure, today. Ewan especially, because it's a busy weekend. Tomorrow, round 2 of the IMSA Esports Global Championship. A couple of hours from now, Jimmy Broadbent's 23 hours of Zolder kicks off as well. Lots of teams with lots of other priorities this weekend.
Yeah, that certainly is. And so that does open the door, if you like, for some of the other teams to get in here. But as you say, with these one category events, you can actually get some other team names in here anyway, because of the limited amount of teams, of course, or at least limited amount of top drivers who are up the front for those big teams, some of whom are missing here this weekend. So, yeah, few unusual names coming up.
Let's take a look at the starting grid, talk about some of those unusual names in this iRacing Suzuka 1000 kilometers presented by Next Level Racing. 173 laps, grid and go 1, 2, and 3. Lombardi, Vasquez, Taz Dillon doing it in qualifying. And then Daniel Paschal, the best of the Mercedes for Williams Sim Racing, Chill Blasters 4th. Apex Racing Team, great to see Jamie Fluke back in a iRacing special event in a Corvette as well, alongside of the 4th of the grid and go contingent. Watch out for them, they've got strength in numbers. Phil Denez, BS Plus Hybrid, a pair of Aston Martins for them, 7th for the best of them. Williams Sim Racing Placey alongside in the white-nosed front-ended machine. And then Alexander Davidson, Luca Vunch for WSR, Falcon Sim Racing, rest of the top 10. Liv Sim Racing, Arnage, Yannick Lapchan alongside of George Karakoulis for Scuderia Volpa by P1 Sim. Taylor Barnard all the way back in 13th for the FGN team. One of those mixed match teams alongside of David Sobrero in the Ford Mustang. Simify and 56 Racing Team by Code 68, share row 8 with Moai Squadra Corsa, Lorenzo Manfredotti, Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports driver alongside of the Big Green Machine for Manisi Racing. 19th for Tom Katsadonis in the WSR number 7. Team Unknown 404 hoping to find some apexes as we complete the top 20 in a big field, let's not forget, not even halfway through. Impulse Racing by Tam Livery, another of the WSR contingent, and then Blue Rose Team, and one more of those WSR Mercedes. That's the top 24 in our field of 56. Delta V Racing, Obsidian Racing, 8 cents off in 25th and 26th with Impulse rolling 27th. Delightful driving, hoping to be delightfully driven around by hopefully some of their competitors instead of into 28th. MapPerformance.com, 07 Racing, your top 15 starters. DG Racing, Impulse Racing by GTU, and then the RPM Racing Black Mag Performance Cruise, 6 thousandths between them, but officially the first driver is 1 second off of the pole position. Delta V Racing, and then Hyperion Racing, your top 36 as we continue to meander our way through. Solpec Precision, WSR, Boostin VDS, ATR Argento, Zenith Kryptonite, Nexus Esports, and still going, 14 more cars to make our way through. In 43rd, it's German Sim Racing. In 44th, it's DWR Sim Coaches, RPM, Venari, ADX Esport, Core Racing, and then just 8 more cars. We'll share them across 2 different pages. 49th for the BS Plus hybrid car driven by Morgan Burkhardt, Project Valorous, Negative Delta, NJB Performance, Arep Esports, Team Checkmate Spark Services, and at the back of the field, Team Racing and Effect Simulations. You and a lot of time for me to talk, but the cars are heading through the final couple of corners. What are your expectations as we get ready to go?
Well, it could be a difficult start. It's a very, very tight first sector here with the twists and turns up the hill. So you've got to be very, very careful. I think I saw somebody electing to start from the pit lane. Might not be the worst idea at the beginning of this race.
And so let's put 173 laps onto the board. Stay out of trouble. It is easier said than done. With a big field of GT3 cars ready to go. The final time they'll go racing here in the 2025 iRacing special events. As the green flag flies in the land of the rising sun, and gridandgo.com look at them storm up the inside. And what can the Williams Sim Racing Mercedes do on the outside, on the run down into the opening corner? The field fans out behind them. 1, 2, 3. Will it be 4 Grid and Go cars that will stretch their legs in through the S's? A little bit physical there as Williams Sim Racing try and stick the nose up the inside, and Daniel Pastor will eventually concede. Grid and Go 1, 2, 3, 4. Exactly what they wanted to see.
Yeah, oh, and off through the first sector, and another spin indeed to the other side of the road. Oh, it's carnage in the background. The top 10 have gotten through cleanly, and as you say, Grid and Go have made the perfect start. But further down the field, we have carnage at the beginning of this race through the first sector for the first time. That's the Falcon Sim Racing team, Luca Bunch, who started in the top 10 there in the gravel.
So Liv Sim Racing, Falcon Sim Racing, German Sim Racing, WSR, Project Valorous, Impulse. There's so many that got tangled up in that sequence through the S's, and now as they stretch their way out of the hairpin, FGN team, that's the 77, with Taylor Barnard already cracked its way up into the top 10, plus 4 on this race start. One unusual thing we haven't touched on, because this is a lap limited race rather than time limited, strategy is going to be a lot more easy for the teams to figure out and work their way through as they head out onto this back straight, out of Spoon Curve, and then run up to one of the most fearsome corners. Bravery required through 130R, but single file, I'd assume, at the front now, Ewan, as they settle into some fuel saving.
Yeah, they probably will do at this stage, and that's why it's so vital and so beneficial for Grid and Go to be running 1, 2, 3, and 4 through here at the moment. He was playing the numbers game really at the start of the race. There was Mimasi as he got through into 4th position there, the final of the Grid and Go 4, because a side-by-side battle there with that Williams Sim Racing car would have just allowed his 3 teammates up in front, or he would be let in front effectively as the 3 car gave it up a little bit early, and then they get 1, 2, 3, and 4. So they either got a 3 car breakaway or a 1, 2, 3, and 4. And in the end, Williams Sim Racing decided that 1, 2, 3, and 4 is fine for now. What they've really got to focus on the start of this race here. You know, people talk about this being a long race, but actually it isn't. If you let one of those Lamborghinis out front get a big way ahead, then you're never going to get them back again. So you've got to keep them close in this first stint. You've got to fuel save while you're doing it, and you've got to try and get in between them somehow in the early minutes of this race.
A couple more incidents, by the way, through the final corner before I forget. Solpec Precision getting tangled up with effect simulation. I think what we're seeing right now is a lot of cars on pit lane. I'm counting at least 7 of them. Our field of 56. Well, at some point, traffic was going to be a factor, and that's going to be a lot smaller of a factor now, I think.
Well, I think it still will be, but maybe later will be the time at which we start to talk a little bit more about that. But as you said, that is a significant portion of the field already down on pit lane. That's what, an eighth of the field already down on pit lane after the opening lap. I said it would be potentially carnage at the beginning of this race, and unfortunately there's some big contenders there as well. I mentioned Falcon Sim Racing at the time, but also Live Sim Racing on ours qualified really quite well. Yannick Lapchan, so did Scuderia Volpe and George Karakoulos in 229. They all seem to be out of contention here, and these are some of the reasons why.
And yeah, so look at this already. Front end has been lost on this Mercedes heading in towards the S's, and so gets tagged from behind, not once but twice, by the Zenith machine. That's what really did the damage. Really, I think what we need to see, though, Ewan, is what happened further up through the field. It was Falcon Sim Racing that we saw off at the very least.
They were the first ones off, and then Lapchan, I think, was one of the others. So in the background of shot when we were focusing in on that battle for 4th place at the time. And by the way, in live pictures, we are already starting to see a bit of a breakaway. And I have a feeling that this is orchestrated. The Williams cars are swapping places here. That might be orchestrated between them as well. But they've got to get in between these Grid and Goes already, because I think they're creating a 2-car breakaway.
And so Falcon just went Well, this is through 130R.
Oh.
Oh my goodness gracious me. Well, that's a big one. So something else happened then at the S's that got them involved. Let's not forget. But anyway, yeah, I think you are right here, Ewan. I think that Beckham Jasir feels like they need to start making some inroads. We did see that Aaron Vasquez and Vinoso Dasdellen got very close second and third on the opening lap of the race, as though hadn't quite settled into the rhythm just yet. Breakaway at the front, though, does include the likes of Fluke, Dinez, Barnard, Davidson, Sobrero. It goes 13 cars deep at this time, and then the second choo-choo train's built up behind. Here's another look at what happened into 130R on the opening lap.
So yeah, there was clearly more going on in the chicane than we thought on lap number 1, and maybe this is some of the reasons for pit stops here. Delta V Racing getting turned in front of their teammates. Oh no, that's the one car in front of the two, and somehow that and he got turned around properly at the very end there. Somehow the 24 car is still going without a front end, and having spun at least once on the opening lap, they're still going. And that is remarkable in itself. Number 1 car paralysed into the middle of the road as cars pass them to the inside and outside. Then they're able to reverse out the way. Yeah, I wasn't expecting this part of the track, I must admit, to be the lap 1 hop spot, but it certainly was for a few.
Just trying to figure out how much gravel has been picked up onto the track. Top 2 now starting to stretch their legs. I wonder if that's where Beckham Jasir in that white nose Williams Sim Racing play seat machine, the grey nose Chill Blast entry right behind, is feeling a bit more urgent behind Mamassi as he tries to get the hurry up on the run up towards the S's. There is Taylor Barnard, who's made his move on Phil Dinez, but costs a bit of ground up through turn number 1. As BS Hybrid, one of 2 entries in this race, the second one with Morgan Burkhardt, now up to 30th, even though it did get involved in some of that carnage on the opening lap. We are seeing some big double-digit gainers from those that started down towards the back. That also means there's some teams with minus 40 sitting in pit lane right now on the board.
Yeah, there are. We've outlined a couple of them. We've seen their incidents, but in the case of the Falcon Sim Racing team, I'm fascinated by which Lamborghini it was that spun to the outside there, because I could have sworn it was 44, but clearly it wasn't, because they had their problems through the final chicane. Maybe they indeed had 2 problems, but one of those teams that have had to pit on lap number 1, Effect Simulations in 909, have got back onto the circuit again. James Ibrahim in 909 is back out on the circuit, so that's our first lap car of the day, coming just a few laps in.
Helps if I mute my microphone. Back out of Spoon Curve. Run up to 130R. You're definitely not going to pass here, but depending on how much fuel saving is being done. The problem is the Lamborghini is not lifting early enough to allow the Mercedes to commit deep under the brakes. It's going to have to be committed maybe in towards turn 1. A balance of performance is always a hot button topic headed into any special event. We do seem to have a decent mix of representation across of the classes, but Lamborghini has a 1% power cut, 5% weight added to it. The Mercedes, hunting it down, has got 1.5% of its power cut away, and both cars as well with some fuel taken off their max capacity, but Lamborghini with enough of a straight line speed to hold on. Meanwhile, Taylor Barnard and Phil Dinez directly behind him. 2 drivers who've been doing their fair share of racing in the real world this year.
Yeah, good to see Dinez back in iRacing especially. I've seen him for a while, not myself anyway. 2 Aston Martins running inside the top 10, and that's one of the heaviest cars as far as weight penalty is concerned. Just to finish off the BOP point, 10 kilograms added to these Aston Martins that are running just towards the back end of the top 10 at the moment, but already showing some signs of gaps opening up in front. They can't stick with the pace of the leaders, and it's a very interesting balancing act that Grid & Go are having to do at the moment. I truly don't believe that Tastelin is not quick enough to keep up with Lombardi and Vasquez. I think this is a manufactured gap by them, and you know that's not. I'm not saying that in a derogatory manner, because if you were 1, 2, 3, and 4, you would do that to try and get 2 of your teammates out front, and that's exactly what they're doing here. But they're balancing that with not letting the field stack up behind them too much, because they're clearly distancing some others inside the top 10.
they may be dropping Team Unknown 404. Oh, there's many a joke there as Alexei Shelopanov is just dropped out of draft range of the Simi 5 Ford Mustang. Meanwhile, I think that Beckham Jasir is going for the move. He's got his way up to 4th position and is now slowly going to start to inch his way onto the gearbox of Gnoso Tazdelin.
And I know you can look at 168 laps to go and think, well, he's got ages yet. Oh dear, that's a bad-looking Mustang, isn't it, on lap number 1. This is another incident that... this is maybe a bit deeper in the race. That's contact into the first Degner. That's a very... Oh, and to the other side of the road for the 7-3 free car into the fence.
Well, that's awkward sequence to say the least. The spare parts department for the various manufacturers are getting not just a workout today, but a healthy addition to their bank balance, you would assume. Is this going to be another replay? Is this the other of the BS hybrid cars? I think this is the Morgan Burkhardt driven machine, which is 2 wheels on the grass under the brakes. And driver that competes in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge has to watch the field streak its way on through.
Yeah, has to reverse out of there and get going again. That's why the 88 car's down in 43rd position and already a half minute off the race lead of Dino Lombardi at the moment. But just to circle back to Beckham Jasir and his move through the final chicane, you can look at this race and see 168 laps to go and think, well, that's a very long time, but actually it isn't when you look at how close this field is going to be in, normal lap speed. Those Lamborghinis out front and Beckham Jasir and the other Williams Sim Racing Mercedes are going to be very, very close. So to eke out lap after lap after lap, a few hundredths here and there, is going to take a lot of laps. He can't afford to let this gap get too large at all. And so he's got to complete this with urgency, as that gap is nearly 2 seconds already.
So another look at some more replays. Oh, Impulse Racing. Oh no!
Oh!
Ping pong off the track, and that's the danger. We've seen that in the real world as well, to be fair, but Adam Kotarski helpless as he watches himself slide into the path of the oncoming traffic and eventually takes the reset, takes the tow. Meanwhile, out of the final corner, great exit from Beckham Jasir, the Florida native, taking what Ewan was saying to heart. He does not want to lose too much more ground, and all the way to the inside wall. Have not seen Daniel Pashtor have the speed to follow through. Around the outside, Beckham Jasir slams the door shut onto the podium spots.
That was very well done. It absolutely knew the parameters of his car there just to get into turn 1 on the apex, would you believe it? He had the speed to just brake late enough there and pull onto the apex, and now he's into 3rd place, and now the real race begins for Williams Sim Racing. They would have tried, as he said at the time, to settle in behind the front 4 and fuel save this whole way through, and that's going to be another disadvantage here, that the 001 car especially is going to be able to fuel save an awful lot. The 5 car is going to have to spend fuel in catching those 2 out in front, but it's much better than fuel saving while seeing the gap to those 2 leaders go away. You've got to get this gap down while it's there and existing, and then try to fuel save and sort of regain that fuel again when you get to the back of them.
I see a couple of people in our YouTube chat pointing out that some of our top teams in the world of iRacing, the likes of Team Redline, they'll be competing tomorrow in the 2nd round of the IMSA Esports Global Championship, the AMD 240 at the Sebring International Raceway. We'll have a special guest entry, Daniel Morad joining the party in the GT3 class, as well as the 1st round of the LMP3 Challenge. 12 drivers qualified their way through from the Grid Finder Qualify Series, and the likes of Morgan Burkhardt, Suelio Almeida, Jaden Conright, and some other IMSA personalities will be joining the action to kick the pre-show coverage off. We're about to close lap 7 of 173. The fuel window likely to be just beyond 31, 32 laps or so, depending on fuel saving done as well. What we really need to now keep an eye on, Ewan, is Daniel Pashtor, as we watch some more replay cycling through. Can he make his way past the 2 grid and go machines that separate him from a teammate? So that's a bit desperate from Tom Katsadonis. He spears a 07 racing car off into the barrier.
It's a rather rushed move, really, to try and get in front through the S's, which has never been a place famous for, famous for many things, but not for overtaking particularly. So that was the result of that one. Yeah, it is going to be interesting to see Daniel Pastor and all the others down here at the moment, because I think Grid and Go have got a decision to make here. Do they let the 5 car go and just say, well, they can go and try and chase our teammates on their own? Or are they going to use him for fuel saving and therefore stay close to him here, therefore not allowing... Because effectively what's going to happen here, in that second scenario, is that Beckham Jasir is suddenly going to be towing them all around. If I was Grid and Go, I'd probably be willing to stick with him and try and fuel save off the back of his speed and just get towed along here. And therefore Daniel Pastrol won't do anything either. I don't think he'll have little chance to, but I don't think there's much point in him doing anything really either if his teammate is towing this whole group along back to the leaders again.
Ewan, very much tracking strategy, as I mentioned earlier, the fact that it is a lap limited race. It does make it slightly easier to work on strategy. You can work on fuel windows by laps rather than by minutes and be a little bit more precise. Obviously expecting, in that case, to stay on the lead lap. There's a look to the inside. Daniel Pastor thought about it, and what he's done now is introduce Jamie Fluke into the mix. 8 laps about to be complete. Back down to the start line here at Suzuka, and I think Fluke's a little bit too wise for all of this. If anyone's going to save fuel, I think he will recognize what Daniel Pastor's trying to do here. Now, can they get past Massey? Pastor's going to open the door. Fluke can follow through. 2-for-1 special coming through.
Yeah, he's going to have to do this through the S's, though. It's not going to be complete. Out of turn 1, side-to-side contact, and he's saved it somehow. That's unbelievable. He's still on the road, but he's just about, he can't get the place. That's an unbelievable bit of car control, but he can't save the car from dropping back to 7th again. That was unbelievable. Slight bit of contact, and to be fair, the 003 car was leaning on Fluke the whole way through. Look at this bit of car control. Absolutely the whole way round, the other way round, opposite lock, and he just about keeps it on the road, but unfortunately he's going too fast for this next right-hander, and he just slides again. That was unreal car control from Jamie Fluke, but he can't quite complete the pass. Nicest
guy in sim racing, but let's not forget he's got some skills as well. He's now going on the defense against former teammate as Taylor Barnard in that FGN number 77 to push the case. Who's Taylor sharing that car with? We usually see him, of course, in a Drago racing machine, but not this weekend. Instead, sharing it with Ian Smithers. I hope that's how you say the name, otherwise the Irish contingent in chat can correct me. Jamie now back in the draft as well. We'll see if there's going to be any lunge from Taylor, who give him an opportunity, as Phil Dines found out into turn number 1. He will snatch it up. A couple of car lengths too far behind, I think. Oh, and a deja vu moment. Watch the rejoin. TC Esports and Simufy, who go deep under the brakes and hopefully avoided tagging David Sobrero.
And this is why it's a race where we're never going to be sure of the winner till the very last lap, because 130R on the outside is so deadly. We see it time and time again. The way you've got to run through there is dicing with death every single time. And look at this, Barnard doing no different to what he has the previous 10 laps. An inch or 2 wider, and suddenly you're in big trouble.
Oh, my. Well, first, that would be driver's side straight into the wall at, what, 170 miles an hour or something like that. And then I'd love to watch the replay on board with Simufy at full speed, because I think, oh, you're going to see it right here. Yes, David Sobrero does get tagged. So in the act of avoiding, Simufy go on the murder as well.
Yeah, so tipped around Sobrero in number 9. Didn't Sobrero used to drive for Simufy? Am I made that up? Maybe, I don't think he did actually. Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. I can't remember. But anyway, it would have been rather amusing. Well, not amusing, but ironic if he was tipped around by his former employers. But I don't think he did used to drive for them. I might have made that up.
No, yeah, because he's definitely been Williams sim racing in the past.
Maybe Visceral before that, was it? No, not Visceral. Acetec. Yeah, no, that is Visceral.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. No. Okay. Sorry. There we go. We're doing the history investigation on the fly here. We're about to have 10 laps complete, so about a third through the fuel stint. So that's about 20 minutes complete. And esports racing, sim racing. Sorry, I'm about to go off on a rant. Did you notice, Ewan, how there are tyre tracks on the outside of 130R as the drivers open up the entry into the corner? And yeah, I mean, I understand the panic that must have gone through Lucas Moreiro's mind, but poor David Sobrero.
Yeah, unlucky in that really, because he did well to avoid from one side as the car came flying onto the circuit. Again, the opposite direction. So he only just missed by WSR Esports, that 23 Mercedes there you can see, and also that TC Esports Mustang as well. Did one half of it, but unfortunately a second incident down into the chicane. And it looks like it's been happening further down the field as well. This is Delta V Racing's 2 car spinning this. Oh, is he going to avoid hitting the wall here? Spin back round the other way, lock it down. Oh, well done, very well done. They're going to survive.
I mean, that was about as close as you could get. And then, is he going to be involved in a battle headed down to... Were they going to be 3 wide right there? Goodness, I mean, from fire to fire, right?
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, when you lose momentum like that, to be fair, it's not unexpected, perhaps, but that is one of the more remarkable saves we're about to see. But, you know, I've already lost count of how many spins we've seen through 130R. We're only 10 laps into the race. That doesn't bode well for the next 160 laps.
Yes. Track temperature. I want... So this is a curve-related thing that we've seen in the past. Spoon curves, the other place that... I'll just note early in this race that we have to keep an eye on it for. Morgan Burkhart's going to go for the look. Up the inside on the German sim racing Audi. And then, cuts across the nose coming through the second part of the chicane. Oh, Morgan, why'd you do that?
Yeah, there was definitely a car alongside you there. And, well, you should have known that because he just passed him. But unfortunately, turned across the nose of a very rare Audi. I think they're probably the only ones in the race, but I don't know that for sure. Haven't looked through the whole field, but good to see a bit of variety, if not at the front of the field necessarily so much. We do have some odd ones down the back, which is always nice. The Audi feels the most retro, I would say, out the current offerings in GT3.
We've got some new offerings in GT3 as well, let's not forget. This weekend there's a Daytona test sanctioned by IMSA. The Porsche Evo getting its workout as they work through the mechanisms of rolling that out in the US as WSR Mercedes. Daniel Ferguson slots into 15th. I think... Sorry, go ahead.
Can we really call an Evo a new GT3? It's kind of the same, isn't it, really?
Well, when you're going to charge customers another $600,000 for it, I think you can.
Yeah, well, yes, I suppose so. That's the way of modern GT3, isn't it? You don't make a new one anymore. You just make a slightly better one of the one you've already got.
Yes, I should be clear. I don't actually know if the Evo Porsche is a genuine Evo upgrade, as we see the ADX Esport Pro Livery 25 at Meatball Flag. So clearly it's hit the wall and come into some strife recently. But yeah, we've got some Ferrari upgrades coming as well. Ford Mustang's got some things that have been unveiled for the very first time. I think more people interested, though, this weekend at the IMSA test about some of the GTP upgrades, specifically around Acura and Cadillac and what that could look like. Delightful driving on the case of Harley Horton in the World Sim Racing number 20. They're not far behind Hyperion Racing in the Aston Martin. Adam Wright at the wheel of that blue machine. So this is the other place, by the way. Just keep an eye out right through the sequence. Spoon curve, where that curve can be a little bit frustrating. And spin you around, as some would say.
Yeah, it's unusual at this circuit, isn't it? It's sort of 2 corners back to back like that really do put you in a lot of danger if you just go slightly too wide. But, you know, we'll see it every single time this afternoon, how they'll get very, very close every time, but not, you know, not quite go over it. You see it through here as we watch this battle for the low 20s. Just watch how close they get to that AstroTurf. That's how, and that Mustang in the background, just riding that curve a little bit there. Just straightening out the steering just as you think you're going to go over that curve there. You don't want to be turning too much, really, and just going over that lip, which will send you all the way around and then maybe into the wall as well, as we've already seen. So it's so dangerous, and yeah, they're right on the edge of disaster for 1,000 kilometres basically here this afternoon through there.
message from Johan Harth, by the way. Shout out to Apex Racing Team for being open with some information. Corvette, they can go 2 laps longer on fuel at the front of the field. So even though they are 7 seconds off the lead about halfway through stint 1, as we took a great close look at that Team Racing livery, Corvette clearly has got a bit of an ace up its sleeve, Ewan, and that's not just an advantage in terms of going longer, it's an advantage in terms of maybe stopping shorter, especially in this first pit stop sequence, I think.
Yeah, they might decide to do that, or maybe they'll decide against because of the traffic that's around. I think it's much more likely that they'll run long. But I'll, put it this way, I'll believe it when I see it. I bet they have done the testing on which car is better and whatever, but I can't imagine that the front 2 especially are not doing fuel saving. That might even bring them a lap close. So I get that Fluke is probably fuel saving a bit as well, and that's probably going on across the board. And maybe the benefit we're going to see is going to be later when we get to those final pit stops, maybe. But yeah, I'm not sure that is going to be. That's going to be the reality every time. 2 laps further every time feels like a lot to me, but maybe that is the case.
I will just say, Koan Esports raced the Corvette in IMSA Esports, and we've seen that work out. A slide up the inside, nicely executed by the RPM 110. That's on Eduardo Leo in the Moai Squadra Corsa machine. Team Redline driver cuts back underneath. We usually see the Italian out there in prototypes, but mixing it up in the GT3s. And now on the title line, the one that you traditionally would want to be on. He pinches, opens up the entry into the corner, and they touch not once but twice. The RPM Mustang smokes up its tires and then drops back down into the clutches of, who's that oncoming? The 56 Racing Team and Mag Performance next in queue.
Yeah, and that's the exact opposite of what we saw earlier. Was it Beckham Jasir around the outside, or was it Daniel Pastor in one of the Mercedes in towards turn 1 when they absolutely knew where the other car was, and they absolutely knew where to place their car through those opening couple of corners. But if you just get that slightly wrong, you very easily get turned there, and obviously puts a lot of heat through your tyres as well, which is the opposite of ideal. But that's more common in towards turn 1, to be honest, than the amazing move we saw earlier. It can be contact down there.
Back up towards the hairpin, site of many a big send. Not really much to speak of here. These drivers already a good 40 seconds off the lead, so not really thinking that they are in with a shout of contending for a race win at this point, or necessarily a top 10. They may be thinking top 20. That's what realistically they are looking for. Of the 56 starters, only 43 are yet to visit the pit lane. So that means, what, 13 or 14 machines mixed up in something or another. Only a handful of them have returned to the track, by the way. Confirmed DNF for the Live Sim Racing Chevy Corvette, the Blue Rose Mercedes, the World Sim Racing 97 Mercedes, and the Impulse number 6 Mercedes. Those all are confirmed at this time. And we are just jumping through the field, by the way. Sorry, Ewan. This is Mini2 Racing in 13.
No, so I was just going to say, on the drivers and teams who've come back out, by the way, some of them as many as 7 laps down further back in the field. It's quite a good rate of drivers coming back out onto the circuit again after minutes-long repairs. Some of those repairs nearly 15 minutes long. But half of those 12 teams, or 11 teams, sorry, that pit in pit lane already, or 13 teams rather, I can't count, have come back out again. And actually, iRacing Esports now come back out as well. So there's quite a lot of teams coming back out again after trouble. Only 6 of them properly retiring, and I'd say compared to normal special event sort of ratios of cars that have had damage and have not come back out versus those who have, it's quite good going, really, and encouraging that those teams are willing to get back out there and see what they can get at the finish.
Endurance racing spirit is what you love to see. Sometimes in sim racing it is a bit easy to take your ball and go home, but at the end of the day, we sometimes do also understand it. But when lots of these teams have put in hours and hours of work, you'd like to see them stick it out and finish it, even if they are a couple of laps down. There are some drivers, to be fair. I got a message about that Moai Squadra Corsa crew. They decided to do this race last night, Ewan. So, literally, on a couple of hours' notice.
Yeah, but they're acting like they've never sim raced before. You know, they know Suzuka, they know GT3 cars. What's the problem? I get that. I get that they won't be able to. They probably won't be able to win with that kind of preparation. But you know,
Sim
quite a long
racers.
way down, if that's their excuse.
Sim racers in the fight for 22nd. Mercedes has hit the front. That's the 23rd, rather. The Lamborghini is the one now in 24th. The Stealth Black machine, the MapPerformance.com SRP Mercedes, is the one leading the queue up to turn number 1.
And there's so many of these queues up and down the field that have just been created in this first hour. Some people just stuck in them, trying to get clear. Others a little bit in a lofty position after qualifying, which is such an unusual way to do it as far as iRacing is concerned, but just an inexact science that means that some drivers who are good over one lap, good at getting up to speed very, very quickly in the qualifying session, are very often ahead of a lot of those who are struggling in those qualifying sessions and are not necessarily able to get up to speed in just 2 laps and better over race pace. It's a real disadvantage here because it's not very easy to overtake, and track position is important here in perhaps not many of the other sports car special events anyway on iRacing. It matters more here.
Agree. Gap between second and third continues to keep constant. Beckham Jasir, I wonder if he's gone into a slight fuel-saving mindset halfway through the window. Forward, David Sobrero. And you can see the lift and coast behind. There will be a look. Is that now traffic playing its part? Yes. Coming to a dead halt just to avoid getting in the mix of things as Beniti sweeps through on the hunt of Norbert Leitner. Impulse Racing, one of the teams that will be competing in tomorrow's IMSA Esports Global Championship, albeit the drivers out on track today are not the drivers that will be racing tomorrow. Leo, a little bit of damage to the front end of his car, by the way. I wonder if that's impacting his speed now as he's continuing to slow down. Lost a full second up to the Mercedes that's cleared up the road in front.
Yeah, there might have been traffic involved there as well, to be fair, but it is hard to say and hard to argue. I think that damage isn't having any effect on that Lamborghini at the moment. They've clearly got one of the more fancied manufacturers here for this race this afternoon, but that dislodged front end is going to hold them back, and of course no fast repairs in this race either, which means that you have to do all the repairs properly if they're going to get that fixed. And imagine they would have to have a longer first pit stop than they plan to.
And going back to what Ewan was talking about, the last time Suzuka was on the special event calendar was when the GT3 cars actually did fuel and tyre separately, which I think both of us would argue is the better choice for racing, albeit maybe not ideal for those that want optimal grip every single time. You can change the tyres underneath you and put fuel on and change your driver. Those are the regulations to which the drivers are competing here today. David Fluke is still tucked up behind Hadi Mamasi. Phil Dinez still still in front rather, of Alexander Davidson in the best of the BS hybrid machines. Dinez paired up for this race with Jaden Conwright, who will be racing in tomorrow's IMSA Esports LMP3 Challenge.
Yeah, so change of pace for him tomorrow. But Phil Dinez comfortably the best of the Aston Martins at the front at the field at the moment, which I think is a good performance for him. And you see the 2 battles on your screen, 2 pairs. That's what the field has really levelled off to now. Battle for 4th place, battle for 6th and 8th and 10th, I think. No, not 10th, sorry, a bit further down the field. They're all in pairs at the moment at the front of the field. And this is fuel-saving pairs, I would describe them as, because we're not that far away from first pit stops of the day. About 10 laps away until the minimum, I would say. If you're going to do this race in 6 stints and therefore 5 pit stops, then you need to do a 28-lap opening stint followed by 5 29-lap stints, and that would even yourself out across the course of the day. But Obviously, racing doesn't quite work like that normally, and we're probably going to see these guys go north of 30 if they can first time round, and shorten out a lot more later.
Yes, although what we will also see is the, I'm assuming, track temperature continuing to rise, and so it is 26 degrees Celsius right now, up 3 degrees or so from where we started. That makes life a bit more difficult for the tyre, but it also, because you've got less grip, means you spend less time full throttle. Hopefully means you're a little bit better on your fuel mileage. Back out up towards 130R they run. Jamie Fluke now still only 7.5 seconds off the leader, so since that initial breakaway, it has very much stabilized a lot more. Alexander Davidson close enough to have a look. No, instead has to back off, save that fuel.
And that's very much what they're going to just settle with now. The franticness at the beginning of the race, I think, to scramble forward and try and stay as close as possible to the grid and go Lamborghinis out front has very much ended. As you can see, Beckham just here has got clear, and now he is actually faster than Tastelen. It's making me wonder whether my comments earlier about intensely slowing down were even correct. Maybe Lombardi and Vasquez really are that quick, but it's a different kind of race now. They're fuel saving a little bit more, and that's the foreseeable future, really. These guys behind have just got to work out a way to get near those grid and go Lamborghinis, because if they run around like this and do the same strategy as them all day, then they're never going to catch them.
Someone in our iRacing Twitch chat did point out earlier quite correctly that there's a new Lamborghini coming to the world next year, albeit with a limited rollout. We're not going to see it at the Rolex 24. Instead, it will debut at the 12 Hours of Sebring. The Lamborghini Temerario, which has had... I know, excuse me, right? Sounds like an illness. Yes, no, it's already had a rollout. They've shown the Super Trofeo, I think, version of it as well. Should be quite interesting to see how that goes. I don't know. I do enjoy the sound of the current Lamborghini engine. I forget what they've said about the new car, but I don't believe it's going to have the same sort of screaming nature. It's got a 4-liter twin-turbo V8, so probably not the same sort of scream that we get from it right now.
I mean, I know that a lot has made is this sound of the Lamborghini. I must admit, I think it's perhaps one of the overrated sounds of GT3 racing.
Oh, you need to go hear it in person, my friend.
Oh, maybe. I don't know if I have, maybe. I can't remember whether it was already existing when I went to last watch GT3 racing, which was admittedly nearly 10 years ago. So maybe it didn't exist then, but yeah, and maybe then I'd change my mind. But I just, yeah, I'm not saying it's bad. I just think it's slightly overrated compared to some of the others that are available.
Well, so what's a GT3 car that sounds better in your mind nowadays?
Nowadays, yeah, that's tricky nowadays.
Yes,
isn't it?
exactly. In the era of the turbo.
Yeah, because, you know, as you say, I think one of the underrated sounds of the world is the McLaren still. I know it sounds I quite like that sort of, I'm not even sure how you describe that sound, but that sort of very strange. I'm not even sure how they've made an engine sound like that, but they have done for years. And I think it's a very underrated sound. But you're right, in the current grid, it is one of the better ones. I'm thinking more about GT3 as an entirety. You're right, in terms of the current ones, it's pretty difficult to beat, really. Although I'd probably prefer a Mustang or a Porsche, personally.
Well, okay, yes, the Porsche's the other one, flat six, screams, although not as much as the RSR did. You know, shame, to say the least. Yeah, big shame. A car that got quieter as the years went on because it was too loud, I guess, for modern sensibilities. What else is loud nowadays? Well, obviously I'm, judging based on IMSA. Valkyrie is very... You know when the Valkyrie's coming. Let me put it that way. You can turn your head and say, oh, Aston Martin swinging by. Davidson, by the way, closer and closer, and I think he's starting to indicate body language-wise that he'd like to be released and have the chance to try and push, but still get stuck behind. And this point late in the window, or late in the run, we should say, and there's not really much, I guess, incentive to go for the move as the teammates at the front of the field switch around. It's now Aaron Vasquez that leads here at Suzuka.
I would imagine that's because Dylan Lombardi just needs a little bit more fuel just to get them to the lap that they're hoping to get to at the end of this first stint of the race. But it's one of the more inconsequential lead changes you'll ever see at the front of a iRacing special event. They are working together at this stage. Have a look at it here. They are working together as overtly as possible. Lombardi just lifting off, even letting Vasquez take the racing line towards turn 1. But it is notable that on the last lap, Jasir, and indeed the last few, Jasir has just started to bring that gap down a little bit. Last time round did a 57.2, which was a quarter of a second quicker than Lombardi.
Davidson's got around, coming up over the top of the crest. Oh, and this was such a good race, but the pressure, you could tell he wanted to get past, and he's let it get to him. Oh, David Sobrero very, very close as now Team Unknown get checked up behind.
Oh, and they're going to go for it at Degner 2. Davison not expecting it, and that's exactly why they did it, I suspect. Davison down to 12th and overheated tyres as well. As you mentioned, this temperature is going to continue to rise. Even at this time of year, it can get quite hot in Japan, so you've got to be very wary of these tyres now. He just ran too wide. It's a bit of an error, really. It's not actually through the corner itself, it's sort of the after corner. He's done a very good job there to turn the car intentionally out of the wall, so he survives with a spin and no damage.
And then that hill, that mound, quite cruelly hides the shot of the car. But what great car control. Daniel Pastor in front of Minoso Taz Dellin, but starting to feel the heat a little bit. He's dropped backwards from Jasir, who I don't think has picked the pace up by any means. It's just now Lombardi slightly slowing, like I think Ewan was saying quite correctly, to meet a fuel number. We had less than 10 laps to go until the fuel window. Someone mentioned that we were ignoring the Ford Mustang sound. No, I'm not. I love the sound of the Ford Mustang. It's just not the same in my opinion. I don't know. And this is, again, I was very, very grateful to get a hot lap in a Ford Mustang GTD of Road Atlanta by Jensen Altman, a Ford Racing Junior driver. So again, I love the Ford Mustang. It's just, I don't know. I love a high rev, a free revving engine to me is what really sounds great.
Yeah, I know. I did give a mention to the Mustang as well, personally. But you know, for me, I always go back to it. The Z4, great sound, all that, you know, and the previous Aston Martin, was it the previous one before this, maybe? That sounded fantastic, I thought, as well. So maybe it was a couple of generations of Aston Martin ago, but yeah, that was fantastic as well. And that's where I put my standards at, which are maybe a bit too high for the modern world.
I think, Ewan, what really we need to do though is for you to come over to the US and to an IMSA race, because you know the Europeans, they have this terrible thing called mufflers nowadays, which
I know, we care about other people, it's terrible.
I know, I mean, it's a racetrack, it's, you know, it's meant to be noisy. But yeah, I mean, you know, the reality is GT3 cars sound, and not just GT3 prototype cars, sound different in Europe than they do in the US. And so you should come and we'll get you onto pit lane at IMSA and we'll let you experience the full unbridled V12 glory that is the Aston Martin Valkyrie. I'm so glad at least there is one V12 left in the world. Yeah. Albeit now that they're closing that loophole and they're making it so that there are no non-hybrids that can be made in the top class of prototypes.
That is a bit of a shame, but you know, it's it is a great sound, and I think, as it's been proven, I think it's going to continue to be proven. I know a lot of people get sad about that when, you know, these kind of sounds are going to go away, but actually when you think about it, there's always been one in sort of every space of a few years or so, in every era, in every category. There's always one outlier that does just sound fantastic because one of the manufacturers has found a loophole, or they found something to make a car sound good. You know, we talked about the RSR earlier. That was in a GT3 class that was otherwise pretty uninspiring as far as sounds were concerned, in my opinion. And in the end, they found something that sounds great. And Valkyrie have in the early hypercar years. I'm sure it will continue to happen throughout the years, that someone somewhere will just find something that makes us, makes a great sound.
big wiggle as they hit the inside of the first Degner. Sorry, Ewan, I got a bit unsettled by the rear end of the Mustang. Yes, exactly, equally unsettled as they flip through the hairpin. I do like the throaty rumble of the Mercedes as Davidson goes on his recovery drive, and if he was feeling a bit riled up, sat behind Phil Denez earlier, well, after the move of the Mustang, after Davidson was recovering from that self-spin, I don't think he's going to be feeling much in the mood for being patient. The throaty description of an engine note, by the way, very much applies to a Ford Mustang as well. We sit on board with that 11th place 404, headed up to 130R. In the mirrors is Davidson. Not going to get close enough surely here to peek to the inside. He thinks about it, thought about the switchback, and then squares himself up to the back bumper, heading up through the chicane.
Yeah, and as you say, if he was frustrated before, he certainly will be now. This will be going a lot slower, and he's got to be worried about that Lamborghini, which is now flashing at him. I'm not sure what it's trying to indicate, as if it's a get out of the way, or please go on with the overtake, or what the message is here. But that'll be unnerving Davidson as well, but unable to get anywhere near the Mustang in turn one. It goes wide. Here comes Davidson on the outside line for the first block, on the inside at the second, and that might give him the place. It will do. So it hasn't taken him too long in the end, but Davidson is back to 11th.
And that is the Falcon Sim Racing Lamborghini tangled up on incidents on the opening lap. It's 36 positions down from where it started, 3 laps adrift. Flashing the lights because I think it's fast and wants to get its way through at this point. As we inch closer and closer to the next pit stop sequence. The first pit stop sequence, I should say. Lap 30 or so when we expect the leading cars to come in. And ever since Aaron Vasquez got in front of Dino Lombardi, that coordinated switch around as Falcon Sim Racing almost touched up the left rear of the Team Unknown Mustang. Back into Sear has not really closed in much more. The gap between the top 3 is now officially 2.7 seconds.
Yeah, he's offering the best sort of response, if you like, to the Grid and Go Esports 1-2 and their clear speed that they've got at the front of the field. Jasir has done this all on his own without any slipstreaming help, and it does seem to be a bit of a difference in terms of speed at the front of the field as well. I wonder whether Lombardi can quite stick with Vasquez now at the front. Let's see the lap times this time. Yeah, a tenth quicker again from Lombardi, although Jasir wasn't quite as quick as either of them that time round. He's sort of matching them. I do wonder whether 001 is strong enough now to maybe even drag away from maybe even his teammate as well as the rest of the field.
This year's return of the real Suzuka 1000 kilometers marked the 49th running of the race, so 2026, hopefully a return to the Intercontinental GT Challenge. We'll see the 50th running of the race. But talking to some of the drivers, Ewan, they really did enjoy the trip out to Asia, a trip out to such a legendary circuit. And, you know, it's a track where you have to fight for every pass, whereas I don't want to sound like I'm making Fuji sound easy, but you've got the long pitch straight at Fuji. That middle sector is very raceable as well. The last sector, there's got passing opportunities aplenty. And we've seen, what, the last 3 or 4 years, an iRacing special event there with GT3 cars, lots of racing, lots of action. But I do really like that both in the real world and the virtual, we're here at Suzuka, hopefully for the foreseeable future.
It does always seem to change just a little bit, depending on which Japanese circuit we're going to for this special event, which has been running for, if you count this as the same one as the Fuji 8 Hour that we had last year and the year before, then it's sort of a continuation for a few years now. Oh, there's the 433 there, gets right over the Degner 1 curve. I do like this circuit as a sort of long-distance racing circuit, because we've seen it already this afternoon. Even the very top guys at the very front can make mistakes fairly readily around here, and you really don't get that in sim racing very often in dry conditions like what we have here in GT3 cars. You know, how many other circuits would catch out Alexander Davidson like we've seen in the last couple of minutes there? And how many other tracks would we see the kind of crashes we saw through 130R in the opening laps as well? It's a real outlier in that respect.
Well, just asked Taylor Barnard, who might quote the immortal words of Vanilla Ice. Ice, ice, baby. Those are the curbs here at Suzuka. Track temperature continues to rise. I know that was a bad joke, Ewan, but I didn't even get a chuckle out of you. Goodness.
I didn't really get it.
Ice, ice, baby. I've got that song stuck in my head now.
Strange song to have stuck in your head. And quite a... that drives me mad.
Especially at 8:30 in the morning here on the east coast of the US. No matter where you're watching from here on the iRacing Esports Network, glad to have your company. Arjuna Kankapati alongside Ewan O'Leary for the 2025 iRacing Suzuka 1000 kilometers presented by Next Level Racing. And great to see Jamie Flute off in Wrenchport land for the last couple of years, but back on his home sim on iRacing and continuing to sit behind Hadi Mamasi, sip his fuel, and get ready to potentially go a little bit longer on fuel in the Chevy Corvette. Yeah,
they've stopped the real big time loss that we saw early on in the race. That gap went out to 8 seconds quite quickly, but 8.5 as it is now, it's not quite going out as quickly anywhere near as quickly anymore. And so I think they're in with a chance here. If it is indeed true that they can go a couple of laps longer than the rest, which I'm not particularly convinced about, then they will have a bit of a chance, especially later on in the day. But to do that, they'll especially want to be in front of the 003, which does look, at least in this first driver lineup anyway, these first drivers of the lineup, does look to be the slowest of the three.
First time I saw Hadi Mamasi was in the 24-hour Series Esports Championship a couple of weeks ago. Impressed in the Porsche Cup car machine. He's paired up with David Bosga. And even in the top class of competition, a top split like this, the two driver lineups that most teams will have for effectively a 6-hour race, you'll typically always have one driver who is slightly faster than the other. Yeah, maybe a tenth or so, but that tenth, it very much does start to add up over time. 56 starters officially now down to 51 continuing to run out there. Most recent retiree was Taylor Barnard in that FGN 77. Hit the outside curb slightly awkwardly through 130R and then a big spear off into the outside wall. A hellacious bit of contact. Daniel Pastor continues to feel the heat from Ganoso Tasdell, and I tell you what, Beckham Desir has actually lost a couple of tenths to Aaron Vasquez, who continues to pull clear of Dino Lombardi. Vasquez, 13,000 iRating, and looking like the quickest car on track right now.
13,000 is obscene, by the way, but yes, he is very highly rated and very good in the front of this race. He's driven well so far. And the thing I think that's changed for Jasir in the last couple of moments, even though he was quicker than everybody else in the field, apart from those two out front, and actually Tasdell, who did a very good lap last time round on the back of Daniel Pastor, the difference is I think he's starting to lose time to the 002. I think Lombardi's actually struggling to stay with Vasquez himself right now, and also Jasir is looking like he's struggling to stay with them as well. So that's what's changed, I think, in the last couple of moments. Changed from in the middle of this stint where he was just beginning to reel them in slightly. That's not happening anymore as they go over the line there in the 0.2s. He's stuck in the low 0.4s.
Now, track limits, something that at Suzuka not often you'd be talking about. There's not much to offer in terms of runoff, but there are places in which you can slowly accrue those incident points that will build you up to a penalty. You get 1 incident point every time you're off track, 2 incident points for a small bit of contact with another driver, and then 4 incident points for a really big bit of contact, whether it's your fault or not. The drive-through limit for this race is 40 incident points, and then every 20 after that. So when Paul Smith and Jeremy Scott are walking you through those last 2 hours of this race, they'll be keeping an eye on if anyone finds themselves in that predicament. Given that we expect the fuel window to be opened in just a few laps' time, it will be curious if there is anyone who is going to start getting a bit more aggressive. Delightful driving now, starting to look in the rearview mirrors, having passed the ATR Argentos Mercedes.
Yeah, so that was going on up and down the field, all the way down the field. In fact, these guys are nearly 3/4 of a minute away from the race lead, but another one of those fights a little bit further down. Good that the Argentos team have gone for the country colours as well. We know exactly where they're from and who they're representing at the moment, battling in this 21st position fight with Matthias Egger. But those big groups that were around these two earlier, and they were part of them, have very much gone away here. This is a difficult circuit, and therefore the field is stretched apart to a bigger, much bigger degree than what they had earlier.
And into pit lane, by the way, comes Beckham Desir, so pushing hard, and 28 laps complete is the stint for him. White knows Williams Sim Racing Playseat machine is the only machine inside of the top 10 that finds its way onto pit lane, and he misses his mark as well. That's a couple of crucial seconds that the Americans just lost.
Yeah, absolutely crucial. And, you know, if they're on the limit on fuel as well, then they can't really short fuel that much. You wouldn't imagine that he is, but he might be. Just watch how long this stop is actually going to be here, because about 40 seconds is normally what you'd expect to see for a pit stop here. Just wonder whether they might short fuel, but obviously the disadvantage being the Grid and Go cars can respond with whatever he does here. This is that slide in the box, and you just see that bobble over the pit garages there. So, he has a couple of goes at reversing in as well.
And the thing to remember is that this is a pit lane which is downhill. You can actually kind of see when you're on the very right-hand side, it's kind of inclined a little bit more steeply on occasion to allow the garages to have a bit more of a flat surface. And so Beckham a bit too aggressively getting over into the right side of pit lane is what cost him there a little bit. So we'll see where he blends out just behind the Moai Squadra Corsa machine. So now actually it might cost him some time on this outlap if he gets his tyres up to temperature and then is stuck behind some slower cars but who are on lighter fuel loads at this point in the race. Does anyone follow him in from the front of the field? A couple of drivers further down outside of the top 40 who are pinning, but really we're wondering if the Lamborghinis are going to be a 29 lap stint. Looks like Aaron Vasquez should be in, and followed in by Dino Lombardi. Daniel Pastrol is going to dive in as well. Is there anyone who is going to be able to extend? It is Jamie Fluke that's going to go out there for a 31st lap of this race and takes over the lead of the iRacing Suzuka 1,000 kilometers.
And Vasquez, by the way, they're very cleanly into his box. He was unsighted, of course. Sorry, not unsighted, unlike Lombardi, who went one further than him. But everybody looking to stop here at the moment. Looks like 29 seems to be the limit, and just as well, because you need to be able to go 29 laps. Otherwise, you're not going to make this race through on 5 pit stops.
So how many more laps will Fluke eke out of that Corvette? There are a couple more teams and drivers going an extra lap. TC in the Mustang, WSR in the Mercedes. So there were clearly some teams that had picked this first stint of the race as being important. So where's Daniel Pastrol going to come out? Vasquez and Lombardi are a couple of car lengths between the two of them, but I think that slight pit stop slip from Pastrol might have cost Williams Sim Racing, or not Pastrol, excuse me, Beckham Desir might have cost them quite significantly. And indeed, yes, because they're behind Daniel Pastrol. Once all things have mixed up, we're still looking at the pit lane, but out on track already. Williams Sim Racing Playseat have lost a couple of spots. Behind the 004, Adrian Greiker's jumped in there.
Yeah, but hold on, because the pit tyres haven't warmed up for the other guys, whereas Jasir will have warm tyres, and here he comes. Outside line on that Lamborghini. Can't respond. Contact! Oh, that is disastrous. Disastrous for Williams. Absolutely terrible. They had to get through on these guys while they're struggling on cold tyres. He had to pass them. But now he's not going to, because that that McLaren in the middle of them is going to be in the way anyway. And so he's going to have to pass them as well. And by the time he's done that, the others are probably going to have warm tyres. Yeah, the undercut doesn't really work in GT3 anymore because those cold tyres are a huge disadvantage.
Here's another look at it. I mean, that's the second time today we've seen some good car control. Jamie Fluke, by the way, I've been told by Johan Harth was about half a litre away from extending another lap, but he did not have it in the tank, and so hits his marks. 31 laps complete. And now sitting, rather 30 laps complete, 31 laps about to be started as bobble out wide, very uncomfortable, and here comes Zenit to try and insert themselves into the mix. Beckham Jasir's got the run, forced into the grass and checked up on the climb up to 130 yards. That was the opportunity, but boy oh boy did the Lamborghini get help there, and big send off the track, still struggling to get himself into the rhythm.
Yeah, and he's, for these first couple of laps, going to constantly have slightly colder tyres than what Jasir is. It does take a couple of laps. Oh my goodness!
Sorry, Jamie Fluke has just stopped for 26.4 seconds, Ewan. He's come back out in the race lead.
Very smart, very, very smart from Apex, because, as I said earlier, you're never going to win this race trying to beat Grid and Go on their strategy. Jasir gets into the back of one of them now. He doesn't send them off the road, Adrian Gorajka, but he does get in front of them. And this, frankly, is a lap longer than it should have taken.
And I think Beckham Jasir kicking himself for that initial mistake on pit lane. It's cost him buckets of time. So, still one team yet to pit. That's Team Racing in the 433, but on the 31st lap of this race, about 1 hour complete in this 2025 iRacing Suzuka 1,000 kilometers presented by Next Level Racing. On his return to the scene, it's Jamie Fluke that leads after a short pit stop for the Apex Racing team. And then a 6-second gap to the Grid and Go Lamborghinis chasing him down. Williams Sim Racing then a further 6 seconds behind. Ewan, things are starting to shake up. We've got strategy playing itself up.
Yeah, so clearly that is, well, not clearly, but I would guess that is all of the short fueling that Apex are going to be able to do today, all happening there in that stint that we've just seen there, or in that pit stop that we've just seen in the last couple of moments. They did 30 laps first stint, first time round. I suspect maybe without a formation lap they could have done 31, because as you say, half a litre away from being able to do a extra lap. Well, unfortunately, that is half a litre well, unfortunately for the others, I suppose, half a litre that they're going to get this time round, but see, there's going to be less slipstream for them, so it's going to be harder for Fluke to save the same amount of fuel. If it's going to be 30 laps each time, though, the next time they'll be coming in is on lap 53. That would be an only 23 lap stint, by which point he will hope to still be in the lead, but Grid and Go are going to be chasing him down as hard as they can.
So, always love when we get these sort of split strategies that work its way through. Jamie Fluke is paired up for this race with South Talons. Johan Hart is helping on crew duties, it would appear. It's a pretty good driver to help you from behind the scenes as that final driver heads down onto pit lane. All of our teams have now made their opening pit stop of the race. Fluke's tires surely were changed. 26.4 seconds, Ewan. Kind of sounds like 4 tires and no more fuel. Exactly the amount of fuel to change the tires.
I think it's a little bit longer than the tires. Oh, this is the cold tires, by the way, for Racing Team by Cody, the 56 car.
By the way,
all the way around.
That almost happened to Jamie Fluke on his trip out of pit lane.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, I mean, it's going to happen to somebody every time. If I'm guessing, over each of the 5 pit stop windows we're going to see throughout this race, I would guess that's going to happen to somebody somewhere through the field every single time, because yeah, it's really treacherous on cold tyres coming out of the pit lane here. Well, anywhere, but that is the difference compared to the previous editions we've had of this race, whether it's been at Fuji or Suzuka. Since the fuel and tyres being done at the same time is coming into effect, at least we've got cold tyres here, which does just add a bit of challenge and mix things up a little bit more.
Absolutely. Nice little shake-up with this tyre model, even though the warm-up phase for these cars is still a little bit less deadly than the warm-up phase for the prototypes, in which we've often seen some very, very precarious moments. Interesting that Beckham Jasir is not instantly, snuck past Daniel Pastor and resumed his charge up towards the front. Already they've lost another second to Grid and Go, who are really starting to push the case in that 001 and 002 pair. Second and third on the road for the time being, and now only 5 seconds adrift of your race leader. as they head back out of turn 1 in what is, as far as I'm aware, you in a race that is expected to say totally dry. So it is a sprint all the way to the end. As well, that's how 56 Racing Team ended up in pit lane in the first place.
That is, or is that only their outlap again?
Oh, please don't say that.
I mean, don't rejoin like that either. There's some gravel for you. Straight on the racing line at 130R. That was clever. Oh dear. I know they're going to get hit again here through the chicane. Thankfully not. But yeah, wow. That was just silly, wasn't it? That's exactly why we say always, you know, take a defensive line. Yes, that's fine, but don't block people on straights. And that's why, because to be honest, you have very little sympathy of those around you for being run into the back of if you keep weaving around like that.
Well, that was Tom Katsudonis' second incident of the race where he's been tangled up, and you know what they say about race control. Once, twice, thrice, it all adds up. And so maybe another driver feeling a little bit aggressive with how his race has played out. For teams involved in opening lap incidents, they're headed down to pit lane now. That includes the Falcon Sim Racing 44, the Effect Simulations 909, James Ebram 36.9 seconds. That's not a full service by any means either. Slowly, I think, just trying to bring him back onto a pit stop sequence that runs towards the top of the hour. That's right from the visor, the driver cam perspective. So was it reactionary? I mean...
Yes. As far as I'm concerned, yes.
I was going to say, is there going to be something more up here for still watching the replay?
Oh dear, oh dear. Katsudonis has had two things happen to him there. I don't think either of them were his fault.
So I agree it was reactionary, but I'll also defend the Corvette just a little bit. I don't know what Katsudonis really thought he was going to do if he got to the inside at that point. Headed up to 130R at 150 odd miles an hour.
No, that's not a bad point either. You know, we often say it, though, maybe not racing incident, because I would still probably come down on the side that that's the Corvette's fault. However, yeah, both drivers could have done more to avoid that accident as a collective. Yeah, but you know, these are the things that also the cold tyres create. Because I'm sure that would have been Katsudonis on slightly warmer tyres. This is what it looked like to me. Knowing that, you know, that was the moment to get past the Corvette, so that's why he would what well, not objectively, but you know, in another scenario, look through another lens, could look like a very sort of rash move.
No, if that was the same lap that Corvette had been, you know, out of pit lane, spun on cold tires already, you know, I do kind of see that Katsudonis had the head full of steam, but yeah, 150 something miles an hour on the inside up to 130R. Not quite sure I'm seeing the logic. Jamie Fluke has re-established a gap at the front of the field. Now, he is slightly lighter on fuel at this point. We should keep that one in mind, but I think that sets a good precedent for the rest of this race. Salva Talon's also very quick in a GT3 car. Behind them, who are the driver lineups? Maybe you're wondering. Aaron Vasquez, he'll share the car with Sven Haase. Dino Lombardi, he'll share the car with Niels Rotel. And then Daniel Pastor, if you go back to the best place of the Williams Sim Racing drivers. That's a 3-driver lineup, so we'll see a double stint from Daniel Pastor, a double stint from Vasilius Belitsiotis, and maybe a double stint from Parker White as well.
That's unusual in a 6-hour race. This never used to really happen. I know in prototypes for 6-hour races, it used to be the case where you'd have 3 drivers, and in certain series that still is the case. But yeah, it's a little bit unusual to see GT3 racing done in a 3-driver setup. It's even becoming somewhat uncommon to even do a 12-hour race with 3 drivers these days. So yeah, that is very interesting. But if they win, then others will be taking note.
Both of the Williams teams have 3-driver lineups, so that's good. I was reading an article yesterday where Jack Aitken, who has just been confirmed as pulling a double program in both IMSA and WEC next year in the prototype classes, he was saying that he has, in the Rolex 24, obviously a 24-hour race, he has got better results when he's done it as part of a 3-driver lineup, and that's what he prefers, which 24 hours, 3 drivers, that sounds crazy to me, in my opinion, as half look up the inside from the number 7 of Katsudonis as he catches up to the back of Lorenzo Manfredoni in that beaten and battered Moai Squadra Corsa Lamborghini. Yeah,
even further down than where we last saw them, by the way, outside the top 30. Yeah, that does sound like craziness to me. I've only done one 24-hour race, but I only did 6 hours of the driving. Admittedly, I was commentating the other part of the race, which obviously sleep deprived a little bit, but even so, commentating is a lot much less effort than driving. Take it from me.
Just sit in front of the screen and talk. It's about all we really
exactly.
Need to do. Yeah. Was that Spa?
Yeah, Spa 23. I guess it has to be.
Yeah,
it feels like it was longer ago than that.
Testing my memory. If I remember, I gave you some awkward hours on the commentary as well. Can blame me for that.
That could be any race.
It's just a 24-hour race. If you're driving and commentating, it's hard to make the schedule work. Okay, in my defence.
No, I know, yeah, and I do sign up for the middle of the night hours because I quite like them, and nobody else wants to do them, so I'll take those.
Back out to 130R. This is, by the way, last year was what, an 8-hour race at Fuji. This, at most, should take us about 6 hours and 15 minutes. It's a shorter race to have 3 drivers for as well. Oh, Katsudonis, a great run outside of that last chicane, the Casio triangle. He overcommits on the brake, and now watch, here comes the Mustang with a chance to get the power down. The Project Valorous 550 with Alex Rassi behind the wheel. Not a great exit off the corner, gets into that traction control and back off to turn 1 as they ended the lap.
Yeah, so I don't think they're going to be able to steam through again, but that was so close. You saw the way that Lamborghini was so unsettled there for Manfredotti. I'm not sure whether that car is healthy really still after that pit stop we've just seen for them. It was a normal length pit stop compared to the others, but that suggests they maybe haven't done the repairs necessary, or maybe that's just how unsettled the Lamborghini can be through 130R, but that looks really, really nervous.
Hyperion Racing and WSR fight in 18th and 19th positions, Aston Martin and Mercedes. You are right, by the way, about that Moai Squadra Corsa Lamborghini. They have 6-minute optional repairs, and I've just been told they are retiring at the end of the stint. Eduardo Leo did 1 stint, so I'm guessing what's happened is he said, you know what, if I had to drive this damaged car and be somewhat miserable, guess what, you have to drive it for an hour as well.
I guess so. It's a bit of a shame that they're going to retire it at the end of this stint. You know, they would be 3 laps down, to be fair, and you know, dropping well outside the top 40, comfortably outside the top 40 is obviously not what they came here to do, but it would be nice to see them continue on to the end for the spirit of endurance, but obviously that is a lot more difficult to do in practice, again, especially for these top teams who are used to battling at the front of the field. It's crazy how much less engaging a race running much further down is like this.
Well, I guess as well, for a team that decided to do it last night, they didn't really have the day planned to be committed. They kind of just spur of the moment, thrust themselves in, and just as easily are going to eject themselves out.
Someone's just texted Eduardo Leo with some Saturday night plans, I think, and they're going to go and do those instead.
I wonder what the party is in Italy, in Milan, that's for sure. Morgan Burkhardt, by the way, BS Hybrid meatball, and is just headed back to pit lane, so I'm not sure what's happened there, but what has been an eventful day for one of our cars out on track might just have become even more eventful with some technical issues due to some network connection problems. Fight for 4th still sees Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast at the front of this field. They've worked themselves past some lap traffic. They're now 8 seconds off of grid and go. They've lost 2.5 seconds since the pit stop sequence.
Yeah, so I'm getting the feeling this is going to be a 3-horse race now a little bit between those top 3 that we've got right now in this race. In fact, whether it's going to be Jamie Fluke, putting the grid and go cars sort of behind him and surviving to win this race, or whether it will be one of the two teammates remains to be seen. To be fair, Lombardi has done a much better job in the early stint here of staying with Vasquez as well in this stint. So it looks like it is going to be a three-horse race. And yeah, this group now going a lot further behind. Jasir was very punchy early on in the first part of the race. Did the right things as well to get past some of their teammates to try and get close to the front two, but the gap was just too much to overhaul. And now he's letting Pastor do the or try to do the catching.
Out wide. Ooh. Maybe that's an incident point there. I do wonder how many incident points some of these drivers are already at. Parker White has just joined into the session, by the way. Indicates to me that the former eNASCAR champion likely the next to jump in to replace Daniel Pastor in that Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast machine. Team Unknown. They found their fair share of apexes so far, still sitting 13th on the road, but now that Maniti car that started all the way down in 18th position, slowly climbing its way up into 14th, looking to try and pick its way past its next car.
Yeah, so slightly unusual to see the Maniti livery on a Mustang, I must admit. Don't know if I've seen them run one before or if I've not been paying enough attention, but this 404 car has been falling through the field a little bit in recent times. We saw it when Davidson had that spin. Alexander Davidson, he had to pass Team Unknown 404 earlier on, but now they've slipped outside the top 12 and now into the clutches of Maniti on the way to 130R, who are making it very clear, I think, there that they're not going to be making a pass down on the way into this final sector.
More pit stops as I think a couple more of the teams that were involved in lap 1 incidents come through and complete their first full stint of the race. Lap times being traded back and forth, but I do feel as though Jamie Fluke, with the slightly lighter fuel load on the car, is the fastest on track right now. 57.251 last time by. 3/10 quicker than the Williams Sim Racing group behind them for the time being. In about 45 minutes time, how time does fly past, Ewan and myself will shift things up a bit. Ewan will slide into my seat. He'll be joined by Cameron Roger, the gluten dodger, and then final 2 hours of the race, Paul Smith and Jeremy Scott will walk us through to the end, where hopefully, Ewan, we continue to see the strategy with the Apex Racing short filling play itself up.
Yeah, hopefully. I was thinking a little bit about this actually as they initially came out, but to explain it, my thought in fully, the time that Apex saved in that pit stop compared to the Grin and Go stops was 15 seconds. Now, the question that I have is, it's a rhetorical one really, and I'm not sure any of us are going to be able to answer it just yet, but does that mean that Grid and Go have effectively got 15 seconds to spend throughout the rest of the race, or are they so much tighter on fuel than what they are on the Corvette team that this is a legitimate gap at the moment? Or are we effectively looking at an Apex team who are net 8 seconds off the lead, if you see what I mean? You know, how is that going to play out? And you know, we just don't know that at the moment. If Johan Hart's fuel sort of calculations and things he was telling us earlier on are true, then it just seemed to me that it might even be the case that we're looking at a real gap right now that Grid and Go have got to close.
I agree, especially if the Corvette is going to continue to be good on fuel. It will continue just to be able to shave time off in the pit lane as well. So as we ride driver's eye view with the Maniti Racing Mustang, we'll look to the inside at turn 1 and then backs out of it as a big wiggle from Team Unknown as the car squats down at the apex of that first part of the corner. Johan, by the way, saying that he thinks they're net 6 seconds behind right now. So I think it kind of lines up with what we're saying. They are relying on the fuel strength of the car to help them bridge the gap that they've got on track right now.
So he does think that Grid and Go have 15 seconds to spend as well in that case, or 13 seconds to spend anyway. So to be fair, that would be a lot in a 6-hour race, wouldn't it? 15 seconds less on fuel, that'd be extraordinary. So yeah, maybe that does line up quite well. I think the advantage that they're going to have all throughout this race, and we're already seeing it a little bit in this stint here, is lower fuel throughout a lot of the race. I would guess that they would pit on somewhere between lap 49 and 53 for this next pit stop, based on the amount of laps they were able to do in the first stint of the race. And that means that, yes, for about 8 laps or so, they will be heavier, much heavier on fuel, and indeed slower on the cold tyres. They will be able to be on warmer tyres when the others come out, and on lower fuel for most of the rest of the race, for them to close up to the back of the grid and goes and get in front of them. But I think for this strategy where they've got to stay in front of grid and go for as long as possible, and they can't afford any interruptions here in the way of getting stuck behind people who decide to also do something different on strategy.
Johan, by the way, has said they've got about 12 seconds to spend. So I've got to say, I got the nickname of the Truth Serum on pit lane with IMSA this year. This is like being on pit lane, where he's just sending me information without me needing to ask it. Johan, thank you very much. Don't take it for granted by any means. I wish more sim racing teams were this open about strategy and all of those sorts of things. Imagine asking a sim racer exactly when they're going to pit and them telling you. Well, it happens very, very rarely. Phil Denez in the liveryless BS Plus hybrid machine, in front of Hadi Mamasi, who does seem, Ewan, to be the slower of the grin and go machines. I feel it's unfair to call him the slowest.
Yeah, well, slowest of the 4 would be, statistically accurate, but maybe not very nice. Down in 8th for the moment. I think, it's a fine position to be in, really. It's just hanging on to the coattails of the BS Aston. And, they'll want to beat car 89, I think, here, because they'll feel that Lamborghini has the potential, as we're seeing with Vasquez and Lombardi, has the potential to beat that Aston Martin, certainly, which just seemed to be one of the slightly weaker manufacturers throughout this race here today. But at the moment, they find themselves stuck in 8th position and stuck behind them. I think the one disadvantage for the Lamborghini, it's a little bit like what the Audi used to be like about 8 years ago. Very, very quick, but a little bit twitchy every now and again. And it feels like a mistake is closer towards one of those Lamborghinis than it does towards one of those Aston Martins, and that might be the difference in that battle.
May also just be the way that it's set up on the edge, potentially. Back off to turn 1 in the fight for 4th position. That last lap, they lost 4/10 to Jamie Fluke at the front of the field, who is now 7 seconds clear of the chasing grid and go machines. I have often described Jamie as the nicest man in sim racing. However, in some of the more recent R1 seasons, it's fair to say Jamie's been sharpening the elbows and trying to shed that tag just a little bit, I think, Ewan.
Not sure if he's trying to shed the nicest guy in sim racing tag, but I think in R1 racing you do have to get your elbows out, doesn't it? And that's not necessarily in keeping with the driving, some of the driving we've seen him do in the past. I must say as well, worrying for colour commentators around the world like me right now. He's quite a good colour commentator, and obviously raced to a lot higher level than me. So yeah, he's got talent in multiple areas, which is annoying, unlike me.
Well, Ewan, to your credit, I've often argued for the colour commentator to be an ex-driver. It's why I love Will Chadwick, we often have on the special event broadcast. But if we're not going to have a driver, no discredit to you, but I think it's fair to say you are not a driver of Chadwick, of a Fluke's caliber. I don't mind having you. Let's ride on board for a full lap and let's just take in the Suzuka Circuit, riding with Jamie Fluke. I mean, undulation, it's one of the 2 Grade 1 FIA tracks with a cut-over figure-8 layout. It all starts at turn 1, that access road in the left where you flick the car in and start to go down through the gears and progressively bleed off that speed. Touch that inside curve, touch that outside curve, and then slingshot in towards the S's right through and just carry that momentum. Don't want to be too aggressive at any point. Be on the inside here as you get ready to slice out of turn 6 and 7 and up through Dunlop curve. This is where we saw Alexander Davidson out wide and spinning. You want to be on that white line and carrying the shortest distance to the Degners. aggressively on the curbs and really got to trust the suspension underneath you, that it will be compliant, will grip as you bounce your way now up towards the hairpin. And one of the primary opportunities to pass as you straight line the braking zone. Get the car squared up early so you can put that power down. And then the long sweep up through turn 12. Not really a chance to breathe here as you get ready once again to get to a danger point. Spoon curve. Those curbs on the outside can eat you if you hit them in a slightly awkward fashion, and then off camber, roll over the crest of turn 14 and blast onto the alternate start layout. You've got a pit lane on the right-hand side for the support paddock, but your eyes are focused straight up to 130R. Tip the car in at 250 kilometers an hour. Scary, that curb on the right-hand side as you then get down all the way through the gears into first, clatter over the right, clatter over the left curb, and then down the hill. Got to be careful to shorten the distance as much as possible in these GT3 cars to minimize the time. And a lap here at Suzuka with Jamie Fluke, a 1:57.3. That's 3/10 off his fastest lap of the race.
And perhaps even more crucially, faster than the two chasing him again as well, although Vasquez was very close to that time. Dino Lombardi made a mistake on that lap, and for the first time I've seen the gap go from between the two of them over 1 second at the front of the field. Those two Grid and Go cars in second and third currently. That's really the crucial gap here, because the tyre drop off is obviously going to start to happen now for Jamie Fluke, but still faster than the Grid and Go cars. He has to be faster, I would say, every single time from now until the end of this stint.
David Sobrero, TC Esports, had been having some connection issues, and they have been returned to pit lane, and that's dropped them off the lead lap. Unfortunate to say the least. Not the first time we've seen that today. As back to Team Unknown with Miniti still stuck behind them, Ewan, unable to find their way through.
Yeah, again, we're getting towards the stage in the stint now where you might, well, I suppose we're only halfway through, but you might decide that staying behind and saving the fuel is more worth my time now than actually trying to make this overtake, because it's going to be such a hard pass to make that it probably isn't worth it. But I would say Team Unknown 404 have very much been the ones sliding backwards recently, so if you do get too relaxed here, you do stick behind for too long, you could be losing a lot of time in this race very quickly. So you've got to weigh that all up. Where do you think you can finish in this race? If they think they can finish in the top 10, then, well, they've got a lot of catching up to do from now.
What's the track temperature? Now, obviously, they're changing tyres every stint. That's not why we're wondering. It's more about how the balance of the car changes, maybe fuel saving, up to 28 degrees Celsius, as we have ticked past 10:30 a.m. virtual standard time. So not past 30 degrees Celsius yet, but I wager about an hour's time, lap times will just continue to fall away. It does kind of feel, you know, we never like talking balance of performance, but we'll talk about how the manufacturers are showing their strength. Clearly the Corvette's good on fuel, pretty fast as well. Lamborghini seems to be pretty balanced. The Mercedes does seem, though, Ewan, to be struggling a bit in the heat that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, maybe it is the heat, because, as you say, what are we, about 4 or 5 degrees Celsius hotter than what we were at the start of the race? Maybe that is the difference. Having said that, I know he's not competing for the front end of the field, but Alexander Davison is very much catching those around him at the moment, even faster than the 003 car right now. So, you know, maybe it's not across the board, but yeah, the Williams Sim Racing cars are getting properly taken out the back in this race now, and you know, 8.5 seconds off the leaders is massive, especially when you think about where Beckham Jasir was in the last stint. Yes, they've got rid of Adrian Garaika now, and they're comfortably 2 cars in the top 5, but you know, this is a big change for Jasir, who I thought wasn't too far away from actually doing something in the pit lane that might actually get him towards the Grid and Go cars in the first round of stops.
Taken out the back, brutal. What's happened to the DWR? Oh, Simcoe just set up, similar to what happened to Morgan Burghardt. Just turn into the Casio triangle, rear end goes around, and then have to navigate your way back onto the tarmac. Oh, got away with that rejoin, but I wouldn't say that was a good one.
Always got to. You've got to be level-headed when you spin around and rejoin. Can't do it hastily, because even if that is what you're tempted to do after spinning like that, there is an art to it, staying calm and then rejoining properly.
Yeah, no, the mental side of racing, be it virtual or full metal, is definitely something that often isn't talked about. Look how much dirt there is, by the way, dragged onto the track on the entry into 130R. Big pool of gravel on the outside curbing as well. Our driver is very much using the track and then some, I think it's fair to say, as we start to close in on about 1/3 of this race being completed. Not quite at that mark by any means, but 90 minutes complete, another 30 minutes. Should be knocking on the door of closing out the first third of this race. Now 7.5 seconds, the gap at the very front of the field. Still as Team Unknown and Maniti Racing continue to battle. We were talking about great sounding GT3 cars earlier. Now, I'm not sure it's a great sounding GT3 car, but there are many a GT3 car that have raced around Japan, Ewan, that I would be curious to go and see. For example, the Toyota Prius GT3 car.
I mean, is there a better car in the world?
What a legend, isn't it?
It's absolutely legendary. How they've even, I mean, I can't even comprehend how they've even done it. And it's not like it runs at the back or whatever all the time. It's very, very competitive. Generally, when you watch Super GT racing, it's just an extraordinary machine. And for all the list of great cars that Toyota have put into the world of Super GT racing, for 10 years in the middle they had a Toyota Prius, and it was absolutely fantastic. It's a great series, isn't it, Super GT? The way you can have GT3 races that are not quite worldwide and a series specific over there. It's a very underrated series, in my opinion.
And the best part about the Prius was it was powered by a V8. You know, it was a proper racing car. I believe they made is there a Subaru GT3 car as well that runs in Super GT? I think they had something at one point, a Subaru BRZ GT3 car, which, again, just the weirdest machinery.
And before that, they had a Legacy for 3 years, between 09 and 11, and before that they had an Impreza, which just looks wrong, I think. It should be a rally car, really, shouldn't it? But, well, it was as well. But yeah, that was between 05 and 08. That's not off the top of my head. I have got the internet open, just before anybody compliments my knowledge.
Didn't they send a... This is Subaru now. Again, we're not on GT3 cars. We've taken a hard tangent. Didn't Subaru send a car... I know Toyota have done the N24 and a whole variety of things in the past. Didn't Subaru go there with an STI at one point?
Oh, yeah. I think they still do.
Do they? Ooh, okay.
I think so.
Well, as someone who... My dad had a 2004 black Subaru STI. It was the one with the small grille at the front before they went to the 3 sort of bucktooth kind of grille. I have a soft spot for that car, but what's still mind-blowing to me is the engine that was in that car was the same engine that they sold the STI with until they kind of pulled it off of the store shelves, if you will, and kind of stopped caring about it so much. So I'd love to see a new STI.
Oh, I'm not sure it's based on the STI anymore. This seems I'm just reading up. Seems to be similar, but not quite the same.
Okay.
But they've been using it for nearly 20 years at the N24. So there you go. That's the Subaru. Yeah, it's good to see unusual manufacturers in these sport car racing. I'm very excited for the Genesis, I've got to say, in hypercar. That's just seems to me to be the weirdest combination ever, but it looks great, and I think it's great to have unusual manufacturers in these unusual categories.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And the Genesis LMDH project, which effectively it is an LMDH that will go racing in the hypercar class world first. But obviously Brian Herder Autosport, who have for a long time pushed the factory Hyundai TCR program forward, they'll be stepping up to LMP2 next year. Obviously, everyone expecting them to be campaigning that.
There's no secrets there, is there?
Yeah, I don't think so. Everyone's expecting that to be the link up to bring the car to IMSA in the future. I mean, let's be honest, sports car racing is in such a great place right now. As much as, yes, it's a shame that Porsche's lost its presence in the World Endurance Championship, but so many manufacturers excited and part of the action. And I feel as though the quality of the drivers as well, Ewan, has never really been higher.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the opportunities that have been created by hypercar, I think, has actually sort of accelerated that process almost, because what you've had is, in the last few years, as we're getting higher temperatures here in the race, what we've had is effectively GT3 drivers being moved up into the top GT3 drivers being moved up into first of all LMP2s over the last few years, and then when hypercar really started to take off, then they obviously moved into those. Plenty of examples of that happening. What it's done really is opened more GT opportunities effectively through the ladder, and we're seeing, say, more talent coming through than ever before. And obviously there's never enough seats there, but the fact there's more seats available in hypercar now is just creating more chances always round than the days when we had very limited top class in the certainly in the World Endurance Championship anyway.
And I want to give a big congratulations to friend of RaceSpot and friend of iRacing, to be fair as well, Lauren Heinrich, who's just stepped up into his first ever race appearance in a hypercar as part of the final effort from Porsche Penske in the World Endurance Championship. Always cool to see someone that's done so much sim racing take those steps upwards. And indeed, I feel like you go back 10 years and we're talking, well, maybe not even 10 years now, maybe a bit less than that, but the Matt Campbells, the Vantors, the Estras, and pulling all sorts of magical things off in sports cars. Now with the current rule set that has built around hypercar and GTP in America, the cars are a lot more sort of designed to be sports car adjacent, is kind of the way that I feel about them. There's a reason why the Vantors and the Estras of the world are so good in this prototype generation. It's because the cars have evolved. They're not necessarily the same as they were back in the Audi days, the Peugeot, Toyota, Porsche days, the good old LMP1. Pit stops. It's Apex Racing Team. 19 laps, I think, complete for them, Ewan. And after their 26-second pit stop, Jamie Fluke's back in again.
Yep, so 4 31-lap stints coming up then, because there are 124 laps left in this race, and expect them to be 3 full pit stops, or 4 full pit stops here, as they're taking one of them on now. And it will not be Jamie Fluke any longer. Salva Talens is going to be the new driver there, so he will take on perhaps the first 2 of those big stints, and then Jamie Fluke might take it to the end a bit. This is really important here. We'll keep an eye on their, first of all, cold tyres, how they can get out there without spinning at turn number 1, which we have seen from one of the Corvettes down towards turn 1. Fluke will be warning Talens about that right now. And where is the traffic going to be? Are they going to be stuck behind anybody that's going to scupper their strategy? Perhaps. But that gap will get created, of course, with these cold tyres. Just watch out here through the first sector.
And this is where Fluke went wide. Talens has avoided that, checked that off the list. And he's got some clean air now. This is perfect, ideal. Yes, 16th on the road, 49, 50 seconds adrift from the leader. But a pretty optimal pit stop sequence, all things considered, as the Apex Racing Team swap drivers. And I tell you what, now let's see if I can ring up Jamie Fluke and ask him to come chat with us after that first stint back in an iRacing special event.
Yeah, good to see him back, by the way. It's really pleasant to see some of the top guys coming back to iRacing special events. Just shows that they have the prestige still, these long-running events. Maybe less so, you can say, with this one, although it has been going nearly a half decade under our noses already. it's some of the other special events in iRacing that drivers, even though there are many competitions in sim racing certainly popping up over the last 6 years or so, there has definitely also retained the prestige of especially the big ones at Daytona and Nürburgring and Spa. Those Sebring and all these kind of big events. They have a prestige, unlike many events in sim racing, which can be very sort of in and out. You're never really sure whether they're happening next year. You're not really sure what's happening. You absolutely know this is happening each year, and the prestige builds with every edition we go past.
I've just been informed Jamie is making his way over, so we'll have a chat with him and talk through that first stint of the race. Meanwhile, Aaron Vasquez, 1.5 seconds clear of his teammate Dino Lombardi. It's then a further 10 seconds back to Williams Sim Racing, kind of rudderless right now at this point, you'd argue. They have pulled a bit of a gap to the third grid and go machine, Adrian Greik at the wheel of the 004, before you get to Phil Denez for BS Plus Hybrid, the fourth of the grid and go contingent in 7th. Simufy, WSR and Impulse Racing the top 10. And shout out to Impulse, Ewan, plus 11. They started in 21st, they've cracked the top 10.
And we can look through the field at some of those who've moved up even further than that, but to be moving up a long way and getting into the top 10, I think is very, very impressive indeed, and I'm sure we're going to see a few more of those before the end of the day. But overall, we have seen 32 places made by Daniel Gorachov so far, so they're only 23rd, still some way for them to go. They could gain 50 places if they go on and win, by some miracle, but yeah, fair play to them as well for making up so many, albeit further down the field.
Let's grab a word with Jamie Fluke out of the Apex Racing 99. Jamie, let's start strategy-wise, because obviously, save fuel in that first stint and then short-pitted and then pushed like a madman in stint number 2. How are you feeling after the first hour and a half is done in this race?
Pretty warm and sweaty. Made a poor decision to leave the hoodie on before the start of the race, so yeah, pretty warm after that. But yeah, that was the strat before the race, almost regardless of where we were at. If we qualified probably where we could have, which would have been pole, still would have done the same thing, just to try and get track position and see what we can do from there. I think the Corvette's a fraction better on fuel than everything else, so that's why we've taken this sort of gamble to try and get out in clean air. It's going to be sort of a long slog from here to the finish, but we'll see where it shakes us out.
You say pro move, but that's a rookie move. Leave the sweater on. First time back in an iRacing special event in how many years? Do you remember?
So I did the Roar at the start of the year.
That's right.
So I did that, but with a teammate, this is the first one since Daytona 2023. So it's been good to jump back in and do this with Salva. There's just been so much happening recently, so we're just thankful that we've had time to put a little bit into this and, yeah, just see what we can do.
What else have you been up to, Jamie, for those that maybe haven't had the chance to watch your exploits off in R1? What's been in the world of Jamie Fluke in 2025?
Yeah, so the R1 stuff was sort of the primary focus first half of the year, which didn't entirely go to plan. And yeah, after that, I missed the boat really in terms of getting qualified in for IMSA, or at least putting aside time just outside of the day-to-day stuff that I do at Apex here. To give that a proper swing. So unfortunately I couldn't do that, otherwise I'd probably jump in for a round or two of that. So this looks like the last one for the year. So I thought, well, I have to do something before the end of the year, so I might as well do this.
We've got to convince you to come back for the production car challenger. But before we let you go, it's not like you've not had your fair share of starts in the last couple of years, Jamie, but what was it like being part of one of these iRacing special event starts again? You know, the feeling of being in the pack, the nervousness of going down to turn number 1. What was going through your mind?
Well, I mean, this is the first time I think I've started the car in an Enduro in 7-8 years, like certainly well before COVID times, because everyone else has sort of been like, oh yeah, I can handle traffic, I can do this, that, and the other. And like, okay, cool, you work away and I'll just do the easy stuff, which is take the car over 3/4 of the way into the race kind of a thing, and you know, there's not much traffic around then at that point. So a little bit of nerves that way because I haven't done it in such a long time. But no, this race isn't really about like pressure or nerves. This is me and Salva just having a good time, Obviously putting our best foot forward, but as long as we make it to the finish, we're going to be happy, and if we have fun along the way, which I mean, car was leading the race for a little bit. I know it's on strategy, but yeah, we're having a good day, and long may it continue.
It's all about the friends we make along the way. Thanks for joining us, Jamie. Best of luck.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Oh, always good to have a chat with Jamie Ewan.
Yeah, he's a very nice guy, as he mentioned. Earned his name in sim racing, and always insightful as well, as far as good. Quite often talk about this in all sports actually, but there are plenty of people who are good at a certain sport, whatever it is, who are not very good at explaining it and talking about it. But Jamie's not one of those. He's very good to listen to as well. Talk about sim racing and the way things are done, as it were. And that is very, very helpful for us when we're chatting to him. Very easy to interview, and yeah, always great to hear from him. Maybe we'll hear from him again later when they're up towards the front at the end of this race. You'd imagine it will be hard for them on pace to not finish on the podium, but they won't like me saying that because anything can happen over the course of 120 laps here.
See, now it's the question of, do you believe in the commentator's curse or not? Because you ask Lewis McLean, you will steadfastly argue that there is no such thing, whereas you ask the good people who have intelligence, and a lot of them will say yes, it is a real not the first incident for ADX Esport. Nose the Ford Mustang hard into the wall on the left side of 130R, and then do they back the car in as well for good measure? Oh, maybe. But going back to... No, actually, they get away with that. Going back to the commentator's curse, Mustang Challenge earlier this year. I forget which weekend it was. It might have been the season finale. I'm sitting there next to John Hindorf-Ewan, and I very confidently say, no safety cars before the end of the race. Guess what happens?
Yeah, there was one.
Yeah, it's real.
See, I just... I don't know what to make of it. To be honest, because it is weird that these things keep happening. However, I say that we don't know all the times we say stuff and the things we say don't happen. So maybe that's why we think it's actually a thing. Because I mean, the amount of things we say that don't actually happen, I mean, astronomical. So maybe we should start thinking about those and noting them down when we're trying to think about the commentator's curse.
Well, they say the exception proves the rule, right?
Well, depends, really.
Yeah, no. I mean, I steadfastly believe in the commentator's curse, but that's only because I am such a powerful wizard with it that I can use it and weaponize it to great effect.
Do some of my races.
Sure. I'll just send
Not
you my
on
PayPal.
me.
Oh, dang it. Okay,
Oh,
well, if you don't...
to pay.
Yeah, if he does send it to my PayPal, now I'm starting to put it towards you. Lap 54 of the race now complete. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Ewan O'Leary here in the 2025 iRacing Suzuka 1000 kilometers presented by Next Level Racing. In about 15 minutes time, Ewan's going to slide left into my seat, and he'll be joined by Cameron Roger, the Gluten Dodger. So very much looking forward to continuing to follow things on. Oh, it's just going... Just pile on the misery to the bright pink and purple ADX Esport 25.
Yeah, and, there is some and there's the gravel they brought on, by the way, through there. There is some reason to it, by the way, because they obviously will be heating their tyres up quite significantly when they spin around in this manner. And unfortunately, the way it's continued on, the spins are only going to continue on for the ADX team. So, yeah, very, very tricky. Having said that, it's tricky over the top of the hill here anyway, very steeply uphill. And that curve on the outside is difficult to deal with as well, but difficult corners, as we know, anyways, round this week on board with Casper Ummerlund from GT Racing, still stuck behind Team Unknown, which is, yeah, I think they'll be fine with now to stay until the end of this stint, which for some could even be only a couple of laps away.
Just a reminder, tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern, I believe that means 6 p.m. UTC or something around that.
Yep.
Second, thanks. Math in my head works out with my abacus. Second round of the IMSA Esports Global Championship, the AMD 240 heads to Sebring. Coverage on the iRacing Esports Network and on the IMSA YouTube channel after Team Redline and Coanda Esports grabbed victories in GTP and GT3. The question will be in a short 4-round championship who can establish themselves in the second regular round of the season, with the third unusual round left in 7 days' time. On November the 23rd, we'll have a 75-minute race with just the 20 GTP machines on the streets of Long Beach, and then right after that, you in 75 minutes with the GTDs at VIR.
Yeah, so in keeping a little bit with the GTPs don't race on their own in the real world, but it's good to have, I think, split races. Is it the first time it's happened before? I wrote that in an article I wrote on the last IMSA Esports round, sort of thinking it was true, but I wasn't 100% sure, which is not very good of me. But I'm pretty sure it's the first time it's happened, isn't it? It's a pretty unique idea, really.
It is, at least in the Esports Championship, first time that we've
Yeah,
done
of course,
Yes. Now, obviously VIR, they do the GT only race in the real world, so it'll be cool to have like a race where a GT car is technically the overall winner of the race, and it's not that 2015 Petit Le Mans in the real world where it was raining so hard that the GT cars were faster than the prototypes.
Yeah, I do wonder sometimes whether that'll ever happen again, by the way. You know, because prior to 2015, probably people would have been saying, oh, that would never happen in the modern era, and then it does.
Right.
So we say the same now, but, you know, they probably would have said the same before that race and all. So when are we, you know, when are we going to see that again? That was very fun, that race.
I'm just saying, if it is going to rain that much at a Petit Le Mans, please rain when I'm in the booth and not down on pit lane. That's my only request. Do it in the little bit of the breaks that I have, just to be nice.
It did look very grim outside that day, that's for sure. I'm not sure they'd really race very much in that rain anymore. I saw some of the rain in Austin for the WEC round and the hypercars these days. I'm not sure they would race in those conditions anymore.
Yeah, well, Circuit of the Americas was an interesting weekend as well because they did all the practice. This is true for both WEC and for the Mustang Challenge drivers that were there. Most of their practices were all bone dry. And then you get to the race and it's... Yeah, no, the Mustang Challenge guys, they rolled out on dry tires for one race and it started spitting it down. That was a weird weekend, to be fair. Michelin brings some new tires, by the way, for next year for the GTP hypercars with this sort of marbly, crumbly texture on the top of it. Yeah, no,
that's not very good.
Well, it's meant to kind of illustrate what is happening underneath the surface of the tire. So I'll see if I can get a picture to send over to you, Ewan. Yeah, it's being tested, obviously, at Daytona this week as they continue their IMSA sanction testing. Lamborghini Temerario getting its first shakedown on US soil as well, with the FAF Motorsport team running it. But yeah, no, new tires, always an interesting thing to kind of look at, especially when there's a new visual thing to look at.
Yeah, I guess so, and hopefully those new tyres can constitute some wet racing, which is not always what we say. Oh, that does look strange, doesn't it?
I've just sent him the picture, just to be clear.
Sorry, that's terrible commentary, isn't it? You can't see what I'm looking at. That's very unusual, yeah. I guess, yeah, there must be some science behind it. They're not designing it like that for fun.
Yes, it's basically just, again, showing the inner working, and after a few laps, that surface anyway is going to be worn off. Back off to turn one in the fight behind the BS Hybrid machine, as Adi Mamasi is closed up to Phil Denez. I will say the coolest thing about getting to, if you've never been to a GT3 race, IMSA, SRO, whatever it is, we'll exclude WEC for the most part here, but the access you can get to go up close to these cars, see what tires are like after a stint, see the damage on a car after a race as well. Ewan and I were at Sim Racing Expo a couple of weeks ago, and they had a Porsche GT3 car, which I was very excited to show Ewan that one side, the radiator was fine, and the other side, the radiator had been slightly pushed out because of the damage.
Would you believe I can't really remember us doing that? I was there, but I can't say I remember very much really. I've got a terrible memory. But there you go. I don't remember a Porsche GT3 there. I remember the Aston Martin being there, and to be honest, it's becoming one of my favourite GT3 cars, if not my favourite of the current generation. Partly because it was a little bit dirty. The one that we saw was properly dirty. Had it done the Nürburgring 24 or something?
It was done an NLS race at the very least.
Okay, yeah. It was very dirty for just a 4-hour race.
Yeah, there was also a Ford Mustang there that had done might have been a race-winning NLS car, actually, I forget. I love how, you know, we're a bunch of sim racers with all this fancy sim racing hardware around us, but we're all paying attention to the race cars in the room. Grid and go to pit lane. Not just them, 1 and 2, Williams Sim Racing dive in as well. BS Hybrid are the ones that will extend inside of the front 7, and everybody else is exiting stage right. Simufy stay on track. Williams Sim Racing play seat. Pit penalty. Oh, how did they speed on pit lane?
I mean, they have been following their teammates, so you're right. It's unbelievable, really, that they could have got a speeding penalty coming down pit lane there, but that is surely going to be the end of their race-winning challenge now. Beckham Jassir's stint started so well, and he did everything right in the opening moments, but unfortunately, it's just gone from bad to worse since. The interesting thing from their last stint, by the way, they did 30 laps, which shows it is possible outside of a Corvette to do that.
Yes, no, they didn't have to do a full formation lap either, so now that the temperature is starting to warm up slightly, fuel window could start to extend slightly. Off and away, 40.7 seconds. One Williams Sim Racing car departs. Vasilius Bellitsiotis as the wheel. The other one sits and rather forlornly serves its penalty. Heartbreaking to say the least. But these are the fine margins that you often run. A downhill pit lane, and my guess here, Ewan, is they weren't using the pit limiter, something that a lot of the top teams like to try and do. And unfortunately, it's caught out that number 5 crew.
Yeah, and you know, as I say, it's a difficult pit entry here. It's very narrow on the entry. It's a real sharp right turn, actually, from the racing line coming out of the final corner there. And you can get rear-ended quite easily, but that wasn't the problem on this occasion. It was speeding in the pit lane going too quickly, which, again, really doesn't make much sense when they're right behind their teammates like that. But there you go. That's how it's happened, and that's how their contention for the race win comes to an end, I would argue, in this race, as Phil Denez comes in after 59 laps. That's the 30-lap stint, by the way, so that Aston Martin clearly able to go further. As I say, the number 5 car was the only other to do that last time round, because don't forget they pitted a lap early first round.
What I will say, by the way, for Williams Sim Racing is I think that was just... You saw how Phil Denez stayed on the left side and then slid off to the right very late. He didn't want to risk anything. He drove it like he would in the real world, as one GT3 driver hands over to another GT3 driver. Jaden Conwright raced in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. He won at VIR in the IMSA Pilot Challenge earlier this year, and now representing BS Plus Hybrid in the virtual world. So what you can kind of see, Ewan, is just in front of where the 89 is parked, there's like this sort of downslope, right? That's the natural elevation change of the pit lane between the garages. I'm almost 100% sure that Williams Sim Racing play seat were too far on the right side of the pit lane, and going down one of those compressions picked up a bit too much speed. That's where their penalty came from.
Maybe. That would... they definitely were running too far over the right-hand side first time round, if you remember, because I reckon it probably contributed to them missing their box, because obviously gravity and all that, hard to slow down.
Yes, yeah.
For your box. So when they were trying to angle themselves, if you like, pointing towards the pit exit, trying to get that straight shot out of the pit lane on that relatively short run to the end there, they probably just, you know, rode those bumps a little bit too much and shot through their box because of that. So it's probably been a contributing factor to a couple of their demises in this opening part of the race.
Well, time for me to slide out of the commentary booth. I'm jumping off to go join Jimmy Broadbent's 23 Hours of Zolder. So don't forget, his annual charity event is here. Go join his stream or the official broadcast on the VCO Twitch channels. But you can continue watching this iRacing Suzuka 1000 kilometers presented by Next Level Racing. You know Leary's going to stay here, joined by the Gluten Dodger, Cam Roger.
Thanks very much, Arjuna. Good to have you alongside me, and good afternoon to Cam. How are you doing? How are you reading this race? Well, it's a pretty difficult time to come in, I must admit, for you to see what's going on in this race, but close still, which is the encouraging part, and yeah, just over 100 laps for us to go in these middle hours.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to this, to see how the race is going to go. Of course, an awesome track here at Suzuka, and in GT3 Class have so many cars out there on the circuit. It's going to be a big fight to the end. I think what you said, though, was absolutely right about it being so close. It's one of those things. I came into this a couple of hours into it thinking, oh, it's going to be way spread out, but it's not. I mean, you know, just 20-30 seconds covering most of the drivers inside the top 10. It is going to be a close run here in the middle couple of hours.
That was quite close to speeding for Daniel Vicente, I'd say, as well, but clearly he's just timed it absolutely right as he pulls to the left-hand side as well to come in after 60 laps, by the way. So 113 still to go. They've really got some extra laps to spend at the moment in their pit boxes a little bit later. Lorenzo Manfredotti taking that pit stop, by the way, well over a minute. We were told they are going to retire after stint number 2. Eduardo Leo picked up damage in the first part of the race for Morris Squadra Corsa, 104. And Manfredotti, after doing a stint, was, we were told, he would pull aside and drop out of this race. And it does seem that is what's happened here as well. Back out onto the circuit for Alessandro Lau now. The second of the WSR Esports cars, number 16, getting up to speed in these cold tyres. And this is something different to what we've seen in the Fuji and Suzuka races in the past, since we've last done a fully GT3 race at this distance, apart from Spa, of course. We've had cold tyres added into iRacing, no warmers for these GT3s, which means it's a lot more precarious on the outlap, as you're seeing here. The 23 car under pressure, and they've been turned. The Simify car, Adrian Ferrer getting into the back of Lucas Lindqvist, and the 23 car's around for the second time in 2 hours, and also Ferrer's gone around too.
Certainly has, and obviously no front end on that car. They might be able to continue like that, but will certainly be very, very slow indeed. And just showing you, as you say, how you have to take a little bit of a while to get back up to racing speed. And this is going to be holding up, I think it's the BS car in the background. So there's a 23. I mean, he's taking a fairly normal line, just goes half a car off the apex. Simify thinks they can get underneath, but not enough. Just showing you the difference in the apex speeds at that point, but just a big misjudgment there, really, from the Mustang.
Well, you've just got to be patient when you're trying to come up behind someone like that on the cold tyres, and unfortunately just wasn't here. Some real long runners in the stint right now. Imran Ahmad Aksa gets into the pit lane now for DWR from 7th. It's a lofty position for the 80 car, and Andre Fairley is going to take that car over. But again, they're going to have laps to spend later as far as a short fill is concerned. I'll do a full run through when this has properly shaken itself out, but going through the bottom of your screen there was number 9 TC Esports. They were running inside the top 10. I'm pretty sure that is the same car. It is running inside the top 10 earlier on. They narrowly avoided a big crash right in front of them on the way through 130R and towards the final chicane as well, but that's feeling like a long way off at the moment. On board with Nikita Miganov, who is driving for Team Unknown 404. And they're now behind Team Maniti. So again, or Maniti Racing, they are again showing that these pit stops are so crucial in these races, because it's hard to pass around Suzuka. GT3 races sometimes it's hard to pass as well, and so these pit stops are what it takes really to shake the order up.
Yeah, as you say, swapping that position down pit lane. It's a very tough circuit, as you're mentioning, to overtake in class. The main places you're overtaking these cars is getting the slipstream on the straights, but there aren't actually that many straights around here. Of course, you have the run up towards 130R, but then you're basically flat out through the kink, so you don't really have a proper overtaking opportunity there. So you just have to hope that someone makes a mistake, but very, very rarely. And then even down in towards the first corner, you barely have a big braking zone. So it is a tough one out there, and you have to be consistent, and you have to be keeping it sort of flowing around here. Very much a momentum-based track. I was doing the maths. I'm sure you already did this earlier, to be honest, in the first couple of stints. But if they do 29 laps a stint, that is still fine in terms of the lap count. They'll have just shy of 6 stints for the race, so they should be okay. But it's if you're going any less than that where it could actually become an issue in terms of needing a splash and dash. But as you say, if you ever go longer than the 29, you eat into that, then your final pit stop just going to be shorter, and you're always going to gain time at the end from that.
Yeah, the equalising sort of across the board strategy is 28 first stint and then 29 across the board right to the end. That gets to 173, which is a hilariously uneven number, but that's a good thing, of course, to make these guys just think a little bit about the strategy. And of course, it equals exactly 1,000 kilometres, or at least the first lap over 1,000 kilometres here at Suzuka. So that's what this race is all about after all. In the real world, by the way, this race hasn't been run specifically to 1,000 kilometres for quite some time. In the past, it's been Super GT race, been taken over as an SRO race, as a 10-hour race for a couple of years before COVID, unfortunately, when it's only recently come back. But it was a 6.5-hour race in the real world this year, won by BMW, that was only in the end completed 3 laps short of what we've got here today. So 987 kilometres in the end, but we should go the full distance. Of course, no safety cars or stoppages in this race, just racing all the way through. And to be honest, I'm quite glad about that now, because of the strategies we've got going on across the board. There's pros and cons always, but the advantage of having a green flag run all the way through is that people know there aren't going to be safety cars, and therefore can try different strategies that take a whole race to play out, a risk you wouldn't normally take if you thought there were going to be stoppages.
Yeah, sometimes you need 3, 4, 5 stints for the maths to add itself up over a strategy, as you're saying. So you need the time, and I agree on that one. If you get, I should say, it's pros and cons, because if you get the safety car, it pushes everyone back together, but then everyone goes on to the same strategy, so it turns into a multiple sprint races. Whereas if it is a long green flag stint like this, we have over 6 hours, it is going to be basically a long run to the end, and your strategists hope that they got it right at that first pit stop when they committed themselves to a certain strategy. It's often, a lot of times though, most of the drivers, they'll just be doing 2 stints in the car, getting out. They are pushing like anything for all of those 2 hours, trying to go as fast as they can within their defined parameters for the fuel numbers.
So less than 90 laps, 110 laps to go now. So I will just go through how we've got to this point at the front of the race, because you might be looking at this and thinking, what the hell's going on? Because well, it's not that complicated, I suppose. There's only one class in this race, but even so, there are the current track temperatures: 31 degrees Celsius. That's one of the stories of the day so far. Even though it's in mid-November, it can get quite hot in Japan all times of year. So 31 degrees Celsius on the track now is nearly 10 degrees what it was in qualifying just over 2 hours ago. That is going to continue to rise all the way to midday and just afterwards, you would imagine, in the next couple of hours. Leading this race is Sauber Talens in the Apex Racing Team Corvette. They have been out there, though, for 14 laps. They last pitted on lap number 49. Expect to see them next in on lap 80. And if they don't, there's something seriously wrong, because they can only really do 4 31-lap stints to the end of this race. Well, that is because they short-fielded in their first pit stop after going 30 with some of the others. That actually went a lap longer than most of the others in stint number 1. And were very close to going 2 laps longer. They did a just 19-lap second stint, which allowed Jamie Fluke to run away lower on fuel and on those warmer tyres as well for the initial point of that stint, to grow to an 8-second lead at its largest. But Aaron Vasquez has started to give chase now. We've been hearing from Johan Half, who's an Apex Racing Team driver, although not driving in this car today, that they believe Grid and Go still have about 12 seconds to spend on the field. This is going to be, I know it's just Augustin Fernandez having some connection problems. They've still got 12 seconds to spend, if you like, in short fueling in this race. So they still believe, I think, and I'll check whether this is still true, they still believe that they're about 7 seconds behind Grid and Go in the race. But through most of the stints, for most of the rest of the race, they know that they will have lower fuel on board and will have to go quicker than those Lamborghinis in front. Always a difficult challenge when you've been out-qualified by them, and in the first stint you've been out-raced by them as well. But they are doing something different to try and get ahead of those grid-and-go Lamborghinis, and you've got to respect that, because as I said earlier on, they're never going to win this race if they're just going to run in the wheel tracks of those leaders who are faster than them.
You got to do something different. That's absolutely right, especially if it's one of those situations where when they get out in front, they're going to stay out front. Because what you're going to do, you're just going to hope that they're going to make a mistake when this is the top level GT racing. On iRacing, these top drivers, they barely make a mistake over the course of 6 hours, maybe one if you're lucky. So to be there to capitalize is very difficult. So you've got to do something. You got to basically try and make something work, and I do love the fact that they took that risk, and it's just a couple of seconds really is the difference at this moment in time. But you never know what is going to come out on top really. I guess it's a bit of a a shoot in the dark really, because as you say, they've now got to save the fuel to the end of the race. So maybe getting track position is one thing, but they've got to save fuel compared to the others for 4 hours. Then that will add up very quickly.
Yeah, so that's the situation with the top three. 001 has driven away a little bit in this stint already, actually. Niels Rotella doesn't look quite as quick as Aaron Vasquez at the moment, but there are very few people in the world who are. He's a very, very quick driver. 13,000 iRacing, of course, Aaron Vasquez. So he's out in second now by 3 seconds. Williams Sim Racing Tilbas were giving chase sort of better than anybody at a stage here this afternoon. But and I guess they still are, apart from the Apex Racing team. However, they are now without their teammates. The number 5 car sped on pit lane last time around, and so they're all the way down in 13th place now, having had that 40 seconds added to their pit stop there. So Williams Sim Racing Placey, number 5, are very much down the field. There they are. I mean, these are the kind of mistakes you can't afford in the modern day of our racing special events. It's way too competitive to be losing 40 seconds like that.
Yeah, that is That's quite a crazy, such a small mistake for such a big outcome, basically. It's quite crazy how your race can turn around. We have seen in the past, where these special events were won by half a lap, etc. And maybe you could get away with having a drive-through and still getting on the podium. But with the way that it's looking today, with how close this top 10 is, I don't think they're going to be able to really come back to challenge to the front there, because especially in the 10 seconds in front of them, they have 6 cars. So there's a lot of work to be done. The good news is the fact that there are so many cars close together, they can get back involved in the action and start picking them off one by one. But it's really just get your head down and see if you can sneak a top 5 with some issues for the cars ahead.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, there's a big gap between 7th and 8th, and you can see the break in the field actually that was happening with them involved in it. Now it's just a top 7 since they were the 8th who just fell out of that equation there. But yes, there are overtakes for them to be had in the next few hours maybe. Unfortunately, I'm not sure they're going to manage very many outside of that or inside the top 8, because they're a very, very long way in front. And just starting to see these groups really appear again here at Suzuka tonight. It's one of those circuits that's relatively difficult to overtake on, as I say, and that means that we're going to see these trains start to form up a little bit. Can't quite tell whether that's good news for the 5 car or bad news really. Will it allow people to defend from him a bit easier, or does it mean he doesn't have to do very much closing in between making passes? I guess that will become clear when he catches up to this Mustang, surely in the not too distant future.
Yeah, I think you want the cars ahead of you to be closer together, because if you overtake someone, then there's a 20-second gap. You will literally be there for a whole hour, maybe 2, trying to close them down, even if you are the fastest car on the track. So having it closer is good, because it means they can get the positions back quickly, and if someone makes a mistake up ahead, boom, you can easily capitalize. Whereas if someone is 20 seconds ahead of you, they slightly go off the track and lose 5 seconds, it doesn't really make much difference, because the difference between 15 and 20, who really cares? So yeah, you definitely want to be as close as you can at all times. So they should be good, but a minute off the lead, that is a long, long way to come back. And yeah, they will not be seeing they will not be seeing the checker flag first, that is for sure. But for their sister car, the number 3 up towards the front, of course they've got a couple of Grid & Co cars right behind them, got a couple of Grid & Go's right in front. They're really just the sole hope now. But I guess also they are 12 seconds off already. They were faster on the last lap, but everyone's doing basically 157.8s it looks like in the top 5 or 6.
It's been an astonishing pace at the front of the race. It always seems to be these days. It's to be able to do that sort of consistently is just remarkable. This is the battle for 30th place now. Project Valorous being put a lap down now, actually, by the leaders. Trying to work out which of the gridding goes this might be the 002, is it, in 3rd place, because there's quite a gap behind there, and that is the case for Niels Rotelli as well. I wonder whether this is the reason for some of the fluctuating gaps right now at the front of the field, because we have seen the gap for Talons come right down, and we spoke in the first hour, Arjuna, about the traffic we're going to see in this race, but didn't really happen in the first hour, obviously, because the gaps hadn't been created yet. But now we're 2.5 hours, well, 2 and a bit hours in to this race, with fast approaching half distance, and it's David Podska, sorry, in 003 trying to make up places, and it's tricky. The longer this race goes on, the better drivers they're having to lap.
Wow, this is a tough position for the 3 as well, because I mean, they're trying to keep up with their teammates. Big send down the inside. Contact is made with the Mustang as well, who's not happy about that one, which means that position 30 is going to be swapping around, as on the exit they're going to stay side by side. And they're trying to see it's the 81 now who's trying to make that one move, but unfortunately I don't think they've been able to do so. The Mustang's going to be able to hold on up to the smooth curve, but that is a very tough opportunity in the traffic. Actually, having said that, the 81's diving it back down the inside. They're going to squeeze him out to the outside of the track and retake that position. That's all because of the lap traffic. They slide on the exit though, so that's going to be a run up to 130R.
Seen some big saves so far today, coming out of some of these corners. Look at this, Project Valorous as well on the outside line into 130R. Always makes you nervous, and he's going to just lift off before the turn in there. You don't run too wide there either, as you saw the anyone car edging towards doing. Leave that Mustang space on the inside, and it's a big car. He does leave it some space on the outside line, defends from it well, and so we'll now have the place as well. But that's the thing about Suzuki, you may not get very many battles, but when they do arrive, they'll be hair-raising, that's for sure.
That's brutal honesty there from Ian O'Leary about the size of the Mustang, but it is one of the fastest cars out there on the track, and a lot of people using it, so they're certainly making it work, but I say got to leave just enough space. It was very close there for a time on the exit. Spoon, unfortunately, negative delta there, getting a bad run, so Valorous thought they were going to have an opportunity into 130R, but just getting squeezed out. And to be honest, the 3 there, 003, was making a huge move, huge send down the inside into the hairpin, and almost a little bit too aggressive for the situation, but they didn't want to get stuck behind any further. Overall, they did lose about a second, I believe, to their teammate, the 004, so I guess that's why it had to be such a crucial send.
Yeah, and you know, these lap cars are not going to get out of the way. It's the great thing about GT3 racing. I think, well, not everybody's in agreement about that. I think some would hope that the lap cars would just get out of the way, but I think it's one of the great things, where you have to work your way past properly for one of these overtakes. Even to just put a lap on somebody at this stage in the race, you've really got to fight for it, and it creates some opportunities. It fluctuates gaps a little bit. You see it if you're watching the gap between first and second, you'll be seeing it coming down and up and down and up again. So you know, I think it really makes a difference, and I think it's a good thing for this race that well, and indeed GT3 racing, sports car racing in a whole. But you don't have to jump out the way if anybody gets to within a second and a half or so. You just don't want to see people defending properly. You know, that's the thing you want to avoid. But some people conflate the two.
Yeah, there's definitely a cause for, or call I should say, for over-regulation in modern racing about, you know, exact parameters of where you are and stuff. But sometimes just letting them go at it is the best way, and a little bit of self-regulation, and especially as you say with the, you know, sort of getting out of the way but not jumping out of the way. There is a bit of a difference where you can sort of help the lapped cars come through, rather than having to actually just jump out of the way. Talking of jumping out of the way, the 5 sending it down the inside on the 404. That's actually going to be an easy move. So there's the first position that they've regained since that issue at the pit stop a little while ago now. So the 5 starting to make moves. That's up into P12. Those cars up ahead, they are all for position on that start straight as well. So there's definitely some more opportunities. WSR is that next car with Lau at the wheel, and then they've got Maniti just up the road.
Yeah, so the gaps again between these drivers are not actually very large for Williams Sim Racing to come pick their way through the field. Again, I struggle to see them finishing any higher than 8th place now in this race, other than if there is trouble further up in front. And so it could be quite hard to motivate themselves after that, unfortunately. It is a new driver, though, to be fair, for Matteo Kunze, which may help a little bit. Peckham Jasir will certainly be frustrated. He drove so well in the opening laps of this race to make the important passes, and they were important at the time, to try and stay near Grid and Go, stay as close to them as possible. In the end, it really came to nothing, because their first pit stop, they just blew through their box a little bit, had to have a couple of goes at getting it into the right position to get serviced by the iRacing mechanics, and in the end, that lost them quite a few seconds. They actually dropped behind their teammates after contact with 004, maybe it was at the time. It was one of the other Grid and Goes. And in the end, it's resigned them to a very low position. This was the battle they were in. It's now got a couple of different drivers in. In fact, Pellet-Ziotis is different. Adrian Goraike is still going here as well. But bigger gaps at the front of the field now. It's not one of those races where you can stay in touch with the leaders by just staying in the slipstream. Suzuka's a lot more difficult than that. And at the moment, it's Grid and Go who have got the speed, and Apex who are up front through the strategy that are dominating this race.
And I think this is going to be a tough situation for Williams to hold on to be honest. The Grid and Go car's looking good at this moment in time, although they are so even on pace. I mean, all of the top 5 cars are within about a tenth, maybe 2/10 of a second, although that is a bit wide there, as Pellet-Ziotis is pushing through Degner too. So everyone's in such close numbers, it is not like you're going to just absolutely run past them. But over the course of 5-10 laps, if you stay there, a tenth at a time, you will close in and you will have half opportunity. And even just as an example, the 5 car that's now in P12, even with an overtake, and with maybe not being the absolute fast car out there on the track, they've only lost a couple of seconds since the stop compared to the leader, the 99. So overall, the pace is very, very close to them, and they will be coming back, that's for sure. But it looks like actually Pellet-Ziotis doing a bit of a better lap this time around, despite that mistake at Degner too.
Obviously, Degner's the more difficult parts of this circuit, actually. Haven't seen too many problems through there, compared though to the some of the other places around this circuit. This is a 2-car battle for 33rd, by the way. That Mustang in the background, I don't think is involved in it. No, and they're trying to unlap themselves, actually. Is that Effect Simulations, maybe? 909, but here goes the 007 Aston Martin down the inside on Solpeck. Contact! Solpeck pushed wide. That was aggressive from the Aston Martin. And it's a good job the McLaren wasn't still alongside them, because they would have got turned there easily, but shoving their way through into the chicane, and it shows that people unlapping themselves can be a bit of a problem for you. It's kind of forced the 007 to get on with that.
And we were saying how difficult it is to make a move, so when you get the opportunity, you have to kind of send it. Basically, all of the overtakes we've seen recently have ended up in contact, and even the unlapping situations as well. So yeah, basically in the last 10 minutes, we've seen 3 overtakes, and they've all ended up not being clean. So that is how the racing is going to be today. You're going to have to force your way through, but be careful not to to ruin your own car and ruin your own race because of that. Fair enough, you're not going to be able to, not necessarily going to be getting a drive-through penalty from stewards in one of these races, but you will certainly be hindering your day if you get some damage, or if someone wants to return the favour on you. Here's Valorous car that we saw a little bit earlier, making move into this corner. Or actually, I should say, trying to block off, and actually having a slow exit as well. The German sim racing there, the 67 was, it was kind of like, get on with it, get out of the corner, but the Mustang very slow.
I can't help but feel if it was the Mustang doing that to the Audi, it might have gone around, because there was a big shove there through the middle of that corner as German sim racing tried to Kobayashi Project Valorous there into the hairpin. It was a big dive, but it didn't quite come off for them that time around. And again, I said it earlier on with this car, but great to see the Audi available and still running. Well, maybe not the most competitive car in the field, but it is still running in this race, and it's certainly had the longest lifespan of any of these, I would say. the current GT3s that are available. It is a Evo 2 version, in fairness, but even so, it's been around for a very long time, and it's great to see it back again. Valorous going to be having to defend from them again, maybe, and towards turn 1 here as we approach 100 laps to go in this race this afternoon. They're not quite close enough, and yeah, maybe riding on board here we'll see some of the deficiencies of this Audi that has, of course, served so many teams and won so many iRacing special events down the years.
Well, it was just Daytona a couple of years ago. I'm trying to think, I don't think it was 24, I think it might have been 23, where it was the two Apex cars just bump drafting each other basically the whole race at the front of the field that time around. And yeah, I mean, it used to be the car of choice for most of the races, but these things ebb and flow. And of course, no sort of factory team as such in the real world nowadays. It is going on the back burner a little bit, however, still in the world of simulation. We don't really care about that. It's just how the BOP works and how it fills with the tyres over the course of a stint, how the balance is. And I guess also there's a lot of interest in the newer chassis as well. You know, something new always sparks the interest with the Aston Martin, the Mustang, and the McLaren, etc. all being added recently. Drivers want to use those after racing the Audi for so many years.
There is a sort of thing to be said for that sort of learning that you've had over the course of so many years. I mean, pretty sure the very first, obviously not this version of the Audi, I say, is two Evo versions, but this sort of model was released in 2016, I think, and we've been racing it for nearly going on 10 years. Then we've picked up a lot down the years, a lot of knowledge that they're able to use even now, whereas some of the newer manufacturers, even like this Mustang here, which really hasn't been out for very long, is not obviously going to have available to them. But at the moment, the Mustang is holding on in this battle as we go back to another Mustang battle, but this time in one of the newer machines. The BMW for delightful driving. Again, trying to keep that top 20 position. I think they were running 21st in the previous stint, so they must have picked up a place from somewhere. And now they're on the defensive as well. This time a chance to see the Mustang on the attack and in behind one of the BMWs.
Which is still a favourite of many teams, and even in the real world as well, still very much a popular car after being out for about 3-4 years now. And they are, I should say, in this 20th position, but they've got 2.5 seconds to the car ahead, so it just shows you how close it actually is. They got Team Racing, the 433, just up ahead of them, so this could be an important move for DWR. There's still opportunities ahead. We work our way up towards 130R. They get close. They have a quarter of a car to the inside to try and look big at the mirrors of the 126, but not enough. Have to back out of that one. And yeah, 130R is always a difficult one in these types of cars because you have to actually lift off, and there's a proper corner. You sort of have to back out of it before you get to the braking zone, and unfortunately he's had a terrible run through the chicane as well. So as you work away down the front stretch, lost a whole heap of time. As we go back to the race leaders, the 99, still leading by a good chunk, because 3.5 seconds in a race like this is a nice margin, but the 0.001 of Aaron Vasquez is looking good and was faster on the previous lap.
And this is the thing that they can't afford. I mean, it doesn't look like Tellens actually has much control over how fast he's going at the moment, given the amount of traffic that he's just come through. You see all of those guys in the background, other than the Lamborghini there, that is driven by Aaron Vasquez. All of them you will have to have passed in this stint, and so he has lost a fair bit of time from doing this. And now maybe it's going to be the turn of Vasquez to lose time. But when you think about it here, they're on 9-lap lighter fuel tanks, so I still think Apex have got to be going quicker than Vasquez pretty much every time here, every lap, much like what Fluke was actually when he was battling with Vasquez. I mean, yes, the fuel difference was definitely there, but it's necessary for Apex at the moment to actually continue this, because otherwise they are going to get beaten later on. They've already taken their 14 seconds shorter fill. It's effectively all they can afford throughout this race, maybe bar a minor one here or there at the very end of the race. The Grid and Go team has still got all of theirs to use, and it won't be 14 seconds because we know the Corvette is more fuel efficient. However, it will be a degree of time here. There will be some time gained by Grid and Go at the end, so Apex have got to account for that, and losing time when they're on lower fuel is just not going to get them the result they need here from this race.
Yeah, they put all their eggs in one basket early on in the race with their strategy, and they have basically just to settle it now, as you say, less than 100 laps to go now, and they will already be counting back and looking at the numbers and working out how they're going to be able to do that. They are on lap 25. I guess this one will be lap 26, so only a few more laps to go, handful of laps, whereas everyone else about 15, 16 laps into the stint, they've still got half a tank of fuel to go. So it's almost qualifying lap time for the C8, whereas for the Lamborghinis and such, it is a little bit more mid-part of the stint. So let's see where really this comes out in the wash, because at the end of the day, the maths is going to add up lap by lap over the course of the stints. They're going to get closer and closer. They've got the biggest offset at the moment, and as the stints go on, that offset is going to be coming down.
Yeah, lap 80 will be the stop, by the way, for Apex, so that's what we're looking out for here in this race. It's going to be, you see it, by the way, Vasquez gaining periodically throughout, so it can't just be traffic that he's getting bad luck with here, Talons. That it's pretty consistent loss of time. 3 tenths over the last 3 laps is an average of a tenth a lap, but that's the wrong way round as far as Apex are concerned. You're going to have to do a lot here to win this race. However, I will say one thing in that they've got very much in their favour at the moment. The fact that Talons is their second driver, of course, and Jamie Fluke will be getting in again a little bit later on. We still haven't seen the other driver for 001. Now, admittedly, it is Sven Haase, and we know what he can do in a car, but we haven't seen them match up today in these conditions with these strategies currently unfolding, etc., etc. We've seen that Vasquez is probably the quickest driver in this field, but what about Haase? Can he match his teammate? I would say he probably can, but we don't know until we've seen it.
Yeah, I mean, he's generally the fastest, well, at least when we have, you know, sort of the split up of the different classes and he's in the GTs, generally the fastest GT out there on the track. But now that everyone's in the GTs, we'll have to see how that one is going to fade. But either way, what a lineup that is for 001, and that is why they're in such a commanding position. They are the lead of that strategy, and it really is only Apex who are doing this strategy to try and challenge them. And to say it's probably going to be a couple stints there for Talons, and then Jamie Fluke in for the final couple. They seem to have it all laid out, but will the execution be there? There's a lot of traffic out there now for those leading cars, so that is going to be a big factor in terms of losing a couple of seconds here, a couple of seconds there, and gets to the end of the race. We're trying to work out, you know, is there going to be a 10-second stop or a 15-second stop? Those 5 seconds, you could easily lose that in traffic over the course of the race anyway.
Yeah, very much so. Interesting question being posed in the YouTube chat, by the way, about why nobody's using the Porsche at the moment. Nobody in this race, as you say, is using the Porsche. We've got plenty of Corvettes further down the field, and obviously one at the front here. A few Mercedes, Aston Martin, you can see on your screen at the moment. Of course, the Lamborghinis that are towards the front as well, and Audi that we've commented on a little bit further down, and I've seen a McLaren as well. There is one Porsche, the 22 car, in the field at the moment, and some BMWs as well, so a pretty good spread of manufacturers across the field with a few favourites in there as well. But I think this is probably one of those circuits that's not entirely suited to the Porsche, really. It's so differently wired as Daniel Vicente heads down the inside of the 4 car and makes contact with him down in towards the final chicane. We'll have to try that again on another occasion. But yeah, it's so differently configured, isn't it? Having that engine so far to the rear, and I get the feeling, you know, I'm not a scientist, but I get the feeling that it doesn't help through Sector 1, particularly in all these flowing corners at Suzuka.
Yeah, a lot of the GT3 cars ultimately are quite similar in terms of their lap time and stuff, and their fuel numbers. You know, we're always talking like 1 lap here, 1 lap there. But what is the biggest factor is the consistency over the stint. When you're doing a 30-lap stint and the fuel, you have a lot of fuel in these cars to do 30 laps. So to burn that off, there's a lot of weight. And then obviously you have the tyres that are wearing as well. And it's a lot about, they have the same tyres, obviously all the cars, but they have different characteristics with the front engine, the rear engine, the weight balance, etc. And how you have the feel of the car is very, very important. And if you have all that weight in the back end, yeah, there'll be some tracks that suits, but when you have longer corners like this, maybe it doesn't suit that. And if you start working the tyres a bit more, you're just going to go slower. Even if in the first 5 laps of the stint it's faster, at the end of the stint, the final 10 laps will be slower. And that is why the consistency factor is so important. So I think it's a lot about the feel of the car, and maybe it's just not there in the BOP as well. And if no one is using it, then a lot of teams will then choose not to use it either. As I think we're going to be seeing a repeat of we just saw down in towards the final chicane. Not quite enough, but he does scare him out of the way actually. So Vicente might be able to make the move this time around. Actually, no, he's lost a bit of time there. Next at Spoon, we'll have to see how towards the hairpin. Yeah, I think it's just one of those things. It's kind of like, what was it say? Like following like a crowd of sheep, because sometimes a few people start going to Porsche, and oh, Porsche's the fastest, and people follow suit.
Well, that probably does happen a bit as well. I know obviously these drivers do discuss a lot with each other about what the fastest car is. Of course, there's a lot of officials racing that goes on in the week at different tracks and so on, and that does all make a difference as well. But in the end, the fastest drivers always come to the top, and that's because they are the fastest drivers, not because they've selected a certain manufacturer over another, as mapperformance.com SRP are going to make their way through, maybe a lap behind schedule. Hyperion going to let them in this time. You could ask the question, well, if they weren't that fussed about the Mercedes getting ahead of them, well, then why did they bother fighting them at the chicane last lap around? But lunging at the final chicane is a bit different of a situation, it seems, than letting them pass on the front straight, which is what they've done there.
Maybe they were concerned about having them behind until they realised that they were going to get bulldozed out of the way if they did that. So the second time around they thought, let's just be a little bit more cautious, because still, coming up to half race distance, you're going to want to be getting it to the end, and one position right now when you're in the middle of the pack isn't really going to change your day too much, so we'll have to work out. But a position that might change their day is the number 5. So they've worked their way up into 11th place. It might be the top 10. Remember, they are still recovering from that speeding in pit lane penalty at the last pit stop, and now this time they need to be making their way up. It's going to be a bit of a lunge, maybe, making the Maniti defend in towards the final chicane, but not a move this time.
Oh, way too deep at the chicane from Maniti, and that surely is going to put them on a plate here on the front straight. They're going to defend it, which is a little puzzling in itself. It's David Noes who's going to do it here to Matej Kunze, who's just going to say, well, don't bother defending half if you're not going to defend that inside line, because there's a Mercedes car width here, and he will take it in towards turn 1. He's done the outside in the past, or at least this car has. Car 5 outside at turn 1. Well, this time was a lot easier. As I say, there isn't really much point defending on the inside line there if you're going to leave a nice gap for the Mercedes to come straight through. And, well, it was faster anyway, but now they're inside the top 10 again for the first time since their speeding penalty.
Working their way up nicely, and they have lost another couple of seconds, so they were about a minute off the lead after the pit lane, then after the pit stop. They're now minute 5. They have had to make 3 overtakes, I believe it is now, in that time. Maniti WSR team unknown, so that obviously adds a few tenths here and there. So the pace is still fairly good for that 5 car. They've now got just shy of 4 seconds to get up to Impulse, and Waderka, who's at the wheel of that one. So they'll be trying to do that. I haven't said that. Maniti's still right at the back of them. Maybe this one isn't fully over, although we are expecting the 5 overall to stop pulling away.
Yeah, they definitely will, you'd imagine. So WSR and Impulse will be next on their list, and they're battling themselves actually for 8th position here, 23 in 157. Only 10 laps away or so from a pit stop in the next couple of moments. Williams have actually shown themselves to be able to do a 30-lap stint, but maybe they won't do that this time round, because to be fair, they were behind their teammates the whole of the previous stints, and this time they've been making overtakes more than anything else in that Mercedes. A big train of cars in front of them again, though, with 2 of them being cars 4 position. It's going to be a case of traffic management again in these next few moments for Williams Sim Racing and their number 5 car. Look at that, all the way down to the down through into turn 1. And don't forget, the 23 car had forgotten that they're of course missing their front bumper from their spin earlier on with Simify as they came out of the pit lane. Simify are nowhere to be seen anymore. anywhere near the top 10, which is a big shame for them. In fact, they're out of the race. Adrian Farrell on his first lap out onto the circuit, got from his pit stop, got into an incident there, and they've never been seen again, sadly, and somehow the 23 car has gotten away with not having a front bumper now for nearly a whole stint.
Yeah, that's a weird one, because we did see initially, I didn't think the contact was as bad for the Mustang compared to the Mercedes, but then when WSR spun around, got going, the Mustang was just sat at the side of the road, so there obviously was a bigger issue there. I don't know if we actually saw an onboard replay of it from Signify's point of view, as Tellens comes into the pit lane as a 31 lap stint, so that is what they needed in terms of the fuel number. The problem is, they've got to do that 3 more times to the end of this race. So game on, they are leading and in terms of everything at this moment in time, but with their longer stops to the end, at some point those grid and go cars are going to catch up.
I think the bigger concern for them is those grid and go cars catching them rather than the fuel itself, although that is a pretty big job to be able to get that all the way home. See how much extra fuel the grid and go cars have got to spend for the remainder of this race. We'll see how real this gap is. But every time Tallens comes out the pit lane, he seems to be a lot closer to the grid and goes. Of course, when Fluke got out the car, it was 8 seconds. Now it's going to be, well, at the end of that was 3.5. You do the maths. If they lose another 5.5, then they will be behind. So is there clear air? They have got, wow, this could be very important to follow. Straight away in towards turn 1, the Aston Martin gets through, that's fine, but look at that big group behind here, and this is the battle for 8th place. So he has to stay in front of these guys. If he gets involved in this kind of group, it's a nightmare.
Yes, and cold tyres as well, so this is a difficult one. I guess they didn't have much choice. It's not like you can choose when you pit. When your fuel runs out, your fuel runs out, and they're in a situation where they have to do full stints to the end of the race. So it is what it is. He's got to get on with it, and already he's going to get Lindqvist with no front bumper, trying to get past, and up ahead we're getting a bit of an awkward situation as well with the back mark of the Falcon Lamborghini. That is going to slow him down, and WSR is going to catch up here, and I think there's going to be Lindqvist getting past a little bit later this lap.
This could be an absolute nightmare for Apex, because Lindqvist won't want to wait around at all. He's got to get up to speed quickly here. Thankfully, there's less corners coming up now as they get onto the back half of the circuit that is a bit more straight line speed. But look at that, even the exit here. And Tallens has got to defend here, in my opinion. He's got to try and make sure that Mercedes stays behind him, because otherwise it could be 10 laps of being stuck in behind the Mercedes. And he's just about put him off on the run towards Spoon Curve. But again, the tyre's not warm yet. He runs a bit wide into the AstroTurf. He makes it into one nice arc, as you need to there, through the double Apex left-hander. And don't forget, WSR have got their own commitments here. Impulse Racing on the back of them, and they're going to have to let them go now. Lucas Lindqvist is forcing the issue here, and the Corvette's on the outside line. It's a nightmarish scenario for car 99 in this race. Here comes Impulse. Oh, Lindqvist off the road. It's all happening into the chicane. Tallens is going to respond. He won't come down the inside. This could be a miserable 7 laps for Salva Tallens, unless he stops the rot now and he stops these guys coming past him.
It depends how many laps he needs to get up to speed, but this is even just one position being lost. This is an important one for his race, and let's see how this happened. This is the 44, actually, Falcon Sim Racing, going wide, having to spin there in towards the final chicane, and that was a bit of an awkward one. I mean, there's plenty of space up ahead of them, but as they rejoin there, basically being okay in the end. Tallens is still a little bit slow. WSR with no front bumper, still pulling away, and he should be able to hold on at this point of the track, but Impulse are going to be looking right up the backside of him, because they're in the battle on the track really for WSR, who are now getting up the road.
That was so close there. Impulse nearly rear-ended the Apex car through the first sector. It's not an overtaking place, but it is a crashing place. We very nearly saw one there over the curves at the Deckners again. And it looks like that, I mean, it takes a good couple of laps these days to get these tyres properly up to speed, and so this would be the problem. And of course, as the fuel stints start to converge for Grid and Go and Apex, the overcut that Grid and Go are going to get is going to get increasingly large. So they should be pitting in on lap 87 this time round, which is only 4 laps away. Tallens has got to get up to speed in that time, and he's got to push on, ideally getting back past Lucas Lindqvist. who's now in front of them. He's shorter into a stint as well, by the way, so he is not going to pit earlier than the Grid and Go cars. In fact, he's going to go longer. So Talons has got to get past him, because otherwise he'll spend a good 10 laps behind him also, and he absolutely cannot afford that at this stage in the race. Finally, though, he is up to speed, and at the very least, he didn't drop to the back of this whole group.
So if the gap remains at 3.5 seconds behind, then the Grid and Go cars are still going to be in that traffic, but the problem is they're going to overcut him here and gain the time, so they might jump this traffic. So this is just going to be a time loss for him and him alone. So Grid and Go might have pulled a strategy blinder without even knowing it, just because of where the traffic is on the circuit. And Apex, unfortunately for them, I think this is really going to be a bad call, but we'll have to see in a couple more laps time. They're going to be heavy on fuel, slightly slow, still trying to get the tyres up to speed. WSR, with just 5 or so laps of fuel, they're going to be much faster to be able to hold on to this position.
Yeah, I think it comes down to 3 things doing these sort of slightly stranger strategies, going off piece a little bit. Obviously, number one, you've got to have the maths in hand and the forward thinking and all of that to actually do the strategy itself. But apart from that, you've got to have the speed, first of all. See, there's no trouble with that at Apex, but one thing that's not in their control, I believe, to make one of these alternate strategies to work, you've got to have the luck on your side as well. And the look being, on this occasion, as you say, he's stuck behind these guys that Grid and Go are not going to have to get stuck behind by because of their the way they are doing their strategy. And neither of these have strategized for this, because they could never have known where the traffic was going to be. As you say, Apex are very much mocked into a corner with where they can actually stop, so they can't actually do anything about it anyway. Grid and Go could, maybe, if they wanted to. Maybe now is the time to take your short fuel, actually, if you Grid and Go, and if you believe you've got laps in hand here, which they probably do, have at least 1 or 2, take those now, because you can get yourself ahead of this group. So, as I say, it's that luck element that you do need a little bit of, and that doesn't take anything away from your win when you do actually win on the alternate strategy. But you need so many things to go your way that this is why it's called the alternate strategy, and not many teams go for it.
Though if everyone did the same, it would obviously be a different story. But yes, you're absolutely right. When you do something like this, there's things that are out of your control. You could do all the numbers, you can do stints in practice and work out the times and do the maths to make sense on a clear track with no traffic. If there was no traffic here, maybe the numbers add up, but if you add into the traffic and then you're going to lose 5-10 seconds here and there, you can't calculate for that, and it's a bit of a risky situation. It does look, though, like he's up to speed, so he's pulling away from Impulse. He's on the back of WSR, who obviously going to be a bit slow without that front end on the car, and now he's going to be losing time, because unless he pulls his finger out, it's not going to be an easy move, and he's really going to have to take some risk. And I think this is looking good for Grid and Go to retake the lead. Oh, there's been a big offer, 130R, Degner 1, I should say. Have they regained the track? I think they have. Didn't quite see who that was. I wonder if it was the car, the full car a little bit further up, but it looks like everyone is continuing on.
The dust has settled on that, it looked like, as they arrived, and the gravel had actually already been shoved to the outside of the racing line there, which suggests it had been there for nearly a lap, and maybe even last lap didn't happen too far behind these guys, as one of the Aston Martins here very generously gets out the way for some of them, and Impulse won't be happy about that, because they've let some through and come right on in front of them. Jakob Verdecker it is, who is at the wheel of that BMW at the moment, who's been slapped in the face rather, and David Norris is going to have a chance now on the way towards 130R and maybe the chicane as well, as they come up or down the straight rather, in towards 130R itself. Good run through there for the BMW. Risk taken as he got near that outside curve, but it's Kunze, not Norris, of course. Down the inside he goes. He has a half look really. Only got half alongside, and so he's not going to manage it in towards the final chicane, but a great exit, and he's going to go straight through. There is where traffic and getting out the way gets a bit dubious, because he came on straight in front of the Impulse car there, and it was a bit of a slap in the face to Verdecker, who's paid for that with his position.
If I was in that car, I'd be fuming over the last 5 laps. Look at the time lost to WSR. He's got a couple of cars in there now. It's just really unfortunate track positioning for various situations, and now he's lost a lot of time to the car he's actually fighting, because he's not fighting the Apex car, he's not fighting the Williams car at the end of the day, he's fighting that WSR car, who, to be fair, at some point is going to have a longer stop, I'm sure, to fix some of that damage, but still, he's just lost a load of time for things that are absolutely not his fault, which is a bit of a shame, but that is racing, and the Impulse car currently sitting in P10 now needs to regroup and just make sure they're not losing time, because they've got Manisi not too far behind, and then also a second WSO car, the number 16. But for now, it is the 23 leading Apex. Apex not being able to get past, and we are now on to lap 27, or finished 27 laps in the stint for Vasquez, so only a couple more laps, and then we'll find out where he comes in the train. But I think he's just going to be in that gap up ahead, the WSR car.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a race lead for Grin and Go, to be honest, and I don't think there's going to be much Talons can do about it when the 001 comes out pit lane. As I said, if they have laps to spend, I would take them now, to be honest, to avoid this traffic and certainly consolidate that lead that they've gotten. And maybe Apex have even got to worry about where 002 is going to be, but I would predict it's going to be 87 when they come in, so we've still got a couple of laps to speculate on that. And again, WSR are going to be out for multiple laps after that, by the looks of this. They've done 30 laps all the way round, but Talons has got a decent exit here onto the front straight, and he might well try and force his way through down at turn 1. He's probably not close enough, though. And again, this is just eating into what could be their lead. 58.7 last time for them. That's 9/10 slower than the race leader, Aaron Vasquez, who is again the only driver in the 57s, as he so consistently has been.
Yeah, that is not good. Even just at that number, at these numbers, Vasquez is going to be miles ahead. Plus, if they short fuel, like you're saying, it's not going to be close. The lead will be changing here, and for Apex, I mean, they're on, in my opinion, the worst strategy of the two. And now they're going to be losing track position as well, with 88 laps to go. So about half race distance, and I think they're on the back foot now to the end of the race. And they're going to have to pull something out if they're going to be making this stick. As just a fun fact, in the race, the 1, 2, and 3, 4 positions are 1, 2, 3, and 4 numbers of the car. But Talons there, diving it down the inside for WSR, finally making that move. But I think it's too little too late in terms of the time lost. He's now going to finally pull away. WSR, who actually having the straight line speed in that Mercedes to try and get back up as you go up towards Spoon Corner. But they should be really making the move there. That is job done. I just say that Talons goes wide. He keeps it on the track though. Hopefully nothing too major from that on the exit. No, there isn't, and has that move stuck.
Oh dear, that was just pressure there, really. You get an instant a drive-through, by the way, after 40 incidents in this race, so you should be okay. But he's used one of them there by running out wide into the AstroTurf on the outside of the corner. There goes the 5 car down the inside. And through for Matteo Kunze on Lucas Lindqvist, and that's why he wouldn't have been so willing for Talons to come straight past him, by the way, because he would have seen that coming, in the sense of, well, if I let one through, then Kunze's going to think he has a chance, and in the end he did. That's why he gave Talons such a massive shove coming out of the hairpin there, as if to say, get on with it, please, because I'm about to be under pressure. And yeah, Lindqvist is going to be now defending quite a lot. Viderka is right there as well, Jakob Viderka in the Impulse Racing car, so it's going to be a lot of defending for Lindqvist until he can get that front nose replaced, maybe, if there's seconds to do it, at this next pit stop.
Although that gap is close right up, I was saying literally just 2 laps ago, the Impulse had lost a lot of time, but now that those 2 cars have got past WSR as well, they've obviously lost time, and they are right back in this. And this is a situation for WSR. Do they want to take those repairs at the pit stop? I guess there might be some mandatory repairs in there before some optionals, which would not be ideal. But let's see. So the lead to go is Aaron Vasquez is down pit lane. So this is where we see what is the maths going to be for Apex. How far behind are they going to be? Vasquez has been quicker, whilst Talons will be stuck in some traffic. And now this is the time. The other Grid and Go car, the 002, is also on that same strategy. It was a 29-lap stint for them.
29s across the board, as expected for Grid and Go, and indeed those Lamborghinis today. 3 cars in as well. the 004, 003, and that's not a phone number. And the BS hybrid car will probably be the only to carry on. Jaden Comright, as lots of driver changes happening there. Tastelen gets in, so does Haase, and Parker White as well in the 3 car. Williams doing a 3-driver lineup here today. So 41 seconds for Haase, and here we go. Will they be out in front of Apex or not? Talons is nowhere near them. Absolutely nowhere near. He's going to be closer to the 002 here, and he might have to get past them on the racetrack. Talons down towards turn number 1. He's going to be through, just through in towards turn 1. He gets his nose in front, but look at the gap to Sven Haase. They are 5.5 seconds behind on a strategy that's now immovable, with Grid and Go out in front of them by some way, and indeed avoiding the traffic as you predicted. This is going to be a big lead.
They will gain another second or so due to the tyre warm-up, but they're not going to gain the whole 6 seconds, I would imagine. That is a big turnaround. As you say, remember, Talons, he had a comfortable 3-4 second lead by the time that he came in for his pit stop, but the strategy is just way off. Grid and Go losing 2 more places here. Impulse diving it, I mean, it'll be around the outside of Degner, so they back out of that one. Fedorka making the correct decision on that one, but the 002 is going to be going back into that traffic, but the 001 has missed all of the traffic. Look at the difference in grip as well at this moment in time. That's exactly what Talons had a couple laps ago. So again, the gaps will go back in his favour for a couple of laps, but then when it balances out, it's still going to be a net loss.
Yeah, again, it's the difference between the cold tyres and the warm, and it's pushing drivers out lap after lap, time after time, when it continues to happen here. So again, the Impulse Racing car will be wanting to get through, but the 002 want to keep it behind just for the laps afterwards when they're up to speed, and then they won't want any interruption, as they might well receive here as they come down the straight. And he moves to the outside, in fact he does, in the Impulse car. Here we go. The Beniti Mustang is going to come through as well. Wow, 002 just slows down in towards 130R and lets them both go. Very interesting. I guess he knows that in the next couple of laps they'll be pitting in anyway, so decides to pull in. But that is a bit surprising. And there they go, straight in. Actually makes you wonder a little bit why they were so eager to get past in the first place, but there you go. You can understand it in some sense. They are racing drivers, and so there we go. Smart thing to do, actually, from the 002 to know that and just get out of the way.
Yeah, hopefully that was a choice. But even then, to be honest, what could he do? He's not going to sit side by side going through 130R when he's on the colder, slower tyres at that time. So it's the correct decision, to be honest, also in terms of safety, knowing that they were coming to the pit lane, even if he didn't know they were coming in that specific lap. So what this has led is BS plus Hybrid to lead the way, but they still owe us a pit stop imminently. So then it will be the Grid and Go 001 and Sven Haase who's leading. But the Apex car, they've already done 8 laps as well. 8 whole laps out there. So that's a big difference on the strategy, considering we're just about halfway through in the race.
Well, there's Nos on the ground again after getting his tyres changed. He's from Antarctica, clearly. That's what the flag's about. He's not really. Fedorka is on his way out as well. That's from a country I recognise more. 16th place for Impulse. How long will that last? Maniti, sorry, just in front of Matteo Kunze. So this is the undercut versus overcut argument. So not only does it open up your strategy later on, but actually running longer means you get an overcut, because watch this coming up behind now. Is it still Matteo Kunze? It still is, in the number 5 Williams Sim Racing car. But after making those passes late in the previous stint, because he had to pit a lap earlier and he had cold tyres on his outlap when these two were still on warm tyres, he's got to pass them again here, albeit you might be able to get the Maniti car before it's properly up to temperature. Yeah,
that's quite funny how it ebbs and flows in terms of the pit lanes. But to be honest, I think that's a good thing. The fact that we do have the single stint tyres, but that we have this cold version of it when you come out of the pit lane, that is certainly sort of changing things a little bit over the course of the season. You know, the couple of years ago when we had it, when it was just stint after stint after stint, you just whack it out, you get up to pace straight away on the first lap. there's not much variation. At least now there's an opportunity for drivers to make mistakes, as there's the BS car from the lead coming in, although that was not really the lead. They were just going a lot longer at this stint at this moment in time. So as it's calmed down in the front, Ewan, it's only less than 3 seconds for Apex, so it's still, what's that, at least 7 seconds that they've lost in strategy.
Yeah, it's a massive amount they've lost there, unfortunately. Every single lap they were... Oh, my word, what is that behind, by the way? Are they getting more bad luck? Oh, God. They are in a most monumental battle here, Sauber Talent is. This is catastrophic luck. As I mentioned earlier, you need good luck, but this is quite the opposite at the moment. They're going to be in danger of losing second here in the not-too-distant future if this continues. Talent gets past another... Oh, he just chops in front of that Falcon Sim Racing car there that has just gone a couple of laps down, in fact 3 laps down there, but Nicholas Hyde is a very good driver. Even though he's in 40th place, he's unlapping himself. For a lot of these guys, Talent doesn't know where to go. Left and right, he's got a couple of battling Mustangs just in front of him here as well. This is RPM Racing versus RPM Racing, so they should be teammates, but they're forming a roadblock. Look at this. Oh my goodness, the Mustang's in the way, and they don't know where to go. Talent's through the middle, maybe. There's surely not enough space with 2 Mustangs and a Corvette. He's going to try and follow one of them through. One of them's in the dirt. Now they'll go miles off the circuit with that. And the Falcon Sim Racing car backs out of it all. Oh my goodness. A dramatic moment through 130R. Talent has passed 5 cars on this lap, but his luck through traffic is horrific. And as I said earlier, you need good luck through traffic, never mind neutral luck, and they have had quite the opposite.
But when you're the only car to do such a difficult and different strategy, this is always going to happen, because people are out of time, out of sync with when they're stopping. If everyone comes in like this, they all vacate a gap on the track and then move back together. But for Talons, he's then going into those packs at the wrong time. So I think it's just a day where the strategy is not going to, a strategy like that is not going to work on a track where it's difficult to overtake. You can't really be on a strategy where you need to overtake. So I think that's the ultimate reason why it's not working. Got a lot of these drivers now coming into the pit lane with just over 30 laps gone for the 3 stints so far, and about halfway through the race. So they'll be doing 3 stints to the end and have a bit of a shorter stint. But a lot of drivers just choosing that strategy option of going as long as possible. For Apex, going short, they've already done 10 laps compared to these drivers. Yeah, let's see if it works out. They might still get a good result, to be fair, but they're not going to win the race.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. So very busy on pit lane at the moment, as you say. Lots of, to be fair, some of these drivers could be on the same strategy but a lap down, so obviously it takes them a while to get to this stage. That's Widerka on the outside of a Mustang. Looks a bit like the Valorous car to me. Project Valorous, Alex Rassi. And Maniti go through as well. I mean, this is just carnage. It wasn't like this at all. I know you weren't with us for the first couple of hours, Cam. It wasn't like this at all. The traffic that we're seeing now is just manic, and I think it's being brought on a bit by this circuit. It's so narrow through here that you generally, you've got to be compare this race to Fuji, which effectively this is what the continuation of. We raced a year here for 6 hours, then we did a couple of 8-hour years at Fuji before we're back here for 1,000 kilometers, which would be just less, in fact, than 6 hours. You've got to be so much faster than the car you're trying to pass. Then you have a circuit like Fuji or any others that you really start to clump together some traffic, and some of the battles we're seeing are just absolutely insane, with still 47 in the field.
Yes, so narrow and old school. There's no room to go. But talking of room, DWR trying to find some on the outside of 130R. BS Plus Hybrid on the inside with the Aston Martin. The 89 machine holding on to that one. DWR backing out of that one, losing a lot of time actually. But in the braking zone, they're braking way later, closing right up and giving themselves an opportunity down this front stretch. It looks like BS, who are one of the cars to pit by Labgo, Conrad at the wheel, is going to be actually enjoying that one because of the pitting behind there from Fairley, who comes down in the 80.
Oh dear, German sim racing straight onto the apex of turn. Well, they don't have any other choice out of the pit lane. Good avoidance in the background there. Into turn 1. This is further back in the pack again, 14th place. Put some VDS by Undercut and Charles Miguel with Nikita Miganov behind. So Team Unknown have lost some time somewhere. They've they've just come out on cold tyres as well, so not sure why they're losing all this time though. They're now up to 13th as DWR come in, as we said, Andrew Fairley. But yeah, this is unusual for Team Unknown. They're just slowly sliding through the field with every pit stop they seem to make here, which is a little bit unusual and certainly not good for their race. I'm not sure quite why they're doing it or what the explanation would be.
Yeah, the actual pit stop time, I mean, it is one of the slower ones, but, you know, we're talking tenths of a second sort of thing. We're not talking multiple seconds. So maybe just struggling a bit more on the outlap compared to some other people, or a small mistake off the screen that we haven't seen. I mean, you know, I talk about consistency quite a lot so far, because that is the biggest factor, especially in a race like this where overtaking is very difficult. We come into a very tight battle. This is WSR, the number 23, who has got a front end back on that machine, the Impulse car in behind, and then Maniti as well. So this is for the back end of the top 10, and there is still some opportunities just up ahead. There's really the Williams car that got through a little while ago, so they're not going to be chasing that car down, you assume, on the speed, because that's the 5 car in 8th position. However, this is their battle that they're going to focus on, and they do have another WSR car not too far behind.
This is Gunnarsson Tastelen in behind the 3 car, and don't expect to see much happen here, but good to note that there is going to be a new pairing in the battle for 4th. Parker White versus Gunnarsson Tastelen it will be. The Turk behind the American. Parker White, one of the most versatile drivers in all of iRacing, is the modern day Mitchell de Jong, we can call him. Mitchell de Jong, of course, a world champion in multiple different iRacing disciplines. Parker White, not yet a world champion in multiple disciplines, but he is an e-NASCAR champion from 2024 in one of the most amazing championship finales you'll ever see. If you haven't seen it, then you'll want to go and look it up after this broadcast. It's a fantastic final couple of laps for his title. But the fact he can do that at such a high level, and this at such a high level, 2 disciplines that are oh so different. It's not quite as different, to be fair, as rallycross and this kind of thing, which is what de Jong used to do, but even so, it's very impressive in the modern day.
Certainly, but the modern day also allows people to be able to do this. You're not stuck into one category, which is really cool. But yeah, to excel and to get to the very top level when it's so close, like we've been talking about all afternoon, those extra couple of tenths are harder and harder to get at the end. So the fact that you say that he's able to race at a winning pace is certainly quite something. In this battle where they're at, 23 seconds off, which is where it's been for a little while, well, really the last hour or so, this position about P4, P5 has been about 20 seconds off the lead. The only issue is that it was for Apex, who were 3 seconds up the road, and now they've lost time. So this group is slowly losing time in comparison to Sven Haase in the 001. Let's see if they are going to be able to jump back in. But it's a tight battle. It's a close battle with all of these cars. And I do wonder what they're going to do, because on strategy, they're all doing the same thing. So to gain that 20 seconds back to the 002 might be quite difficult. But let's see now that White's in the car.
New matchups being created here in this race as the driver changes continue. Another one being Haase versus Talons, of course, at the front of the field, although that's been rather separated by bad luck in traffic for the Apex Racing team that the others won't have to quite go through as well. At least Sven Haase won't, because those different strategies that are happening at the front of the race. So Matejkans has got 8th place, and so this battle now for 9th is, well, it's not going to go away, but it's just for a lower position. David Norris and Jakob Verderke are the 2 behind. See for 10th and 11th. They're already, by the way, over a minute off the lead, and we're not long past the halfway mark, which came at lap 87 in this race. It's only 7 laps ago. Lap time round here is just less than 2 minutes. It's not inconceivable that all these guys will be a lap down by the finish, which will be extraordinary, really, but it's a sign of the pace of the Grid and Go guys. It's not even a 6-hour race. It's going to end up with about 8 on the lead lap, if that.
Yeah, the pace of the front is absolutely remarkable, and that's why I've got those top 3 breaking away. So when was it Maniti half that dive there? So when we had the number 5 car, Williams, in these sort of positions around P11, P12, they're about 1 minute, 1 minute 2 off the lead. So since then, which was about just over an hour ago, they've lost another 10-15 seconds as this position on the track. So if you add that up per hour, for 3 more to go, it is going to be close, very close to being lapped down. As you say, it's going to be around that top 10 mark, and it's going to be on the lead lap by the end of the day if the average pace stays about the same. So I have to see about that one, because as you say, in the top level championship, with how close it is to have that little drivers, is just quite remarkable. But Vasquez and Arthur so fast out the front, and they are on the best strategy as it stands. I think Maniti are slightly faster here than Impulse. Impulse go ever so slightly deep into the chain, but they need to just find a door, find an opportunity to get past. The issue for them is they do have some lap traffic up ahead. It's WSR first and a lapped Mustang.
I think that was Nudge just breathing off the throttle a bit in towards turn 1. Oh, didn't quite expect him to break that early. I think he was reacting to that and almost rear-ended them completely into turn 1 there. It's quite close, closer than you'd hope. But again, this is lap traffic that is just clumping groups together. Wouldn't want to be on the lead lap coming up to these guys, because they're still comfortably on the lead lap, these guys, but you wouldn't want to be trying to pass all of these at once, but it would slow you down an awful lot, that is for sure. But Noj is just applying that pressure to Viderka at the moment, seeing if he can work his way past, and for the moment the answer is that he can't. But for as long as this group is going to be backed up by the Mustang at the front, he's got a decent chance. Into the hairpin again, yeah, nowhere near really being able to do it just yet.
Looking at the general pace, is really, the top 2 who are doing the fastest pace in the 57s. Everyone else behind, down to 8th position, is all doing low 58s. Like literally within a 10th of a second from 3rd place to 8th. They're all doing the exact same lap time. These guys are, the mid to high 57s, so they're about a second off the race leaders, about half a second or so off the group ahead, and that is why we're seeing this general split as the race is going on. Because if you're a second behind the leader over the course of a stint, that's 30 seconds. So that is maybe not going to be average of a second a lap, but when it's towards that sort of distance, that is why we've seen these guys get to well over a minute off the lead as it stands, as we're now looking at WSR. Once again, Impulse go late, and they missed the chicane. That's 2 laps in a row they've gone deep there. They weren't really defending from Maniti either, but I guess just pushing the limits to try and make sure there's no opportunity.
Into that final chicane, it's always the point where everyone just gets on top of each other, and we've seen plenty of incidents into there already this afternoon in the first half of this Suzuka 1000. Just about to cross to lap 100 as well. This is about for 4th again. Parker White versus Ganoso Tastelen, and I have a feeling these two were going to... and that's... is that the Audi that spun around right in front of them there? No, it was a Mustang indeed. Quite different. Through spoon curve on the very exit, actually, trying to get the power down there. Maybe even found the wall at some point. I'm not sure, but if they did, the damage was very, very minimal. Surprised, actually. We've not seen very many spins through spoon curve yet, because it is one of the difficult ones. Plenty of 130R where there's a similar curve, but not at spoon until that point.
Yeah, spoon is a weird one, because it's 2 corners, but you try and take it as one long corner, which means you really push into the first one. You try and go out as wide as you can, carry the speed, trail it in. But the curb on the sort of intermediate part is absolute death if you go out too far there and catch it at the wrong point. Although it seems a lot more common in these GT3s. But you've got to be very careful at that point. Have a lot less grip on the outside. But everyone is going through there nicely, which means they've obviously done the practice and they've worked out the racing line. We've seen a few cars go in very deep there, though. I should say I would be expecting a few more mistakes. And even here into 130R, big curbs on that outside. But be very careful of how you set up the cars to not have too much compression causing issues. As, oh my word, Maniti, they just brake so much later, do they? I mean, even locking up the tyres there, which is not something that you'd expect with cars with ABS, as WSR have got through on the traffic up ahead.
I mean, that's not the first time that's happened. Not sure why he's not just sort of, what's the word? braking earlier, whatever the word is for that, changing his braking point here to just account for the stack-ups that are continually happening in front of him at the moment. But anyway, Viderka with a little bit of space behind him now. Alessandro Lau's not that far behind here, another of the WSR Esports drivers, and he's with Charles Mikel at the moment as well, so Bruce and VDS by undercut are not that far away either. And one of those big groups that the leaders are not going to look forward to lapping, which I'm sure they will do at some point towards the very end of this race, but it's one long line of drivers who are at the moment not giving each other an inch. That one overtake though for Lindqvist is amazing, how that one bit of lappery there just gives him that little bit more breathing room in this battle.
Lappery, I like that one.
Yeah, that's a word.
Adding that to the dictionary. Impulse now are going to be coming up behind the Mustang, trying to find their way through. But I'd say with no blue flags to jump them out of the way, certainly easier said than done. We come back to Parker White, who's got Tastelin right up behind him, who I think is slightly faster at this moment in time, but once again traffic is getting involved in a battle, and they've got Venari just up ahead of them. I think that's the 11 car, and he's not going to be jumping out of the way for this one, that is for sure. So Parker White is going to have to deal with this one for now. We go back to also the battle at the bottom with Impulse. It doesn't look like Maniti is close enough to slam into the back of them for the 4th lap in a row. I think we're going to be fine this time around. And yes, they all make it to the apex. They found it, but Impulse, they're getting close. They need to try and work their way through, otherwise WSR are going to be going off into the sunset.
And this Mustang's getting difficult to dispatch of, it looks like, at the moment for Jakob Viderka. Again, he's going to see Lindqvist go up the road as a result of this, and top of your screen, they're continuing run of nose to tail between White and Tastelin in 4th. So, I mean, what are they going to do about that Mustang there? It's clearly not getting out the way. And you know, this is the counter argument, is it, to what we would argue, which is, you know, blue flags where you have to jump out the way at such an early stage is not a good thing. Is that, you know, what if it's actually just impossible for them to get past, and then you get this ridiculous battle where, as you say, Maniti is slamming into the back of Impulse time after time after time.
A little easier for these guys though, as Venari did decide to get out of the way there. And sort of lap runners, considering we started with 56 cars, we've got 46, I believe it is, still out there on the circuit. We only have 17 on the lead lap. There's a few drivers obviously have had issues that are multiple laps down, but even all of the drivers on 1 lap down goes to lap 36. So there's already 20 plus cars all on 1 lap down. As in the 25, they're losing their rear end, coming up Dunlop, and that is a big slide. Big slide to the outside of the track. They follow the curve quite nicely, so I don't think they're going to be too bad in the end, but just the tiniest touch I think was onto the grass and losing the rear end.
Those tyres will be horrific after that. That's a very, very big slide through the outside of the corner. 31 degrees Celsius still, by the way. It looks like we might have reached our max temperature of the day. And it's nothing too bad. Barely a breath of wind in the air, just at 20 past midday. I know it's the middle of November, but as I said earlier, it can get quite hot in parts of Japan, even in what we would describe as winter in Europe.
It certainly can. It's interesting. I was just going to continue on. So, a very interesting climate. To be honest, it can get very cold, very hot at certain points, and I think because of when we see most of the racing there, in terms of F1 and stuff, it's always either at the very beginning, very end of the year. It's always a little bit more normal, as the number 15 went for a spin as well. It seems like the Mustangs are spinning at the moment, exactly the same slide as what we saw just a couple of seconds ago. But in general, I think during the summer it does get very hot.
It certainly can do. Oh my word, this is going to be a big crash. Oh dear. That's how TC Esports Day ended. That was Jack Keighley at the wheel at the time, by the way. They'd already hit trouble this afternoon. They'd in fact been in the top 10 at one stage with Simify Esports. Oh dear. I mean, he's trying to drive it back, fair play to him, but maybe they will get back out again once he's repaired the damage, to be fair. But
he's out.
No. There you
Since the live version of that one, he has since DNF'd from the race, or at least he's back down pit lane. That was actually a little while ago because they've been in pit lane for 13 minutes now. That's terrible. That is a bump and run there.
Right?
Number 2 getting a hit from behind. Just showing you when you get traffic slowing down. That was Delta V Racing. Christophe Demey at the wheel, and unfortunately it's just a bit of bumper cars down.
I think that was Parker White, wasn't it? In the Mercedes there. So, goodness me, drama for the driver placed currently 4th, but it doesn't seem that damage has done anything too major to affect the handling of that car at the moment. As Charles Mikel continues to try and run through the field himself, past Nikita Muganov now, and has been for a while in the Team Unknown 404 car, now on the back of Alessandro Lau. In the WSR Esports Mercedes, and they're about to catch up to this massive group, which continues to, somewhat surprising. They've not had an incident like we saw there, because it's one of those big stack-ups that happen when there's lots of people very close together in a long line, and that's indeed what we've got for 9th place on back.
Yeah, very huge trains. That's not English. Very large trains that can sort of form themselves, and if one person at the front is just holding everyone up, you have that concertina effect, because the second car has to brake 5 meters earlier, then the third car then has to brake 10 meters earlier, and so on. But when you get to the third, fourth car in line, and they have to brake close to 50 meters early, if they're not expecting that, then they are just going to come in with way too much speed, unfortunately, as they all close up in towards the corner. A bit of a shame there for the number 2 to get just knocked around, because they're already quite low down the order, and that just adds insult to injury, really. Just a silly little spin, bit of damage on the rear, and then you have to just do the awkward 50-point turn in these race cars that don't have much steering lock.
They certainly don't. Not designed for car parks, that's for sure. You wouldn't want to do your shopping with it, that's for sure.
I would.
Where are you going to put it? You might be able to get a sandwich.
Passenger seat, there isn't one. It's just a roll cage.
Good luck getting it in and out again without breaking everything. I can imagine, I know they don't have a passenger seat, but don't they put some kind of important stuff down there?
Yeah, I think that's where the cool suit box stuff and ballast goes on that side.
There you go, it's the fridge. If you think about it.
At least my ice cream won't melt.
Yeah. Just using it differently. Tastelen down into the hairpin, gets again close to White, but I'd say he's nowhere near making an overtake at the moment. He's going to try and overtake him in the pit stops, you'd imagine. Obviously, that goes without saying, it's been a good day for Grid and Go Esports, but I think what great form they're in at the moment as a team that goes all the way back to Daytona, a race that we covered it, what turned out to be some of the changing hours in the end, early in the morning. Although when I was talking to you about this the other day, you couldn't remember we'd done it, I must say that. But,
I remember it now. It's funny, now that you say it, I do remember. It's a long time ago. It was January. Yeah. We're talking 10 whole months ago. That is crazy. Such a long list of special events on iRacing. And yeah, obviously, in that case, it's just a couple of months before we get going racing there again.
Yeah, we were talking about it with Arjuna at the early on in the day. The preparations for Daytona 26 are not far away in the sim racing world, that's for sure. Although I think people are going to have a little bit of a break first. That's a well-deserved break after a long year, as you say. But yeah, they've just had a great year, haven't they, Grid and Go? 4 of the top 6 here. I think they'd be really gunning for a top 2 today. I'm not sure if they're going to manage it, to be honest. Apex Racing Team do look okay for second place, and I think from what Johan Hart was texting me about an hour ago, he said he was still confident of at least a top 2 finish, certainly a podium, but it's hard to argue that this has been anything other, I think, than Grid and Go's maybe best ever year. They're also leading most of the 24H Series Esports Championships as well, which is a championship that they should absolutely be targeting a winning, and they've even at the very top level, Daytona 24 winners. It's not many teams who can call themselves that after the years of Coanda domination that we had in the early days.
Absolutely, it's kind of a changing of the tide over the last couple of years, and that's a big statement. As also, Maniti have got past Impulse as they've all got past the Black Mustang as well. So that took a long time, but the 78 has finally got past, chasing down WSR, the number 23. They've lost some time, so they've lost about another 3 or so seconds to the race lead over the course of that battle as well. So they are just slowly dropping back from those top lot, getting up towards BS Plus Hybrid. Top 7 will be the absolute most that these cars can imagine. But for now, Maniti's got past and Impulse going backwards.
I wanted to turn that around pretty quickly. I'm not sure really what's happened because Verderko's still in the car. He was okay. He was okay in the first stint. He's fine running in this kind of position, but yeah, he's been overtaken and run away from by Maniti here in the later stages of stint number 4. It will be. I say later stages. Only really later stages for Apex. Everybody else is sort of at halfway at the front of the field, really. Apex should be coming in next on lap number 111 in this race, which is 62 to go. Not that far away. These guys will go a little bit further than that, but I get the feeling a little bit watching these two. It's going to be one of those battles between the 3 and the 004 that's going to be maybe settled even at the final pit stops, and that is quite some time to wait. Admittedly, the penultimate pit stops are coming up in a moment, but final pit stop's feeling like a very long time away, but it feels like that's what's going to settle this between these two.
Yes, Apex, they will be in 9 laps time, so that will be their sort of situation where they just have to keep going for the 31 lap stints, whereas Grid and Go, Cetra, all these cars are on 15 lap stints. Williams as well, Apex, the ones sticking out at the front. So yeah, not much that they can all do apart from keep it on the track and just try and make sure they hit that fuel number. I wonder, Ewan, if someone wants to try and take the shorter pit stop now, such as Parker White. Does he want to, you know, have a shorter stop, try and gain some track position compared to the 004 and catch up to the 002?
I think if I was White, I would leave it as it is and do a full fill. I might be tempted if I was Taster. It depends if you are confident that if you get in front here and you know, out of the slipstream range as well, that if that happens, are you going to be, you know, demonstrably quicker and therefore it's worthwhile? Because if it isn't, it's much safer. If you know, if you think you're evenly matched, or even if you think you're slower than the other driver, I think it's much safer to just keep them with you, really. The best way of second guessing that you can do that is for White is to take the full fuel load. I mean, we're talking about this like they've got a lot of playing room here, these guys at the front, but actually 29 laps each time is only going to give you 1 lap here or there, which really isn't very much in the end. I'm not sure how much that translates to in terms of actual seconds. It's at least and seconds, but I'm not sure how many.
As let's see what's happened here for the 110 machine coming in towards 130R, getting on that. Oh, huge crash. This is going to be massive hit there for the 110. Just getting on the curb on the outside. The rear end getting unsettled. Fortunately, it doesn't look like any other cars were involved in that one in the end. RPM Racing, they do get back going. No rear wing, huge damage on the front end. So they might be okay to get back out there, actually, as we have the number 11 coming through on them. We also get one of the Grid and Go cars, but fortunately, actually, they go over the Apex. But that was a huge bit of contact.
It was massive head-on into the wall for Yesho Yunus. Bizarre how the front wing just pops off there in the last point of the accident after getting absolutely smashed at the in the barrier there. There's the run round into the pit lane as well, littered with gravel on the inside, not a road that you're normally using, unless of course you've had problems, which Yunus definitely did there. What was going on there?
What? I'm confused. Was that almost like the Apex car there, but it's not the one that's in second place. But a car going, I mean, there's a sort of like a secondary pit lane down the back straight, and going into the wall of that pit lane on a straight, that is a weird one. We're going to have to try and get a replay then and show you guys, because that was definitely not normal.
One of those moments where you're just looking at your relative box, or you're looking at whatever it is, having a drink, and you're accidentally turning without realising and you're not looking while you're on the straight. We've all done it. Well,
I have.
Yeah, we all have done it. So there you go. Oh dear. Well, we'll see if that was indeed the case in a moment. But yeah, a rather unusual moment. It's actually in case you don't know, the unused, otherwise alternative pit straight on the way out of Spoon Curve. There's an access point just before the final chicane. There is a sharp right-hand turn, just slightly sharper than the right-hand turn on the proper Grand Prix racetrack. It brings you out just over the top of the Dunlop curve, and then you run down towards the Degners. It's a short version of this circuit. I think quite a good version of this circuit for a slower car. Maybe even cars like this as well if you want a short lap as well, but you do miss out on the S's, of course, of Suzuka, which this circuit is very famous for.
Yeah, sort of like the West Circuit is often called. But do you know why that piece of tarmac is famous, Ewan? Do you know why?
No.
Because Nicholas Latifi turned down it and then blamed the car. Which he just turned way too early for the final chicane, went through the cut through to go on back onto the back towards the Degners, and he was like, the car, and then proceeded to turn around.
Okay. It's like those people who drive into a cliff with a sat nav on. Yes.
But it told me to.
It's clearly robotic racing has come earlier than we thought, because
Oh, there's a Porsche. You're just saying.
Yeah.
I was saying about the Porsche. The 22, there is a Porsche out there.
there is a Porsche in the race. I had seen it on the entry list, by the way, but I hadn't actually seen it in real life. So there you go. The Porsche is in the race.
42nd place though, so definitely not winning this race. But for those Porsche fans, there is one.
They've just come out from a 12.5-minute pit stop, by the way. So things not going absolutely to plan there, you would imagine. And that's why they are 12 laps down now, I think, in this race. Oh, sorry, 7 laps down. 12 laps down. There's nobody yet. It's going to be a Volpe by P1's in, though, 11 down after a very long stop in the early lap of this race. But, oh, Tastellan! Was that a big slide over Degner 1 there, or is it just gathering up over the outside curves? And there's traffic up in front of them. This could be race changing here for these two, because Parker White gets through quite quickly here, and Tastellan's not able to just follow through because he's not close enough. Then a real gap could be created for the first time.
It seems like it's not quite enough to get out of the slipstream, but this is certainly a turning point potentially in the battle. We've seen that 004 sit there behind, not being able to do much, but this could be an opening for Parker White to try and pull away. And to be honest, it would be quite a big one, because that would separate one of the only tight battles we have at the top of the field. The other positions are all fairly sorted at this moment in time, but that just shows you how one mistake can mean quite a lot. However, the traffic is going to bring this one back into the 22 Obsidian, letting Williams through. I'm sure they'll do the same for the Lamborghini.
There we go. So Lamborghini goes through on the Porsche rather nicely into the chicane, but look at that gap, bigger than it has been, I think, at any point this race. They are just not looking where they're going at all in 909 there. Dear oh dear. I mean, I think it's exactly what we were saying, just, you know, looking down at whatever it is. I'm not sure if that car was about to go into the pit lane, but I wonder if he was Oscar Hardwicking that.
Yes.
You know.
I mean, as you say, we've all been there. Unfortunately, you're looking down at something else, you're distracted, or if you're very lucky, someone's bringing you a glass of water during your stint, and it just all goes wrong. Fortunately, I think he's got away with that one, considering how bad something like that can happen.
Peter,
You okay?
yeah, I'm fine.
Gather your voice.
Parker White having to make a pass now, and now this will be the moment here. Will Tastellan get through as cleanly, and will he stay within a second and therefore keep the slipstream, or will this become a defining moment now in the battle between these two. There's the flash of the lights already. He knows the importance of this, and the Mercedes will get straight out the way. So the gap will remain at 9/10 of a second. It's not comfortable, and Chastelin won't be getting much of a draft through here, but it's a lot better than nothing. He'll have to try and drag that gap back again now, as these two maybe discontinue their fight for fourth place. Grinningo will want to keep Parker White absolutely in front of them here, and Chastelin's got to push to make sure that happens.
Yeah, it's not quite a second though, so Grinningo should just about be okay, but this is certainly well a bit of pressure comes off the shoulders of Parker White in that number 3 machine, and he's doing all right pace. Well, sorry, I'll rephrase that. He's doing very good pace at this moment in time. He's going to the 57s, which is basically what Haas has been doing. Of course, the fuel is burning off quite a bit now. He's got 10 laps to go of this stint, so yeah, he's definitely feeling the less weight in the car, and he's going faster therefore. But is it going to be enough to pull away from Chastelin, who, I mean, they both did 0.1s on that previous lap, so to be fair, they are just banging out those consistently fast laps, but it's still Haas again just doing 57s out the front. That is why he's pulling away from this mid-pack.
Yeah, it's an extraordinary pace we're seeing at the front of the race here. You know, people like me and you, and maybe other people watching this broadcast, struggle to do a 57 in qualifying, but these guys are just going again and again and again. And the fastest lap of the race, by the way, is a 56.9 in race conditions. So that was set by Aaron Vasquez earlier on in 001. So just shows you how quick these guys are at the very top end of town. As Sven Haase continues to lead this race by 5.5 seconds. This is the iRacing Suzuka 1000 kilometres, presented by Next Level Racing, and 66 laps to go. Just a few laps until Sava Talens has to come in again, and unfortunately I think we are discounting that this is a battle for the lead anymore, but he'll be hoping for much less bad luck. At least he won't be with these guys anymore when he comes out the pit lane this next time round.
Yeah, hasn't quite worked out the way he would have wanted in terms of the race lead, but I think that is also a factor of Sven Haase just putting in those consistent lap times. Apex matching, but just a tenth here, tenth there adds up, and 6 seconds is the gap. It was that in reverse, or even a little bit more at one point of Apex's lead, maybe even up to about 8 seconds, but the strategy has not gone their way, and there's been about a net sort of 12 to 15 seconds lost, and now they are in second place. They are going to be thinking about the 002 car, I think, before the end of this race, getting back involved. But as you say, in hindsight, Ewan, that final pit stop for a lot of these cars isn't actually going to be that short. Yeah, maybe just a lap or two. So it's not going to be like a half a pit stop where there's actually quite a bit of variance. Most of the cars will be having fairly similar stint lengths, because the 1,000 kilometers splits up into 6 stints very nicely.
So that's always the thing about these races, where you know how many laps there are, but do you actually think it is any easier when you are in these races? Because you've got to remember, GT3, you always have no idea how many laps are going to be in a, say, 6-hour timed race anyway, but also you might be being lapped in a multi-class race as well. But, you know, I'm not personally convinced it makes that much of a difference how many laps you're doing compared to time. It's, yes, that last stint, especially that last field, could go wrong if the race goes a lap longer than you're expecting. But, I mean, other than that, there isn't that much difference, really, is there? No,
because even in a multi-class race, you still know roughly, because there's still a time for you still know roughly how many laps you're going to do. The only thing is you don't know exactly what lap it's going to be, depending on where you are to the race leader. But that's only like plus or minus 1 lap here or there. It's not like it's going to be 10 laps difference.
Yeah, you've got to add in the fact that, of course, the thing to remember as GT3 driver in a multi-class race, you could cross the line with 0 seconds remaining and have to carry on. That's the dangerous part.
But that will still be, you can still factor that into your calculations, because again, it's just like 1 or 2 laps, and everyone's been doing this long enough now that they know the situation with that. So I don't think it makes too much of a difference, to be honest. And it always just comes down to that final pit stop, and it's going to be half a stint, it's going to be a full stint, etc. You know, it's going to be 10 laps, 20 laps of fuel. That's really what you're always trying to work out. But if if the final stint is short and ends up being 22 laps, 24 laps, it doesn't really matter to you in that regard, as long as you can foresee that and know it's happening. It's not like it's a completely different race because of the lap difference. We'll have to, maybe if we get an interview later, we'll have to ask what the guys think, but I don't think it makes any difference really.
I think it's a minimal difference as well, but you never know. Maybe it's more from a driver's perspective. The only long endurance race I've done, we didn't really take that much care about strategy. Remember getting the fuel numbers in first time round, and your first message was, please don't tell me I have to fuel save for 24 hours. That'd be a nightmare. But we didn't.
Well, we were like the 13th split or something stupid, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter.
No, of course.
Like, we're just going out there for fun. I'm not saving fuel for 24 hours.
Yeah, exactly. The best thing is staying out the pit lane from crashes, and we didn't even manage that, but it wasn't me.
We did. Lewis McGlade, Mr. I'm never going to crash the car, twice, for the record.
Oh dear. Anyway, much higher standard on show this afternoon, as you can tell, and you'll be glad to know. Sven Haase still leads in the 001. 6.5 seconds his gap over Salva Talens, who is in next time, I think. Not this time round. This will be the end of lap 30. Again, utilising that extra distance on fuel that these Corvettes are able to achieve, and in the end, Talens is going to come up nothing with that as far as a race win is concerned. He'll be much more concerned about going home second tonight, with Nils Vortella not too far behind, and Dino Lombardi perhaps taking over actually at this final or penultimate rather pit stop of the day for 002. That could be quite a fight for Talens and Lombardi, because we've seen time and time again when you go in early, you have an overcut thing that goes on with the tyre temperatures that you get in these cars, and that makes things very difficult for the drivers who are having to stop early, as Apex are.
Yeah, and it's also the fuel as well, because even if it's by like 3 laps, the car that stays out for 3 laps is basically doing quali laps for 3 laps. Okay, fair enough, the tyres are warm, but in terms of fuel, they're still just absolutely sending it. Basically, when you're on cold tyres and full fuel, you're going to be way slower, and that's how we saw Haase overcome. There's about 4-second gap, and then he got about 5 seconds ahead, so it's almost 10 seconds that he gained from the 8 laps difference.
It's really added another dynamic. This cold tyres business in GT3. It's very good to see. 63 to go now, and Charles Michel is still right there with Alessandro Lau, who's actually further behind the battle for ninth than what they were earlier. At one stage they were really catching, but now they're in a battle of their own, and they're in traffic of their own as well. Again, it is clumping together, this traffic, making it very difficult for those on the lead lap. And in the next stint, I think Sven Haase is going to have to pass these guys. If it is still going to be him, I think he's going to have to pass them, because it's over a minute and a half now, the gap from these guys to him, as Salvatier's now does come in on schedule.
Yes, that is 31 lap stints, 62 to go. So guess what his fuel numbers are to the end? Another couple of stints of 31 laps, and that is what they committed themselves to after the first round of pit stops. And we've seen this battle for P12, boosted by VDS, going down the inside, just getting their nose up the inside of WSR. The 16 car leaving them space, and it's going to be all the way around the outside of 200R. It's a long run here, about a kilometre all the way up towards Spoon Curve. Does the Corvette have enough on the outside? No, with the longer distance, not enough under brakes. He's going to be thinking about it once again, and the number 10 car is going to be making their way up in towards 12th position. The Falcon car following them through, lap down. So that is not ideal for WSR, who lose a lot of track position there.
Yeah, you've got to remember that, well, that Falcon sim racing car is a long way down because of crashes, I think, through 130R or maybe the final chicane on the opening lap of this race. They are still very quick, and they've not lost any of that speed since repairing the damage done to that Lamborghini. So they'll be ruining what could have been a top 10 run today based on the current pace that they've got, but they can't do anything about that now. And they're now mixing it up with some of the top 10 drivers. Lau now put behind in the number 10 car with that bit of insurance there, which they'll be very pleased about, because often when you've just made that pass, you're very vulnerable to the repass from the Mercedes behind, but that's not going to happen here with the faster car coming through, just keeping them separated for a little while longer here. Meantime, 89 gets past 99 because the Apex Racing team are coming out on the cold tyres. It is Jamie Fluke newly into number 99, and it's immediately an overtake for BS Plus Hybrid, an overtake again they had to make because they're on the warm tyres and Apex are not.
I think fairly easy overtake in the grand scheme of things though, so hopefully not losing Apex that much time. Let's see actually how easy was it. Oh, there was possibly a bit of contact, so look how much slower the Apex car is. He's almost like a GT4 car coming out of there, and the Aston Martin getting up the inside nicely at Dunlop. So not too bad, but definitely that Apex car so slow, and this is why they're going to lose time. So Grid and Go at this point. So when Grid and Go come out, yes, they will then lose some time again in reverse, but overall, the laps on the more fuel to the less fuel is going to overcome that. So the 001 is going to be easily leading this race, but is the 002 going to be able to overcome that? That is the next point now. Can Grid and Go get themselves 1-2 back in this race?
It's got to be a big objective for them here today. I think the race win for them is not secure by any means, but they would have been hoping to achieve at least that. I think they'll want the 1-2 as well to go on top of that. It's not going to be anything more than that, I don't think. Apex are pretty nailed on themselves for a podium, but these guys slipping to nearly 30 seconds off and fighting for what will be third as well. The Apex Racing team obviously down at the moment with that early stop, as they always make, but on lap 116 these other guys should be coming in, and that is just 3 laps away now. So Chastelin has gotten through that difficult moment in the middle of this stint where lapped cars separated him from his main rival here, Parker White, but he's back to him again now, and exactly where he needs to be after that brief moment of uncertainty in this stint.
Oh, this is definitely not over and closing back in. So I think it just shows you how close the pace is in the race today. 60 laps remaining, and the drivers getting ready with a couple of stints to go. Might see a couple of driver swaps here and there, which could change things around in terms of the pace of these teams. But we are looking at 3 laps remaining, and hopefully a nice easy fuel number for these guys to the end of this race. We're 15 seconds off the cars ahead though, so we have lost time to Sven Haase, as you would expect with the speed that's in that 001 car. So these guys aren't going to be getting at least to second place, but depending on how much time Apex lose, there might be third place up for grabs for the number 3.
Maybe. I think this could be a stretch for them, but again, the numbers, an increasing amount of the stint now for Apex Racing team not in their favour anymore. So they are in a bit of trouble. They are sliding backwards. So we'll see what happens when they come into pit lane here very soon. But this is the highest place battle in the field. Just sure that one for 9th going on, but they seem to have parked that a little bit for the moment because the impending pit stops as well, although they do go a bit further into the stint, it's still going to be coming up rather soon, as it will be for all the other fights down the field. Massimo Locatello not far in front of Patrick Cannon for 29th position all the way down the field. Other than that, not too many fights going on all through now. It's all spread out over the course of the last 4 hours or so, which you'd absolutely expect, of course. WSR Esports, the ones under real pressure here for 9th. And again, I think Maniti will wait here, to be honest, with so few laps to go until the pit stops that are going to be made. It's not worth the fight at the moment. Better off trying to pass them in the pit box coming up very soon. We'll see whether Maniti do indeed do that.
We will have to see how this battle continues on in towards the hairpin. It's getting closer once again. We saw over the last maybe half hour or so, a few of these battles did actually just spread out a little bit. We saw a couple of overtakes, we saw fast cars getting ahead, and then we saw some gaps being made, but it is closing up. And when we get around to this penultimate pit stop time as well, there is always the room for some issues, especially on the cold tyres, as the drivers struggle to get up to speed, and hopefully they're able to hold on. But it's a difficult one, especially if any of these teams swap drivers at this point. They're going to jump in, a couple hours to go, into a big fight on the cold tyres. That go sliding around, and a big responsibility for the teams, for the drivers who jump in to obviously keep their car moving forward. The 23, they're using a very wide line as they works his way down through 130R. Maniti closing up, putting the pressure on. We've seen how he can break inertias in that car, how he can brake so much later than everyone else today, especially that impulse car behind. And he is closing up, and I'll tell you what, he's going to find his way through at some point.
Oh, well, he will if this stint carries on the way it's trending at the moment. Just not quite this time. He's within 2 tenths in towards turn 1, but still isn't close enough at this venue. It's a relatively difficult place to overtake on, really. So just a little bit too far away. That's that time around for David Nuss. Jakob Verdeka still standing watching behind, and has picked up the pace again after losing a couple of positions early on in this stint. Seemed to be going backwards at one stage, but he's very much in the fight again now for 9th again, and this is all these guys can get from this race, really. There's I think, the fine top 8 that have broken themselves away from the rest. You could even say a top 6 now with PS Plus Hybrid and number 5 team go backwards. That is a big dive from Nuss, an unexpected one as well. I thought he'd ride it out to the pit stops. Lindqvist maybe thought the same, and he got absolutely smoked there into the hairpin. And
I literally just said half a lap ago how he's confident on the brakes today, and there goes another move, and got that one done. Harsh, aggressive move, but that's what you got to do in a race where it's very difficult to overtake. So he's worked his way up nicely into 9th position. They have 15 seconds the gap ahead, so that was an important move, because also they got Boots and VDS catching up to that battle. So there's really 4 cars towards the back end of the top 10 and going down to 12th position as it stands. We go back to the battle for 3rd place. 004 getting closer and closer, but not quite enough to get past just yet. Parker White's been doing a great job since he's got inside that car, and we are now on to lap 29 of the stint. So I would assume there's going to be a lot of pit stops at the end of this lap.
Close again through the hairpin, and is Lindqvist going to respond down in towards turn 1? Verdeka has responded by... No, he won't. Verdeka responds by coming in the pit lane, and that might not have been the worst idea, considering that if the two fight, but now we'll be on the cold tyres while they're out on warm ones now with no traffic about, and that can be to the favour of those two drivers who run longer here for Maniti and WSR. But we are on lap 116. It is expected that we see the penultimate pit stops of the day. Sven Haase into the pit lane now from the race lead in 001. His teammate Niels Rotella is going to be coming in as well here, you would imagine, as these guys will follow suit just in time as well, not a moment too soon, with 4 guys in front, not least, well, at least I should say. And no, they carry on. So this could be trouble now on this next lap for these guys. I know they want to run as long as possible on the warm tyres, but there's a lot of traffic in front of them.
That's interesting to go a bit different to the others. But I guess if you have the ability to go longer, you might as well. But this is going to be very difficult. Indeed, got an impulse car there right in front of them. This is going to really slow him down. This is so awkward. We've got 004 trying to find his way through. He's going to get past in the traffic here. He's going to go around the outside. But unfortunately, the impulse cars, they're going to block him off. So Williams able to hold that one off, but he's going to have to go around the outside here. Get up the inside for Dunlop. Otherwise, this is going to be going his way. He does so. So Parker White holds on from that challenge, but that could have easily turned around.
Now that was very close there for Parker White. You know, if you're Tastanen here, you've spent this stint effectively not really being that bothered about passing Parker White, at least not making a proper attempt to. But if it's handed to you on a plate by a lap car, then you're not going to say no. And Norbert Leitner there was pretty slow through the first sector as he was getting himself up to speed there. That is part of the battle we've been following for 9th place, by the way. And that's why it's so disadvantageous to have an earlier stop there and a shorter run on cold tyres. at the moment, and yeah, that is that's not going to be good news for Leitner. But White survives, and you'd imagine he'll get to the pit stops now safely with first place. He will end up leading a lap at the end of this one.
That'll be something very nice for now, but it just shows you how the margins are so fine, and the fact that we have a full field of GT3s as well. The lap traffic is really becoming a big factor at this point of the race, where we've got so many drivers. We've only got 20 on the lead lap now, and you would expect that they are going to come down pit lane this time around, which they do. The W4 is all over the back of Parker White. Do not get a speeding in pit lane penalty. We saw that already for the 5, and that absolutely ruined their day.
Oh, absolutely. Don't run too far over to the right-hand side here. You can see the general curvature of the land making you go a little bit faster as well with gravity. It's made Beckham just overshoot his box earlier as well. Both in the box nicely this time though, and up on the jacks they go. I think there might be a... no, Tasselin's probably going to stay in actually. Parker White's only just got in to the Williams car. Now, who is going to be on their way out first? 4 tyres taken every time by GT3s these days. Down on the jacks first, only just for Parker White, so how quickly is he going to be able to get out here and out in front of the others? There is, by the way, Dino Lombardi, who has got in front of Jamie Fluke, and that second place for Apex suddenly is gone. We'll follow that battle in a moment, just as we see these guys out the pit lane for the latest time. Parker White underway, and he does get in front of Chastelin. They're pretty much as they were in the fight for what is 4th position, but not for 2nd. Lombardi is in front of Jamie Fluke.
Yes, so that is a big shame for Apex, and it's just by a second as well. That's all Fluke needed, was a second to be ahead of the 002. But now this is the situation that we're in. So Fluke is he's been out there for 6 laps, so the offset is coming down and down and down. So there's only 5 laps actual difference compared to what we saw previously in the race. So when we do the final pit stop later, it's going to be very, very close, just a couple of laps. And therefore, maybe the loss won't be quite as much. But to be honest, it looks like it is going to be 3rd place today for Apex on pure pace. Parker White has lost a bit of time, and now his main focus is just to hold on for the 004 behind. But on cold tyres, this is going to be a very sketchy battle.
Yeah, it certainly is, with the WSR Esports car in the background, by the way, not having stopped yet on very low fuel on warm tyres, which is very interesting. I don't think we've seen this before so far today. The gaps have created such a situation, but the cold tyres are going to become pretty warm pretty quickly. So, and of course, 23 will be in soon too. So not too much to worry about, I wouldn't have thought. Into spoon curve for Williams and Grid and Go. Tastelin might try and strike early here if possible. Fluke will certainly want to, because on a different strategy to Grid and Go, he's going to want to get out front, and he's got to use his speed while he's got it. Slightly lower fuel, but maybe 2nd place is even becoming a long way away now in this race as well.
Yes, that's... well, yeah, we'll have to see if they're able to come back. I don't think they're going to have the pure pace. Bit of a half look down the inside there for the 004. 55 laps remaining in the race, and the opportunities, therefore, are basically just going down. But the 004, he's got a good run here. He might have an opportunity to turn 1 if he wants to send it.
So, Fluke not able to go anywhere, Tastelin not able to go anywhere in towards turn 1 this time round, and WSR Esports absolutely stuck here. It's Lucas Lindqvist stuck in behind the 2 up ahead. But again, he might wait now as well, as these cold tyres just begin to fade away in this penultimate stint of the race. It will be now. These guys are pointing towards a final stop, and the race finish coming up in 55 laps time. Another brilliant day in an iRacing special event for Grid and Go so far. They currently run 1 and 2. They did have 4 in the top 6, and they will have again when the 2 WSR Esports cars come in. But I said it earlier, I thought this would come down to the final stint and the final stops between Tastelin and White, and so far it doesn't look like those previous stops have been decisive.
No, and for Tastelin, he's been sat behind that wheel. He can probably read every single one of the sponsor stickers on the back of that Williams car. He knows exactly what it looks like. He's been there for a long, long time now. Probably getting a little bit bored of it, but he needs to try and find his way past. There was a good opportunity there in traffic a few laps ago, but wasn't able to try and complete that move. So again, he needs to find an opportunity. There must be one. In the end, he's going to sit behind him for almost 100 laps. There must be one opportunity that comes up. Or was it just that we saw a few moments ago with the traffic where he tried to go around the outside through the S's, but just couldn't complete the move?
Again, it's going to be a waiting period here. We'll see whether the Mercedes behind comes in here. Nope, carry on. Again, these guys have got warm tyres now, so they'll be fine. But WSR Esports only completing the 29th lap of their stint. They've clearly been fuel saving quite well. They've got a lot of laps to play with, either at this penultimate stop or maybe the final one as well. And that just maybe changes the battles that we've been looking at for ninth place. A bit further back, did Maniti get out in the end? They're a long way down. Casper Ummerlund is all the way down in 18th place at the moment, just a second or so behind Impulse Racing, but they're in front of Boost and VDS still. There's a few drivers right in front of them who they're going to overtake. In fact, there's at least 8 drivers in front of them who they'll get near to or overtake, but might be one of the first instances of the earlier stop there for Impulse actually really working this time, and that is unusual.
Yeah, I was just looking at the fuel numbers as well. Yeah, there's a 2 laps difference in the way of Maniti doing the overcut, which has worked for everyone else, but it hasn't worked this time. There must have been something or some traffic or whatever, because it hasn't worked out. And the move that they fought so hard for to get past Impulse has just been swapped around. And we also saw Leitner letting past some traffic, so don't know what went on there, but Maniti lost some time. And looking at the time, oh no, Impulse had a much shorter stop. That's why Impulse had 4 seconds less in the box, really. So they underfueled ever so slightly this time around, so which means that Offset will swap and flip-flop at the final pit stop, where hopefully Maniti will take less fuel and it might come back around.
There we go. Well picked up. That was the reason for the 2 changing around. But as you say, that also means they'll have to short stop this or stop sooner at this final stop of the day, which means that, you know, that they'll have that cold tyres thing going on again, and of course the others will be able to short fuel slightly. Can't really see how doing that really works, because again, as I said earlier, you want to be overcutting as long as possible here. Every time we see this happening, the overcut seems to win out, and again, we've seen it at the front of the field as well with Apex. That's why Fluke is back in behind Dino Lombardi again for second place.
Well, it's been a weird strategy one today, I have to say. Not necessarily what we always expect, but it's good to see some things that are different as we get to 53 laps to go in this race, and there's a penalty. The 23's got a penalty, just like we saw the 5 at the first one of the first pit stops of the day, and now it's the 23. So they're up there batting, you know, in the, not necessarily for the lead pack, but they're the best car behind Williams, Apex, and Grid and Go. But now they are going to be going way, way back. They're going to be outside the top 10.
Yep, they were fighting to stay in the top 10 anyway, but they're definitely out of it now. With one more stop to go after this one. And the painful thing is actually a lot of the guys that are going to pass them are going to do it right in front of their face here, including their teammates. It's so congested, this part, isn't it? Goodness me. So out they come, and Davidson has to sit there for even longer. A driver, by the way, was battling with Phil Denez earlier on in the race for a top 8 finish, but unfortunately a couple of mistakes have cost WSR this afternoon. 1 minute or so until we leave the box, Cam, but have you seen this race so far? The iRacing Suzuka 1,000 kilometres, the first time we've come back to Suzuka after a couple of years in Fuji, and the first time we've seen these GT3's cold tyres as well. It's very much been Grid and Go's afternoon, though, I think.
Yeah, Grid and Go are just doing so good, aren't they? They're going to get 4 in the top 5 really, or even top 6 by the end of the day. No, good addition with the cold tyres. I'm absolutely going to love to see how that works in the future as well, and I think it's a great strategic option. One thing that we have seen, though, is that the quality of this field just gets better and better as the year goes on, and the consistency, there's very little mistakes being made by these guys at the front. So it's great to see that, and the level just gets higher.
It certainly does. Well, This, of course, the iRacing Suzuka 1000 kilometres, presented by Next Level Racing, has just 52 laps to go. From myself, Ian O'Leary and Cam Roger, it's a goodbye, but stay with us. Taking you to the flag is Jeremy Scott, but first, Paul Smith.
Thank you very much for that, Ewan and Cam, for the last couple of hours there. Great racing that we're having so far, and I hope everybody is enjoying this one as much as I am. Yeah, Paul Smith here, along with me is Jeremy Scott on the commentary here today. And Jeremy, one big thing that we've been noticing around pit stop time is the traffic. It's having a big effect to quite a few of these drivers, and it's affecting where they're coming out once the pit stop cycle runs out. It's also good if Jeremy unmutes his microphone. It's a live broadcast.
I haven't had much caffeine today. It's already been a day, but nonetheless, yeah, it's interesting to see how many of these cars have been stuck in traffic here and not gone into pit road for their compulsory pit stop. So it's gonna be neat to see how this plays out, but really, no surprise here with Grid and Go up at the front for the top six, and a little surprising to see WSR get the yardstick across the knuckles, so to say.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to give you a quick, brief rundown of the top 10 here, Grid and Go. .com esports are leading this one with the 001 car. Sven Hasse behind the wheel of that one, and then it's their teammates in the 002, Dino Lombardi, who is in second place, having just taken that position from the Apex Racing team. Jamie Fluke, who's in third place. They've been moving forward through this race, 2 places gained from where they started this one. And then it's the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast, number 3, Parker White, the American, behind the wheel of that Mercedes. Then it's the third GridandGo.com esports car. Gun Tastelen is behind the wheel of that one in 5th place, with their teammate not that far back in the 003 car. And then it's the BS Hybrid, Phil Denez, behind the wheel of that car, with Williams Sim Racing play seat in 8th place. They had a penalty earlier on in this race, got themselves a black flag coming onto pit road, and that's why they're a little bit further down. Big movers are Impulse Racing by Tam Live, Norbert Leitner. They're up 12 places from where they started this race, so Tam Livery, should I say. Yeah, great work from that team to move up those places. And Maniti Racing, Kasper Umlen is rounding out your top 10 here today. They're up 8 places as well. The biggest mover in the field is actually in 17th, a gain of 38 places. It's unbelievable. And that is the team racing by Edgar Nuring. They are up 38 places. Incredible stuff throughout the field. So it's not just those at the front that have been having some fun, it's all the way through this field here, Jeremy.
Yeah, no surprise here. I mean, you have 1,000 kilometers around Suzuka, and with as challenging of a circuit as it is, you're going to have, and you're going to be able to move up because of that. Nonetheless, watching this battle, might I say, it is very strange to see WSR with anything other than a Mustang, but it just goes to show how the BOP this season really has shifted around between the Mustang and the Mercedes, as well as the Aston, which came out not too long ago. We're looking at the battle for 12 between Shelbanov in the Team Unknown number 404 Mustang and Daniel Ferguson in the number 16 WSR Esports Mercedes.
I could tell you that I actually run in a championship, the World GT Championship, on a Monday evening, which we show on RaceSpotTV. I'll get to that in a second, because Delta V Racing, now that's going to be contact with the Falcon car, and right in the middle of the chicane there. I mean, they've done the right thing in holding the brakes, but they were right in the middle of the chicane, and they were very fortunate that the Aston Martin that was coming through only just slightly clipped them.
have just a little slight clip, and that's sometimes all it takes, that chicane. Of course, we've seen championships decided there for world championships, and yep, just hold the brakes. That's what you need to do, kids. You need to make sure that you're not rolling back or forward, because that could have taken out 2 or 3 other vehicles. But yeah, go ahead on your championship that you run on Monday evenings here on RaceSpot that I also co-commentate.
Yeah, absolutely. So what we've been seeing is it's been a field filled with those Mustangs. As you quite rightly mentioned, World Sim Racing have been, their team, WSR Esports, have been running predominantly the Mustang. But one of their top drivers has this week turned around and said he can't stand driving the thing. So maybe they've actually found that the Mercedes is actually suiting them a bit better with how they drive and set up the cars.
And meanwhile, you're sitting there being like, yeah, get my BMW and see how you like driving.
Yes. Yes, the BMW is a choice.
Yeah, I mean, it is, but, you know, those Mustangs, you know, they look good at the front, but we have seen over the past couple of weeks how the Aston's really come onto its own. It's going to be interesting to see how the season plays out, and it's neat, too, because you don't see many Lamborghinis in that championship, and there is one that is up at the front of the Pro-Am class as well. It's a very interesting dynamic, and I've got to say, iRacing over the past couple of seasons has really done well in terms of BOP and making the parity about the same. And right there, you see an Audi out there. You don't see that in some of these other series.
Yeah, the Audi, it's a venerable car now. It's been around quite a while. Okay, you know, it's undergone some changes and whatnot, but it's still fundamentally a car that people. It's very much like owning a lion. It can be soft and cuddly, but it will bite you at some point.
Yeah, you just got to make sure not to poke it too much, and you know it's just the balance. It's much like, oh, that was close. Much like, you know, the Porsche, where the balance isn't at the front because of the motor. So you got to, you know, kind of keep that in play. As really this battle for 12th place, Paul's really turned into a great battle for 11th place. You see the Boots and VDS by undercut with Charles McKell up there as well. So you got a couple of Mustangs, and really ahead of them, Umlin and Leitner also getting involved in this battle.
Yeah, we've got a Corvette, we've got a Mustang and a Mercedes all together in that battle there. But yeah, you're quite rightly mentioning the impulse in that BMW. It's showing that somebody can drive the that car. Certainly not me. No, but Leitner doing a great job ahead of Maniti. Now, their average pace, I could give you a bit of a 5-lap average pace on my timing screen, and Maniti, they're a couple of hundredths per lap quicker in the last 5 laps, so they're pretty well even are Impulse and Maniti.
Yeah, but Paul, we've had some front runners in WSR who have even said how much of a brick that BMW is, so it's not just you. So don't beat yourself up too much. It is just a rough car for some of these drivers. We're on board with Daniel Ferguson in the number 16 as he tries to work his way through slower traffic, and that's just the name of the game here with the Suzuka 1000. Granted, we got 48 laps to go, but anything can still happen around 130R, especially. That is such a high commitment corner just before you go into the Casio Triangle.
And you could see how that WSR Mercedes was compromised going into 130R because they were on that slightly tighter inside line. Daniel Ferguson had to get out of it a little bit more, which allowed Team Unknown to then get another car between themselves. That's the German simracing.de by ACV car of Marcel Egbers. So he's finally going to get out of the way, but he doesn't want to get out of the way too much because he's got his own battle going on right now with negative delta by SimGear. So there's multiple battles going on here between these various different groups. One laps ahead of others as the Aston Martin behind in the background of shot, looking to make a move through Dunlop. That's an interesting move. That gives you the outside into the Degners, there you see, and in fact makes it through.
And what's neat, we'll talk about what I think is pretty neat is we're watching a replay with, yep, there we go, yep, head on, and that's going to happen in that section too. So we really got to make sure you're carrying enough speed as Lepezenek gets nose in the wall and ends up going. Not as hard as some of the nose in the walls we've seen at Macau. We'll talk more about that later. But what I think is interesting, Paul, is we have 13 cars on the lead lap with 47 laps to go.
Yeah, to be fair, the pace has been really quick up at the front of the field, but it's the number of cars that are keeping to that pace as well. That's a very second-hand Hyperion racing car. That is apparently an Aston Martin. You can't really tell with it missing the distinctive nose and grille from it. And here is Daniel Ferguson now. Remember, he's involved in that fight for 12th place, on board with the American for WSR Esports, onto the start-finish straight, and trying to use the slipstream, but Team Unknown pulling away in that Mustang.
And that's how the Mustang has been this year, is it's just a beast on the straight. And trying to get through the corners, well, just like a tank. So it seems like the Mercedes just a little bit more nimble. Going to be interesting if we see WSR move to the Mercedes across their different GT championships. But this section here through the snake and into the anti-bank curve, that's really going to help out Ferguson in the number 16. Of course, keeping that half-second gap between he and Team Unknown of Shelbadov sitting there in 12th place.
You would think that Mercedes AMG GT3 car would be even more unwieldy through the corners, because it's got a bonnet that's about 17 yards long. I've stood in pit road at Monza a couple of years ago next to one of those things, and it's huge as that front end. But people can make that car move and can get it going well.
And, you know, I've watched that thing run through the infield of Daytona, and I agree. You know, it is big, but if you remember, I would say, what was it, 15 some odd years ago, Mercedes, it wasn't a factory effort. It was, you know, the TRG. They brought out the Mercedes McLaren, and you know how unwieldy that thing is. With Spencer Pumpelly behind the wheel, they were able to make that thing work.
They were, yeah, absolutely. The front three have checked out on the rest of the field. There's a big gap between Jamie Fluke and Parker White. That's why we're keeping an eye on this fight for 12th and 13th place as we go and carry on. 46 laps to go. The magic number that you're looking at is 31 to go, because when you reach that point, you're pretty much guaranteed to be able to make it to the end of the race on one more fuel stop. So anybody pitting before that point, they're going to be having to make a splash and dash to the end of the race. So teams will be keeping an eye on the old fuel tank and making sure that they can make it to the end on one more stop.
You saw that battle there for position between Jaco Mikola, Nicholas Stanev, and Marcel Egberts. That is for 28th. They are a lap down, but it's going to be interesting to see how many drivers can make it to that 31 lap to go marker. Would not be surprised to see a land rush within 30 laps to go. But somebody's going to try and make it. Wouldn't even be a strategy call to do a splash and dash for some drivers who are kind of off strategy, who maybe didn't get the best start. And, you know, it was interesting to see that last pit stop, who decided to pit and who didn't in what lap as well. That kind of gives a little bit of an insight on who's going to come in for that final stop.
Yeah, it certainly does. And yeah, it'll be intriguing to see how this one pans out. I mean, half of this battle here, it could well be that the WSR car is sat there doing a little bit of fuel saving in that Mercedes in the slipstream, but it looks a bit too close for me, and it's affecting its lap times. But you've got to have quite the delta in lap time to be able to comfortably make an overtake here, and that really could have implications here.
Well, you got to stop and figure as well that the Mercedes, according to the BOP here, has 98% fuel capacity, whereas the Mustang has a 100% fuel capacity. Transverse that, the Ford Mustang has about an extra 5 kilos it's holding on to, where the Mercedes does not have any extra. They both have about the same power adjustment, but still, that's something to keep in play as well as we watch the battle for 9th heat up as well between the BMW and the Mustang.
Yeah, so this is at 9th and 10th. Grid and Go, Esports 004, black flag for them. So they've obviously hit the instant point limit in this race. Those of you just joining us and wondering what the instant point limit is, it's 40 incident points. So Gun Castellan is going to have to come down to pit road at some point and get that penalty served. Fortunately for him, it is his teammate that's behind. I think that BS plus hybrid car would be a bit just too far away to take advantage of that penalty.
Yeah, that's just so much you got to think about too with 40 incident points. And now you really got to make sure that you and your co-drivers do not step a toe out of the line, because it is easy around here to get 20 incident points in one stint.
Now, as we continue looking at this battle for 9th and 10th place, then Impulse Racing by Tam Livery against Maniti Racing. That's Norbert Leitner and Kasper Ummelen together on track, and that Mustang getting a nice slipstream down the start and finish straight, but not close enough to make a move in towards turn number 1. Turn number 1, which of course, like all the great circuits around the world, has a corner name for that first corner, and it's just that, first corner.
Yeah, that's very, very unique around here. First corner, and of course, yes, this is a snake, and I love the anti-bank curve designation here. But something else I was thinking about, there's only a handful of really good passing zones in this circuit. You've got going into first corner, obviously into the hairpin, around the spoon curve, and down the backstretch through 130R. So passing's at a premium for these GT cars, because they're heavier than the Formula One cars we so know and love around this circuit. That makes this race so much more spectacular.
I mean, yeah, they are a bit heavier and a bit more cumbersome than the F1 fraternity that come here to Suzuka for their annual jaunt. But those Formula One cars have been getting bigger and fatter themselves. So advancements in safety, that's been part of the weight gain of multiple motorsport categories, but also introduction of hybrid systems as well. That's added weight to motorsport categories, which has added to the weight. I mean, I'm old enough to remember going to Silverstone back in 1995 and being stood in the general admission area of the banking on the entry to Maggots and Beckett's with a damp track, and seeing the Ferrari of Jean Alesi come flat out. He was the first one to come flat out into Maggots and Beckett's in that from V12 Ferrari, and it just danced around there. That's what I picture when I think of Formula cars, is not light, nimble cars that can get around and really draw people's breath at just the incredible performance that they can get out of them. And I would say it was similar effect for me back at Silverstone when the World Endurance Championship used to race there, seeing the old LMP1s when they were with the hybrid coming in, and just seeing that launch out of corner, especially out of Luffield corner, just seeing that performance, it just was mind-blowing, the difference between them and the other categories that were in that race as well. So I don't know what point I'm trying to make here, but what I am saying is you look at the different categories, look at the different cars, they've all got their big strong points. These GT3 cars, the strong point is that they are tough, they are fast, and you can really throw them around some tracks.
You really can. It also reminds me of the Audi R8s, that used to run in the R10s, and how, yeah, they were diesel, but they had that nimbleness. I can remember the R8 racing at Road America, running through kettle bottoms, and I was, corner marshaling at corner 11B just before Canada Corner, and leaning out over that catch fence and seeing how quick they were, just feeling them go by. It was something absolutely spectacular. And it's a shame that we don't have it, but the GTP and the hypercars these days, they're about as close as you can get to an LMP1. But we're talking about GT cars, so let me get off my horse here.
No, we could be on our horse all we want on this one. No, you're absolutely right. It's just incredible. But it's been incredible to see how sports car racing in general has progressed and has had these big spells where you had, I always remember the Group C days, and then that late 90s sort of revival, and then the big boom that we've seen in the last few years with GTP and Hypercar really coming together and bringing so many different ideas to that melting pot. I mean, sports car racing, and you look at GT3 as a set of regulations, they have been so stable. Again, had so many different types of cars, mid-engine, front-engine, rear-engine cars, and yet you get such close racing. We've never had it so good when it's come to sports car racing, in my opinion.
And when I started commentating, back the late noughties, I thought, okay, this is the renaissance of GT, sports car racing period, because you had everything between IMSA and European Le Mans Series, and everybody was racing. Now I think we're really in the renaissance because, like you said, the parity between GT3s and hypercars and LMP2s, and you've got the sportsman drivers who, yeah, they used to be there and just run around. Now they're winning races. They're winning poles. This is probably the best time to get involved in sports car racing, as we see Umelen trying to catch up to Leitner for 9th place for position there in the top 10. Leitner holding steady in that BMW down the front straightaway. But back to my point is, you have so many great things going on, and now we're at a point where all these series are starting to work with one another. Paul, I'm sure you can remember, not even 10 years ago, you had schedules come out and be damned, whatever, we're just going to schedule this race whenever. Now you have IMSA, FIA, and all sorts of different series working together, going, okay, how can we keep the schedule to where we can have the best drivers racing every week, and to get the fans involved and interested in this race. Black flag also for the 112.
Yeah, that's the Solpec Precision Racing car. And so they'll be heading down to pit road to serve that penalty. So we're starting to see those few different cars now picking up those incident point black flags, having to serve them straight away down onto pit road, get that drive-through penalty done, get it served, and then get back out on track. So yeah, we saw the Grid and Go car. They had their penalty. They did drop to 6th place, and they did come out ahead of Phil Denez in that BS hybrid car. It's worth me just mentioning, by the way, that today is the 8-year anniversary of the sad passing away of one of our RaceSpotTV commentating colleagues, John Granger. He was a massive sports car fan, absolutely huge sports car fan. If he didn't know something about sports car racing, it wasn't worth knowing. He was so knowledgeable. Unfortunately, he didn't commentate with us for too long, but he was a brilliant person to have on commentary. I commentated with him on the old VRS GT World Championship Series back in the day, and he was just a brilliant member of the team to have on board, and he would have for sure gone on to bigger and brighter things. He did run the John Granger on Motorsport website and podcast, reported from events as well as sim racing commentary, and he would have absolutely loved an event like this here on iRacing. Sadly, he passed away, as I say, 8 years ago at just 23 years of age, and John is a sadly missed member of the RaceSpotTV community, but also he's always in our thoughts as well. So I just thought, whilst we're talking about sports car racing, worth just mentioning that here on the commentary, and he would be loving the fact that we've got less than 12 seconds covering the top 3 drivers right now in this race. Dino Lombardi has been closing up slightly to his teammate Sven Hasser at the front of the field. So the grid and go cars, it's almost as if here, Jeremy, they want to have a photo finish towards the end of this one.
Yeah, why make it easy? Come on, that's a little difficult. They just got to get the Apex Racing team, the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast around them, but it's too big of a gap to make anything happen. I would be watching, though, Jamie Fluke there as he tries to reel in Dino Lombardi, running about a tenth of a second behind, but he's 2.5 seconds behind Lombardi, so that's going to be an interesting bit to watch here as we close in, and we're closing in on that window for the final pit stop to open to run the race without having to stop again, barring a last-minute issue.
Well, he's on lap 24 of his stint right now. We've been seeing 31-lap stints from that Apex Racing team, Chevy, so I would imagine that Jamie will be getting towards the end of his stint and be looking to make some moves. Racing team by Code, right into the end of the pit wall, got damaged. Now, are they going to try and reverse? No, they're not, which is the correct thing to do, but that's going to be taking a lot to drag that around the course. And Core Racing by GV Controls just dumped at the hairpin.
Well, that's one way of getting a beach trip, and we see 07 Racing by Genitari with a spin into the runoff as that Corvette is able to continue with no issues, but we're going to start to see some mental errors, I think, with the nearing the end of the stint, especially with drivers who have double or even triple stinted their races.
Yeah, we're getting to see that final run towards the end. Here's the slow-mo, and it is a heavy hit. Fortunately, you've got those tyre stacks there, and it's more of a glancing blow, thankfully. And thankfully, it is a virtual environment, because that was on driver's side, was that impact. So, Maniti.
Well, I would say it's a good thing that's... Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just lost you for a second there, Jeremy. Maniti still stuck behind right now in 9th place, not really making any moves forward. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure you from your marshalling experience, me from my rally marshalling experience, I've seen some heavy hits back in my time being a marshal, and you just know when there's certain types you're immediately thinking, oh boy, this is going to be a difficult one.
Yeah, exactly. I've spent plenty of time, across the Midwest being a marshal, and yeah, you know when the big ones are going to happen. It doesn't matter if it's 2 wheels or 4. It's just something. You just know it. So, yeah, we're glad that incident happened, A, in the virtual world, and B, that that's a mid-engine car, because if that Corvette was front-engine, there would have been fluid and everything all over the place. In the real world, that is. But this battle for 9th really looking pretty good between Leitner and Umerlin as they head into the hairpin. And nobody's going to park anybody there, but I think that this is going to go on until one or both of those drivers pit.
Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing this right to the very end of this race, quite frankly. It's the immovable object versus the irresistible force, and something's going to give at some point here in this one. So yeah, we're going to carry on keeping an eye on that. 37 laps to go, and we are expecting the Apex Racing team from third place to be the first one of our leaders onto pit road in about 5 laps time. The problem that they've got at the moment, I'm looking at my track map, is that they are stuck in a heap of traffic. They seem to have found these pockets of traffic at the worst parts of the track, through the hairpin and through 200R into Spoon Curve, just the wrong place at the wrong time, because that's part of the narrowest portion of the circuit.
Well, isn't that how it always happens? You always find traffic at the worst possible spot. So you either got A, try and coax them into a move, or B, just get around them in some way. So, really, none of that's a big surprise as we're going through first corner. No traffic for this battle for 9th, but yeah, there's some battles that we've seen that have just been stuck in just thick traffic to try and work themselves around, which really makes the racing just a little bit better and turns it into more of a thinking man's event.
Yeah, certainly. And it is one of those old school tracks in Suzuka as well, where for you to make a move on somebody, you have to be starting making that move about half a lap ahead of where you're actually finishing off the move. It's one of those flowing circuits where you get somebody offline at one corner and then one leads into the other, and eventually you get your opportunity and you take advantage of it. It's a brilliant circuit, a true driver's circuit, and well, I can't think of a better place to have a 1,000-kilometer race. Well, I can think of 1 or 2 places, but this is certainly up there.
No, it really is up there. It's one of the top 5, I think, to have a 1,000-kilometer race, because you don't get to see it too much, but even the scenery around here is absolutely spectacular. One thing I noticed as we're still keeping an eye on this battle for 9th, Umelin got a little closer going into the hairpin, and now he's all under that rear wing going into 130R. He's not going to make a move yet, too close to make it. So we'll see if he can make it heading into the Casio Triangle.
No, just too far back again, and that's a little bit of the downside of the Casio Triangle, is that it's directly after 130R, which is one of the most formidable corners in world motorsport, and it's a demanding corner in terms of aerodynamics, and if you close up behind somebody else, then it really is a corner that you're going to struggle if you're that following car to make those positions.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it just reminds me of the old adage, I forgot, it was like 2005, 2006, when Fernando Alonso was trying to make a pass on Michael Schumacher through there. And he asked him, why didn't he lift? And he just said, well, that's because, essentially because Schumacher has 2 children and I don't. And that implies there that you really got to be committed if you want to make it through 130R. You got to have big stones for it.
You certainly do, and well, I can tell you that that I always remember the absolute monster of an accident that Alan McNish had at 130R. Completely obliterated his car, ended up over the top of the barrier, but yet got out, climbed out the car, and he was seemingly okay. He went for checks just to make sure, but you don't have a small accident at 130R.
No, you really don't. And I keep forgetting about that Alan McNish crash there. Jesus, that was a hefty hit. We've still got this battle for 9th going on, as we have battle for 18th between Lewis Valentine and Alexander Davidson. Those two kind of really making their way around again. Valentine and Davidson a lap down. Davidson with that penalty, so what could have been for the 23 WSR Esports Mercedes. But yeah, the basically this battle for 9 for this whole stint, Paul, has really been great.
Certainly has, and I think it's going to be a case of, as you pointed out, all down to the strategy call at the end of the race. Alex Davidson, he is somebody who I've commentated on many a time. He is an extremely quick driver, and he's somebody who's grown into these big special events, and the whole WSR outfit has really progressed year on year, slowly growing the team and slowly growing the name and the capabilities of the team as well. So Davidson trying to work his way past right now. The little dummy showing his nose, maybe just trying to put off the Delta V Racing #1, but that's not forthcoming right now.
No, it's just going to be a point of trying to just do the best you can and make sure that you get in there and make the pass when you can. Of course, this is such a tight battle here. It looks like that that is one of our closest battles of the race that we have thus far.
Certainly is. Black flag for Boots and VDS by undercut the number 11. The Corvette has hit that incident point limit, so the latest one to hit that limit now. So they're going to have to come onto pit road and serve that penalty. And of course, you want to serve it as a drive-through. You don't want to add it onto your pit stop time, because it really does affect you, does that pit stop time, if you do add it onto that. So get the drive-through done, because it's only taking teams about 17, 18 seconds to go cone to cone through the pit lane here. Whereas if you add it onto your pit stop, you're looking at an extra 40 seconds added to your pit stop time.
Yeah, you definitely don't want that big delta to really screw with it, especially with how late in the race it is, because the later in the race it is, you're just going to have so many issues trying to keep it up.
They are, just looking at my timing screen, only 8 seconds ahead of Team Unknown and WSR Esports Yellow. So they could definitely drop down 2 spots with that penalty here in this this race. So yeah, going to be interested to see how that one pans out in terms of their penalty. So we'll keep you abreast of everything. Once we've had the final pit stops of the race, we'll give you a rundown of how things stand after the pit stops, because we've got different strategies at play here, so we're keen to see how things all pan out. The big one that we were keeping abreast of was the Apex Racing team doing that alternate strategy at the first pit stop to try and get the jump over everyone. It's not quite worked out for them. It doesn't look like here, because they are staying a consistent 12.5 seconds back from your overall race leader of Sven Hasser in that GridandGo.com esports car. So yeah, we've been keeping abreast of that one and having a look at that one. But there's definitely one final stop to come, and the Apex Racing team are on lap 30 of their stint right now, so there should be one more lap and then they will be on to pit road, I do believe. So yeah, that Corvette certainly getting ready to have its final pit stop.
We'll see what happens here as this battle for 9th has a lap down Aston to contend with, as Mikkel come in for to answer the call. So we'll see if they decide to pit and take the 40-second penalty, if they're going to do just the delta to delta pit stop there, as yeah, he's in for the pass-through penalty and back out 13th, but he is 1 lap down. So your top 10 cars right now all on the lead lap. So far we went from what, 13, 14 cars, Paul, to now 10 cars on the lead lap. That just goes to show how good Grid and Go is.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have got a number of retirements from this race as well. So just to quickly give you a run through them. Team 56 Racing team by Cud. They retired most recently. Scuderia Volt by PI Sim. You've also got RPM Racing's 110 car out, ADX Esports Pro livery, TC Esports, ATR Argentos MP, they are also out along with Simify Esports, Maui Scuderia Corsa, Impulse Racing by GTU, the number 8 car, they are also out of the race along with FGM Team. Live Sim Racing Arnage. You've also got Blue Rose Team, WSR Esports Black, who were basically right at the beginning of the race, involved in a big fracas in the mid-pack, and Impulse Racing as well. They were another one of those caught out. Four cars all retired after the first lap of the race. We've still got 42 cars running out of the 56 that started this one, and the battle for 9th, well, it's just going to carry on and on and on. We are expecting the Apex Racing team onto pit road this time by, and in fact they are going to come onto pit road. It's just showing now as them onto pit road on my timing screen. So they've got 31 laps. It's going to be pretty much a full fuel tank and tyres for them. Jamie Fluke behind the wheel. It's his first time in an iRacing special event in a team sense for a couple of years. To be fair, it's not been a bad return.
No, it's not been a bad return. We're taking a look at a replay of Nexus Esports, and yep, just getting on the gas too much, coming out of the hairpin. That will do it every time, of course. As I like to say, sometimes that back end wants to see what the front end's looking at. Same goes for Delta V Racing, and there you go, Paul. You shouldn't feel so bad as BMW decides to go just a little bit sideways. Again, it's not you, it's the car.
Yeah, absolutely. There's the Northern Irishman, Jamie Fluke, then on pit road for the final time, or planned time, should I say, as Grid and Go make their way past the Apex Racing team. 41.2 seconds on the stop, and out they come into a bit of clean air, actually, so they should be able to work those tyres up to temperature and not lose too much time being involved with other people, because that's been the big thing that we see here throughout this race today. It's been those first couple of laps out of the pit road, Jeremy. I know from experience of racing the GT3s, it's squirrely is the way that I would put it.
Yeah, it seems like these tires with this new model are bricks for the first lap or so, but once you get them up to temperature, they really start to come and play. I got to get in a GT3 and, you know, really shake it out in anger. I haven't had a chance to do that, but I finally got my steering wheel over at my studio, so we'll see if that happens here in the next couple of days. I've got a couple of days vacation left, so that's always fun to know is, yeah, we're starting to see the pit stops come into full earnest. It's going to be a little bit before we see the Grid and Go front runners come in. They're on lap 28 of their stint, of course. What's going to be interesting is that driver in 5th place that we're watching right now, Gun Tastelin, I should say. He's only 12 laps into his stint, so could we see a little bit of gamesmanship out of the Lamborghini?
No, he's not 12 laps, he's 26 laps into it because, of course, he served a drive-through penalty.
Ah, that's right, you're right.
Yeah, so yeah, all the Grid and Go cars are working to a similar delta in terms of when they're making their pit stops. Here is Gun Tastelin, the Turkish driver, onto the start and finish straight behind that Mercedes in front, and that one is the MAG Performance SRT Jacob Toft. I've commentated on Jacob quite a few times actually in the Rafa Racing Club Porsche Esports Pro Cup Great Britain. Say that 3 times fast. But yeah, Jacob is a solid driver. He didn't have the best of seasons in that championship, but it's good to see him out there in one of these special events.
Nah, it's great to see some of the front runners in special events, you know, who you call on a regular basis, and you know, drivers that you've met in person. And that's one thing that was cool about the Sim Gaming Expo that I did. I met so many racers who I've called, and now it's like, oh, that's who you are. That's in, you know, a lot of it was, oh, that's your voice. Yeah, I know. Trust me, I'm underwhelming myself. I get it. But we're still watching this battle for 9th place between Leitner and Umelin. And, of course, that was also my co-commentator who I've known through real-life racing as well, Joe Peak, who said the same thing. I go, yeah, jerk. Put on your glasses. Anyway, this battle really has been shaping up quite nicely, and it's going to be interesting to see if they pit together, if there's going to be some sort of strategy, because, yeah, Paul, I'm thinking just like you, this is going to be a race-ending battle.
For me, if I'm Maniti, I'm looking at the pit stops. They pitted 2 laps later than Impulse, so I basically wanted to go as long as possible, because Impulse are going to pit before me. They're going to be having a heavier car for 2 laps or so. Get some a couple of quick laps in and get the overcut on them, because you're going to pit slightly shorter than them as well, and you're going to have those 2 quicker laps with warm tyres compared to the cold tyres that the Impulse car will have after making their pit stop. So that's maybe how they're seeing that one pan out, and they've been doing a lot of fuel saving, being sat so close behind the number 157 of Norbert Leitner.
Lombardi into the pits in the double out 2, and yeah, that's a huge advantage to sitting behind somebody for that long. You can think with his technicals, the track this is, and now we have the pits are open. So one of the drivers went into the pits. I believe that was Leitner who went in the pits.
Yep, that's about on time. 29 laps in that BMW, then onto pit road and getting the pit stop, fuel and tyres for that car. So for Maniti, it's all down to Casper Umelin to get the hammer down, get some quick lap times in here. He's got a clear track in front of him. He's no traffic. So for me, you go as long as possible. Get those quick lap times in as your overall race leader, Sven Hasse, onto pit road now. The 001 onto the pits for the final time.
Now we'll see Hasse come in and pit for the final time, and Parker White will take the aggregate lead unless he decides to come in. And there he goes across the line. So Parker White, the American, your leader right now in the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast, right there, takes it as Sven Hasse will come out of the pits here in just a little bit, still trying to get the full service for that Grid and Go Esports 001. But the pit strategy is going to be interesting for the final. There goes a Lamborghini out onto the circuit. 40.933, one of the faster stops we have seen so far this stint.
And it was about half a second quicker than Jamie Fluke's pit stop. So it's pretty much exact same pit stop times between the two of them there then, between Sven Hasse and Jamie Fluke. So there's still about, it looks like the gap has grown with Jamie going into the pits and having those cold tyres, but now of course the boot is on the other foot, and Sven Hasse's now got to deal with cold tyres for the next lap or so, as Williams Sim Racing Placey onto pit road now, the number 5, taking fuel and tyres for Matthias Oyula, in the Colombian driver, going in and getting that service for him. And Maniti have stayed out. So I said they wanted to go as long as possible. They've stayed out and they're putting those lap times in. Last lap time for them, a 58.0.
See if 58.0, not bad for the end of the stint. Of course, we'll see what these drivers can do here on cold tires, as we'll see Orleila come out here in just a little bit. Indeed, they do. 39.6. So good pit stop by the Williams Sim Racing team. Shelbanov sitting in 9th place now in the Team Unknown Mustang, as we're starting to see more and more cars get into the lead lap, but then again, part and parcel to pit stops. We'll see how many drivers come in. It's Parker White and Mamasi are both into the pits from the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. So those two now are onto pit road and getting their final service done here. So Sven Hasse regains the lead for gridandgo.com esports in the 001, and his teammate of Gun Tastelen in second place for the time being, although does owe us a pit stop. Now Jamie Flug is going to come past pit road and jump the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car, so he has been able to get back ahead of them. He's 3.7 seconds behind Dino Lombardi. That's the Apex Racing team's big battle now, is trying to split up the two Grid and Go cars at the front of the field for those who have stopped.
Yeah, as you see, Phil Naz hit pits, and the Grid and Go jump, that is huge. So we'll see. Obviously, top three are the Grid and Go Lamborghinis making their way around with that Apex Racing Corvette. Looks absolutely spectacular, but really the new version of the Corvette, you can put a paint scheme on it right now, and it's going to look absolutely splendid.
You'll be pleased to know that, or I'm pleased to know that I actually know something about motorsport, because Maniti Racing, they're still out there running their fuel tank pretty much dry. They did get held up just briefly behind the Grid and Go 003 car that's just out of pit road for their final pit stop. But Maniti, they're determined to move forward again, another 58.0. Now compare that to Impulse. What's their lap times been like as they come across the line? It was a 59.4, so they're losing 1.4 seconds there to Maniti, running around with that heavier fuel load.
Kind of daring here, but you know what? When you're at the end of the race, you want to do the best you can. As Tastelen is into the pit, so that's going to give Lombardi, Fluke, White all a chance to leapfrog over Tastelen as he comes in for his final pit stop.
Might be a little bit closer between the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car and Tastelen, although change of driver Adrian Gurecki is jumping into that Grid and Go car, so change of driver for them on pit road. The German behind the wheel. Parker White does go through then and gets ahead in that Mercedes, and still Grid and Go waiting patiently. It is quite still a long stop here because they are pretty much fueling, full fueling. 37 seconds then, 37.2 for the Grid and Go car, and out they go. Maniti onto pit road for their pit stop. It'll be interesting to see whether they're able to get the jump over Impulse Racing. Impulse Racing 39.3 seconds on the stop for them when they stopped 3 laps ago. What can Maniti do here? The time is ticking away, and it's basically keeping an eye between them and that Impulse Racing Norbert Leitner car.
Yeah, let's see what happens here as they're still in the pit box. 34, 35, 36 seconds. Wow, that is a quick pit stop. But then again, with 26 laps to go, you don't need that much fuel. And he's going to get out ahead of Leitner, but how long will it take Leitner to catch up? Because he's got 2 lap fresher tires. So he's going to have to, have hotter tires coming around the circuit. I would expect this battle to rage on.
I don't know, look at the gap that they've got between them though. 8 seconds as it stands right now, but you are right. Leitner with 3 laps of tyre warmth into his tyres compared to Maniti, just fresh out of the box. They will lose a bit of time on this first lap, but I don't see them losing the best part of 8 seconds personally. So I do believe that that's that one going to be changed for now, but don't write off Norbert Leitner from moving forward. We are still due 1 or 2 more pit stops to come. Team Unknown, WSR Esports Yellow, they're due onto pit road, as are the WSR Esports Blue, the mapperformance.com car in 12th. They are due a pit stop, as well as WSR Esports Red, Delightful Driving, Zenith Kryptonite, Team Checkmate Spark, and RPM Racing Black, and Falcon Sim Racing as well. They're all teams that owe us a pit stop at this stage. Down the hill into first corner. It is a battle, but it isn't. Team Unknown are right on the tailpipes of the Grid and Go 004. That's something where as a driver you've got to almost just cancel them out and not focus on them and just focus on yourself, haven't you? Because they're on a different strategy.
Oh, come on. We know how well that works out for drivers. You know, it's easier said than done because you see a competitor behind you, like, I got to make sure that I'm gapping them. But at the same time, you know, I mean, these drivers, I'm assuming, would know what kind of strategy the others are on. So really a great defensive block by Kirk as he fresh driver gets into the car and now has another driver who has older tires. We'll see if Shelbanov comes in this time. I would not be surprised, because I imagine that Mustang probably not handling as well as that Lamborghini with the tires much older on the pony.
Well, we'll have to see. They're showing a nose into Spoon Curve, so they're not shy in coming forward here. All over the tailpipe of that Lamborghini. The thing is, if I'm Team Unknown, I'm not trying to desperately make a move, but I'm also involved in my own fights. I want to try and get to pit road as quickly as possible. If you're a Grid and Go esports car, you're just thinking, don't wipe me out, please. I'm not your race. We'll have to wait and see. Does that Team Unknown car head onto pit road? And the answer is yes, it does. So Adrian Gurecki can breathe easy right now.
I was about to say pit stop unknown at this point for Team Unknown, but nope, they are in the pits. We'll see if they decide to go for a driver change or if Shelbanov decides to stay in. Really 24 laps to go. Still plenty of time for anybody to stay in, and I'm not seeing the car disappear. So yeah, we'll see Shelbanov run this race out as other cars are in the pits. That's Marcin Imileski. We'll see who gets in that number 69 Mustang, and yeah, Marcin's going to stay in there, it looks like.
Down it comes off of the jacks, and Shelbanov is going to be then looking to see who is coming round. Maniti Racing is coming past right now, so they are up into 10th place. Impulse, will they be able to come out in front? The answer is yes, they are. So Team Unknown coming out ahead of WSR Esports Yellow. Now, that WSR Esports car is 1 lap removed from a pit stop, so not completely up to temperature tyres, but a lot hotter than that Mustang in front.
Oh, that's some absolutely fantastic passing there as, the WSR Esports Mercedes gets ahead of the Mustang, and it's very tough to pass through Snake and anti-bank curve, but you really want to get it done before you get into Dunlop. With as wide as that is, Paul, it is an absolute, you know your car's feeling good when you can pass through the Snake and really open up through the Dagners and into the hairpin, and WSR has that car hooked up, son. Daniel Ferguson starts to open up a gap. That gap now between the two drivers, 0.6 of a second.
And it just goes to show the difference. 1 lap of pushing your tyres makes such a difference for them. So just waiting on one more pit stop in the top 10. Harley Houghton in that WSR Esports blue car, right on cue, comes onto pit road for their final pit stop of the day. DG Racing's number 73, Jens Kaiser, has got a black flag, and they are going to have to serve a drive-through penalty with the next 3 laps. They'll have to serve that penalty. 23 laps to go here then in the iRacing Suzuka 1000 kilometer special event presented to you by Next Level Racing. And the temperatures are starting to cool down here on the track. 28 degrees Celsius on the asphalt here in Japan. And, well, these drivers, they've been pushing all the way through this race, and the gridandgo.com esports cars are first and second place in this one. The 001 and the 002, led by Sven Hasse, leading 10.5 seconds between the two of them. Apex Racing Team have gained 2 places through this race, into third place then for the number 99. Did lead 40 laps of this race, did the Apex Racing Team, but it's just not worked out with the strategy call here today. Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast then are in 4th place ahead of the gridandgo.com esports number 003 in 5th. It's the 004 Grid and Go esports car in 6th place ahead of the BS hybrid car of Phil Dinez in 7th. 8th place for Williams Sim Racing Placey ahead of Maniti Racing in 9th, and Impulse Racing by Tam Liveries rounding out your top 10 in the field here. So that is how things stand with 22 laps remaining in this race here, Jeremy, and it certainly has been an enthralling race for everyone, but Grid and Go really set the stall out from the very beginning, didn't they?
Oh, no surprise here. Grid and Go being one of the most forerunner teams here in iRacing. And they have some of the best drivers, so to see them still taking 4 of the top 6 spots, it's absolutely mind-blowing, especially in the 1,000-kilometer race that we have here. And really, a tip of the cap to Apex and Williams for being the meat in that Grid and Go sandwich, because they've really, in the past couple of years, started to improve their programs. It's not, it's not a knock on some of the other teams, but you are seeing more teams who are coming up and starting to really take Grid and Go toe-to-toe. But, man, it's just so hard to beat Grid and Go, especially when you've got front-running teams like WSR Esports who have, they had penalties. Bootson, they had some penalties to deal with. It just goes to show how critical it is during a race not to make errors like that. We're on board with Kiko the Call at Performance.com SRP. Right ahead of him is Andrew Fairley in the DWR Sim Coach Mustang.
Certainly are looking at this fight for 16th place. I'm just looking through the history book of the of this event from over the years that this one has been held. I believe the fastest running of the 1,000 kilometers have been different length races, but in terms of the 1,000 kilometer race, I believe the fastest running of it was the Peugeot 905 Evo 1B, the Peugeot Talbot sport car of Derek Warwick and Janet Dalmas behind the wheel. Now, of course, that was a prototype that was running that one. As things stand right now, the last lap that Sven Hasse crossed the line, in fact, I'll give you an update in just a second in terms of his race time, in a GT3 machine with 20 laps to go now, 5 hours and 5 minutes run of this race. Now, we don't have any safety cars, of course, to contend with, but back in 1992, we also didn't have many safety cars affecting the races either, did we, Jeremy? They were less prevalent.
And that's the thing. I think the safety car thing happened when we were kids, where they would run, anything gets a safety car. Back then, you had a car off course, throw the local yellow and just get the car out of the way, or just leave the car there till the end of the race. If it was far enough back, no knock on what happened, 30 years ago, but you take a look at it and it's like, geez, it's like they took safety third, whereas nowadays they take safety first because of everything that happens where, it doesn't matter how far cars off, you have people exposed. You've got to throw that full course yellow and go safety car. So really, it's just amazing the shift that we have for that, because now with the sim races, you can kind of see how fast the race would have been run regardless, because it seems like these GT3 cars are running what the Group C cars were running back then.
Yeah, it's certainly intriguing to see that. That was to give an idea of the race time from this year. It was 6 hours and 30 minutes that Kelvin van der Linde, Rafael Marciello, and Charlie Wirtz in the Team WRT car won in a BMW M4 GT3 Evo. So there you go, BMW doing well in this event this year in Full Metal Racing. And to really get nerdy with the history books, do you know the name of the person who has got the most wins in this event? I don't expect you to know, to be honest. Japanese.
What nationality would they be? That's my question. Oh.
So, yeah. I'm just going to say Hiro
Matsushita, even though I know I'm wrong by saying Hiro Matsushita.
So it's Kunimitsu Takahashi with 4 wins: 1973, 84, 85, and 89.
Okay.
I told you I didn't expect you to get it.
That's one of the things I did not have in my sports car memory book. So yes, you are correct.
Yeah, this is fantastic. So 19 laps to go, 10.5 seconds between the two teammates at the front. Jamie Fluke's just been dropping back just that little bit by bit, almost 2.5 tenths last lap between himself and Dino Lombardi. So I think Fluke is very much going to be more of a settle for third place now. I just don't see it happening for the Apex Racing team. But he won't give up. I know what Jamie's like. I've raced against Jamie years, in fact it'll be 10 years ago that I raced against Jamie in a touring car series. He is tenacious and he will not give up. He's one of those people. He's a hard racer but a fair racer from my experience. But granted, 10 years, a lot happens in sim racing in 10 years, doesn't it?
It does, and it sounds like to me he's not an touring car racer, so that's always a good thing, but you know, there's no Corvettes near him either.
Yes, no one finger salute coming out the window, so I mean, he is the driver in the Corvette, to be fair, so it's Jamie, so yeah, fortunately Augusto Farfus not nearby, absolutely, but yeah, it's really been the story of Grid and Go stacking all of the front of the field with their Lamborghinis, 4 Lamborghinis, and they're covering the top 6 positions. It's just the Apex Racing Team car in 3rd and the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car in 4th that's breaking up their domination throughout this one. Grid and Go, they've just had that edge over everybody else, it seems, here in this race. So we'll have to see how we go with 18 laps to go. For the race leader, is coming up to a bit of traffic, to be fair, so hopefully that doesn't affect things too much. But of course, when a race leader comes through traffic, that means that the drivers in 2nd and 3rd will meet that traffic as well.
Yeah, they'll meet it at some point, and with a 10.7 second lead, a 10.8 that Haas has over his teammate Lombardi, yeah, he really doesn't need to pressure, especially with 18 laps to go. It's a no-pressure situation, so I would imagine that Sven Haas, the driver that he is, he's just going to take it as it comes. Heading into 130R, still plenty of time to make Lombardi and Fluke if that battle heats up, because they run in lap traffic.
Yeah, there's still opportunities out there, that is for sure, and across the line goes our race leader Sven Haas up then to get another lap in the books. 156 laps in the books onto 157. So yeah, big movers in the field here in this race. We've actually got a team that's moved up. Get this, they started 55th in this race. I mentioned them earlier. They're now up to 15th. That's 40 places gained. That's a team racing by Edgar Nuring team in the Mustang, and it's a tremendous effort to start 55th, not have a qualifying time in the books. They were only one of 2 cars not to set a qualifying time, and yet they're up there in 15th, 40 places gained.
No, that's huge with Joshua Kozani behind the wheel. Granted, they are a lap down, but, you know, with Grit and Go, as good as they are, you know, being 15th is still a great tip of the cap. Up 40 positions. That is unreal and hell of a strategy to get up there. So congratulations to them so far, making it so high. But yeah, you take a look, it's not just them. You take a look at that little gap. Bootson up 26. WSR Esports number 20 up 24. DWR SimCoach Setups up 28. So those 4 right there, that's just spectacular to see them basically jump almost half the field.
Yeah, and it just goes to show in an endurance race like this, qualifying, okay, it makes your life a lot easier if you're qualifying up at the front of the field, but you can work your way through. You've got that time there to be able to work your way through. I mean, if I'm that team racing by Edgar Nuring team, I would be jumping for joy at this one, and why wouldn't you be? They've certainly put in a tremendous effort of Joshua and Daniel across that team. So there we see on the screen right now, Jamie Fluke in that Apex Racing Team number 99 car. Last lap, they were quicker than Dino Lombardi, so this one's not over yet for second place. Lombardi just running that little bit slower because of moving through traffic.
Yeah, we'll see what makes these races interesting are these last-minute issues running into lap traffic. And, of course, with this technically wouldn't constitute as an endurance circuit, so having an endurance race here at the circuit makes it absolutely awesome to see, as Lombardi, you see, had the Essen to deal with, and, of course, not too far away. There's Fluke in the number 99 Corvette heading into the hairpin of the Dagner.
Yeah, they see them in the background, a shot there, the 99 Apex Racing Team car. Of course, Jamie will be racing from the Apex Racing Team facility down there in Corby, and I've actually been down to that facility once a few years ago, and it's such a good setup that the drivers have got there, and of course, the team do offer people the opportunity to be able to use, okay, not their full-time drivers setups, but they have some extra rigs set up that you can rent out and spend some time down there, get some coaching done, and really just get to grips with sim racing, especially if you're somebody new to sim racing as well. It's great when you see the 24-hour races and you see all the different members of the Apex Racing Team when we see their webcams and just see them dotted about the facility on the rigs, and it's just such a good setup that they've got there. They can be really proud of what they've got there.
Yeah, Apex has a great setup there. You were talking about Apex. I was just looking at Tom Katsadonis' helmet. It reminds me, I don't know which, I think that would be Coulthard's helmet back in the day.
Mick Hakkinen, because of the white band.
Yeah. Yep, I see the white band now. Okay. Yeah, that is just so cool. It'll throw back to the 90s of the old McLaren West cars that really took it to the Ferrari and Michael Schumacher back in the late 90s. Of course, Katsadonis trying to get ahead of Barzoni in the number 126 delightful driving BMW. Oh, so close there, going through the Casio Triangle into the last curve. That BMW able to get on the gas just a little bit easier, heading down into the first corner, but Katsadonis able to take that draft and blows in heading into the braking zone.
Yeah, just not. The problem with that run into first corner is that it's a really fast entry, but then you're braking and turning at the same time for that second apex, where it tightens up. So yeah, you can make the moves there, but it is, you've got to have an element of cooperation from the other car as well, and if they're not cooperating with you, you're going to have a very bad time very quickly if you do collect each other there. But the WSR car just showing a nose down the inside of Dunlop, not making the move though, backed out of it, and that WSR car looks mean, looks ready for business here, and Katsadonis is really putting the pressure on now.
I would say the WSR Mercedes look even meaner than the Mustangs that they run in some of the other series, so no surprise that they made that switch. And yeah, it's interesting that the delightful driving BMW actually showed it an opening there. Was that little bit of gamemanship there? We'll see as they work their way through the spoon curve.
You've got to be so careful on the exit of Spoon not to pick up an instant point. You've got to be so careful on the exit curve of 130R, because if you just hang your right rear tyre over the back edge of that curve, suddenly the car can snap on you. We've seen it a few times today for a few different drivers, how they just get that right rear over the edge of the back of that outside curb, and bang, around they go, and they're suddenly heading towards their final destination in the race, which is the wall. But there we go, down the hill in towards turn number 1. Are they going to make the move? The answer is no.
Well, that didn't work out for Senna back in 1990, so no surprise that discretion was the better part of valor, because, yeah, that entry into first corner looks inviting, but you definitely don't want to make anything happen. It was around Dunlop that we saw the opening made there for the attempt for the pass. It didn't happen. Let's see what happens this time by. Working their way around the anti-bank curve, heading through Dunlop right now, as this battle for position really heats up. Too far away to make anything happen through the Degners. You're looking back at that WSR Mercedes. Oh man, I tell you what, that car is itching and burning to get up to the front.
Certainly is. Onto the brakes, always concertinas towards each other, and then it just separates out on corner exit as the car in front gets on the power just that little bit sooner than the car behind, and to come through 200R in towards Spoon Curve. One of the most iconic venues in world motorsport in Asia is this very venue of Suzuka, and that Mercedes looks to get a little bit of a better run out of Spoon Curve, but it's not quite close enough to make a move into 130R, so it's going to have to be patient. Wait there, you can see all the dirt that the drivers have been dragging onto the track there at 130R, hanging wheels onto the grass on corner entry, and there was a little touch, a little rub from the WSR Esports driver of Tom Katsadonis, and Fulvio Barzoni turns around and says, "Not today."
Wow, that was a heck of a move going into the Casio Triangle. I saw the little juke defense move going through 130R and thought, well, this could be a little spicy, and indeed it was.
As we look forward a bit more, and it's that team racing by Edgar Nuring car that's up 40 places, is under intense pressure from behind, because DWR Simcoach setups, Andrew Fairley, is putting the pressure on here. Two Mustangs fighting off against each other. Now ahead of them, that is not for position, so they've got a bit of lap traffic ahead that's maybe slowing them down. Two drivers that are multiple laps down, so Team Racing by Edgar Nuring, see that car, distinctive livery, really stands out, trying to move past the lap traffic, but the lap traffic themselves are tripping over each other here.
Yeah, that's just making things frustrating for this battle for 15th between Kozani and Fairley as they work their way into the last curve. Now, here's what's interesting. Yeah, they're in their own race, but you saw how they're able to open up a gap as Fairley's going to look to the inside. Kozani's going to take the defensive line, heading into the first corner, going to make it through so far. And now Kozani's going to have that door open. The second apex of the first corner, not going to make anything happen. Not too far away from them either is Kiko Lacale and Lucas Lindquist. Actually, just Lacale there. Then MapPerformance.com SRP. So we have a three-car battle for 15th.
That was a little bit of a late defence, in my opinion, from Joshua Kozny there in towards the first corner. They have got one of our Grid and Go cars catching up behind. That's the fifth placed car that's wanting to put a lap on them as well. So they've got ahead of the MapPerformance.com SRP car, which is involved in this little scrap as well. So a little bit of lap traffic in front, a little bit of lapping traffic coming through behind. Worth pointing out just very quickly, Effect Simulation serving a drive-through penalty for a black flag. They've hit an instant point limit here in this one as well. So easily done, but this battle for 15th is continuing on here.
And of course, now we're at the point where you don't need to worry too much about more incident points, because with 11 laps to go, it might be a little bit more difficult to get 20 incident points. We see that Kozani just trying to get around this lap traffic. It is so difficult, especially around 130R. And now we're getting into the tight spots. Kozani going to get around that lap traffic. Oh, a little bit of a rub there on the outside as Kozani gets a little close to some lap traffic, but that's going to give a chance for Lacale to catch up to Fairley as Fairley loses a little bit of ground after some contact there in the Casio Triangle.
Andrew Fairley was trying his best to follow his compatriot, the driver in front that he's battling with. He was determined to get past that lap traffic, and now, as you see the slow-mo replay there, it was very sketchy for that DWR and SimCoach setups car, but does make it through in the end, but compromised his run, but also compromised the Grid and Go kart behind, which is in that fifth place, as we've been mentioning. And still, that Grid and Go car can't make its way past that Lamborghini, just struggling to get ahead and lap that number 80 right now. So, gotta have a lot of patience if you're Mimasi in that Grid and Go esports car.
Well, and you just see that as Mamasi goes to the inside through the hairpin, and he's finally going to get around. But you saw exactly why the desperation was there, is because it was so hard to pass. And I think Fairley knew that if he couldn't get around with Kozani, that he would not have any chance at him. Well, he lost his chance after being compromised there, heading into the last curve. So it was like, okay, what did I do that for?
Absolutely spot on there. So we sort ourselves out a little bit of a break there then for the Team Racing by Edgar Nuring car, and they are securing that 15th place for the time being, 1.1 seconds ahead of that DWR SimCoach setups car behind, as in fact that DWR car has got that MapPerformance SRT car closing up to them as well because of all that shenanigans that was going on. So lap traffic getting out of the way of the Mercedes, so we've got a fight for, well, not so much for 15th now, but for 16th and 17th in your field. The front of the field with 10 to go, it's still Grid and Go, first and second place, Sven Hasse and Dino Lombardi, with Apex Racing Team, Jamie Fluke in third place, not really gaining much on the two in front of him. So that's how the top three are right now, but we're keeping an eye on this fight for the 15th, 16th and 17th places. It's Paul Smith and Jeremy Scott bringing you all of the action here on the iRacing network of channels and RaceSpotTV all the way through to the end of today's event. And what an event it has been here today, Jeremy. We've had really not knowing who is going to be winning earlier on. It's only been into the second half of the race that we've had an idea as to how results are going to pan out.
And like we mentioned, no surprise with two Grid and Go cars at the front. Sven Hasse, Dino Lombardi, 1 and 2 as you mentioned. But really tip of the cap to Apex Racing Team with Jamie Fluke taking that Corvette to third place so far with 9 laps to go. I mean, really 10.9 seconds in terms of endurance racing. It's anybody's race still, as you see the car behind Dino Lombardi is one of the lap down Mercedes. You know, one wheel wrong and we could have a race on our hands, but Sven Hasse is just so good at the sim racing game. And of course, you take a look at this, you got 10 laps on the lead lap. So just in spite of the domination by Grid and Go, it's still a fantastic race for some of these drivers.
Two cars with black flags, Project Valorous and Negative Delta by SimGear, both head onto pit road with black flags, 30th and 31st places respectively for those two. So they're the latest two to serve penalties onto pit road for them. Black flag also, it's the team racing by Edgar Nuri. They have got a black flag here, the car that's on the screen right now. Black flag, they're going to have to come down to pit road, serve a drive-through penalty. It's still going to be a really good result for them in terms of positions gained, but that will put them down to at least 18th, because the WSR Esports red car is only about 5 or 6 seconds back.
Now we're getting into the point of the race where these incident points are just going to add up, and what a shame to see that happen this late in the race with as good as they have been. But still, regardless, yeah, even if they fall down to 18th, that's still about 36 places gained on the day.
It certainly is, and that's a tremendous effort for them. They should be proud of what they've done here today, but the problem now is that DWR Sim Coach setups Andrew Fairley and Matt Performance SRT with Kiko Lacali. They're fighting it out now for effectively 15th place, and they will have their teammates there saying that driver in front has got a black flag, so you're going for a place higher.
Yeah, so that's going to be interesting to see how that pans out and see how racy that some of these drivers get with Fairley and Lacombe. I'm sure that they know now that they don't have to push too hard with Kozani. They just have to push hard with themselves as Kozani comes into the pits.
Yeah, to serve that drive-through penalty then. So, 15th and 16th, next to nothing between them. It's the closest battle on track right now. And they will come through into the Snake, into the S's here, through anti-bank curve, this right-hander, and then it's into Dunlop, the long sweeping left-hander. Was slightly reprofiled, must be a good sort of 15, 16 years ago now that this was reprofiled as a corner, just to give you that little bit more runoff. WSR Esports yellow, black flag for the 11th place car. You said it, it's coming in thick and fast here, Jeremy. The black flags now, they are hitting and hitting hard with 8 laps to go.
Yeah, if I'm Grid and Go Esports, I'm really making sure that these guys know that we're seeing a lot of penalties being levied for incident points, and depending on where these drivers are, they really got to be buttoned up and make sure that they don't get those, because as we mentioned, it is a 17-second delta from cone to cone, so that will wreck a lot of races. As we take a look, WSR Esports going to lose, probably drop down to 13th, maybe even 14th.
Yeah, just looking at the timing screen, and I would say possibly 12th actually, because Bootson are about 23.5 seconds back, so they might be lucky and just lose one place here. Daniel Ferguson in that WSR Esports yellow car is up 13 places from where they started in 24th. Of course, if you weren't here with us earlier on in the broadcast, at the very start of the race, there was a big schmozzle through the snake at the start of the race. Multiple cars involved. 4 cars ended up retiring at the end of lap 1, so there was big drama at the very start in that mid-pack, and that's why you've seen some teams a little bit mixed up with where they are. WSR Esports white, so that's another WSR Esports team with a black flag on the same lap as their teammates as well. They're choosing, though, to serve that straight away, Jeremy.
You know, and I would hate to be in the debrief room after this race with WSR Esports, especially with 2 of their cars getting black flags this late in the race. We had the one earlier just before our stint, so it's not been a good second half of the Suzuka 1000 for WSR Esports. Katsadonis maybe get lucky and not lose too much time, as Pellicero will go around, and Rupert now goes around as well, so he'll fall down to 24th place. Now, if our chat is correct on the iRacing Twitch channel, Alexei Shelebanov, who is in 12th place right now, well, actually moved up to 11th in that Team Unknown car, purchased his setup and with a 30-minute training session before the race. So 30 minutes practice, jump in, right, away you go. You're in an iRacing special event with this one. So a very late change of equipment there for Shelebanov. Wow, that's some talent right there. In the Team Unknown 404. Just getting in there, and I'm just gonna run unknown. Don't know how this setup is gonna work out. You know, I would imagine that he ran a little bit, did some tweaks just before his final stint, and able to get up there. But that's a little nerve-wracking, doing a special event and not having pre-tested equipment.
I mean, I once, this would have been 2016, 2017, had a wheel fail. The main PCB board failed on my wheelbase. I had to go into pick up from a normal electronics store here in the UK, just a cheap it was a Logitech G920 wheel, which was a lot less Newton meters of torque than what I'd been used to, and I had basically the practice session of the race day to get ready for and get used to that wheel for a championship race where I was fighting for an amateur championship. So it is, you're going into an unknown with that equipment, and definitely it certainly keeps you on your toes, keeps you awake, getting used to that, because you're getting feelings that you're not used to.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, I'm lucky that I've got decent-ish equipment, to say the least, but, you know, my problem is I live where I live now. It's a lot harder for me to get to an electronics store here in the States, because I decided to choose comfort and move out to the country, but still, yes, now everybody's like, oh, that's why he sounds the way he does. But no, it's doing that unknown. It's got to be just very, very nerve-wracking. Yeah, it does keep you awake, I would imagine, as we're watching Jamie Fluke 4.7 seconds behind Dino Lombardi. 5 laps to go in the Suzuka 1,000 kilometer. And really looking at the lap times, Fluke's running about 0.2 of a second faster than Lombardi, but I think if that's what he's going to do, it's going to be a little bit too little too late to jump up one more spot on that podium.
He's making up little bits of time, but it's not enough. You're absolutely right there at this stage of the race. That's why I think, yes, Jamie continues to push on and continues to put in those lap times, 57.5 the last lap, which, by the way, is only half a second off of the overall fastest lap for that team in that Apex Racing team. Corvette. So he's keeping a really good pace at this late stage of the race, 0.2 quicker than the 2 leaders of Sven Hasse and Dino Lombardi in those Grid and Go esports cars. So he is keeping a good pace, although I say that Sven Hasse has just set a faster lap time of a 57.4. So Sven still pushing on here, even though he has got a little bit of a comfortable lead with 4 laps to go.
I was going to say, Sven Hasse, fast lap, stop me if you've heard that one before. But yeah, still, it's almost a half second off of his best time of a 56.9 time for something to happen. As we're watching 4th place Parker White. Talk about a great drive from him. 4th place, he's able to keep that Mercedes in the same spot that they qualified in, was just absolutely fantastic to see so far this race going through the first corner.
Yeah, Parker White doing a great job for Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast in that Mercedes. It's a couple of Lamborghinis, a Corvette and a Mercedes is your top 4. There's also an Aston Martin in the top 10, Ford Mustang, BMW as well. So real mix of marks here. Yes, the Lamborghinis have been the favoured cars of the Grid and Go team, but a real mix of marks. It goes back to the point you were making earlier, Jeremy, that the iRacing with the balanced performance adjustment. Okay, you can never get a balanced performance adjustment correct, absolutely spot on, but it's been very, very close.
It really has, and he did a great job of getting that close, because, I mean, here's the thing. With an endurance race, an 11-second gap, it's not bad. Could be a lot worse, but still, you've got great battles all throughout the field. You still got a great battle for 15th between Fairley and LaCalle. Would have been great to see Kazani up there at the front, but still, 37 spots up from there, from the Team Racing. Team Racing's a grid spot. So that's always fantastic. Throughout the field, you've got great battles. You know, it doesn't matter if they're 1-2 laps down, but you're always going to have those competitors that are just so good, like Sven Hasse, that, you know, they're going to open up huge leads. Doesn't matter what kind of car they're in.
Precisely. Yeah, you're absolutely spot on, as per usual, Jeremy, with your comments there. 9th place we're keeping an eye on as well. Maniti Racing, they've gained 9 places in this race. They've been embroiled in a fight with Impulse Racing, but that last pit stop phase has really worked in Maniti's favour, because they are now what's the best part of 6 seconds between them and Norbert Leitner in that Impulse Racing by Tam Livery's car. So we're seeing how things are panning out here. 3 laps remain in this race here today. I think if you're Jamie Fluke and the Apex Racing team, you're thankful for that, because you're on lap 29 of your stint, and that car's been doing 31 lap stints. So they'll be happy to see that last lap come up, because that car will be pretty dry in the fuel tank.
It'll be more dry than Sahara Desert, I fear, as Sven Hasse now trying to get around some lap traffic there and make an ease of that down the back stretch. And yeah, it's going to be 2 laps to go for the 001 Huracan GT3 coming around 130R. And it's been a flawless second half of the race for this Grid and Go esports team, as they have basically put on a clinic here at the Suzuka 1,000 kilometers. And it's been absolutely fantastic to see them work their way through traffic. Now a 12-second lead separates the top 2.
105 laps led for the 001 Grid and Go esports car in the lead of this race. 2 laps to go in this one. Well, we saw the counter strategy tried out by the Apex Racing team of Jamie Fluke and Salva Talons. They did lead 40 laps of this race early on in this event, but then Grid and Go, they've just kept at it, kept the pace up for this one, and they have been able to take the top 2 spots here in this race. Apex Racing team, to be fair, they're 23 seconds ahead of the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car, so they're holding on nicely to 3rd place and could just bring that car home. Grid and Go, 5th and 6th place for them. Just 12 seconds separating their 2 drivers. BS Competition with their BS hybrid car, Phil Denez, in 7th ahead of Williams Sim Racing. Play seats, Maniti Racing and Impulse Racing rounding out the top 10 here in this race. And it's just a case of keeping it nice and clean, keeping it steady, keeping it on the grey stuff, and don't pick yourself up a penalty on the last lap, especially if you're in the front 2 positions.
Yeah, because that delta will be added to your lap time. And if, you know, here's the thing, we talk about how big the gaps are, but a lot of these gaps are within the delta, so you could lose 1, maybe 2 positions, and that's not something that you really want here at the end of this race, especially if you fought so hard to, near the end of the race to get up to the spot that you're in. And yeah, we're watching the number 157 in Orbit Leitner. He's one of those drivers that have tried to make something happen. And Paul, we are down to the final 1,000.
Yeah, the white flag is out for your race leader. Worth pointing out, RPM Racing Black, Patrick Gannon. Black flag for them. Now they can come onto pit road and serve that, but they need to do it this lap to get that one done. Sulpec Precision Racing have picked up another penalty. They've picked up a black flag down in 32nd, so they need to serve their penalty if they can, to try and hang on to their place, although I think they should hang on to their place, if I'm honest. But Sven Hasse at the front of the field. Grid and Go, they have been absolutely superb for this one. They've dominated the second half of this race and have controlled it. Dino Lombardi getting through on the Apex Racing team and able to then pull out that gap. Not much of a gap though between himself and Jamie Fluke, just 4.5 seconds between the 2 of them. So it's been a big performance from Grid and Go in this race. They started 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 6th in this race, did their 4 drivers. They're going to get a 1st and a 2nd here, so 2 podium positions. Flash of the headlights, he's weaving already because, well, he's already celebrating. You've got to be careful of that. I remember Nigel Mansell at final time, he's going to be looking towards the flag marshal's gantry, and he will find himself the race winner here for the iRacing Suzuka 1000 kilometers, powered by Next Level Racing, Urenas, Grid and Go Esports.
And of course, you see coming off of the last curve, the second Grid and Go Esports Lamborghini with Dino Lombardi at the helm will take that 2nd place. So top 2 spots held by Grid and Go Esports, not too far away. It's Jamie Fluke sitting in 3rd place.
Big podium for those 3 teams then. So Grid and Go 1st and 2nd, and Jamie Fluke in 3rd place then for the Apex Racing team, rounding out your podium. We've got the last few cars. We've still got quite a bit of the field to come across the stripe here. 41 cars it'll be that finished this race here today. So out of the 56 that started, it's been a good rate of attrition here throughout this 1,000 kilometers, Jeremy.
Yeah, no, it's actually been fantastic to see so many cars still running at the end. Looks like we had 41 who ran to the finish. with a lot of fast drivers, fast cars, I should say, out early on, but 9 cars on the lead lap as Norbert Leitner will be your first car 1 lap down, as Sven Hasse just absolutely dominating here in the closing stages of this race. And what a race we had. It didn't matter, where you looked, there were so many fantastic battles.
There certainly were. Well, here comes your results then. Unofficial race results then from this. The iRacing Suzuka 1,000 kilometers special event powered by Next Level Racing. And it's a gridandgo.com esports 1-2 for Sven Hasse, Dino Lombardi and their teammates in those 2 cars respectively. Apex Racing Team number 99 rounding out in 3rd place in that Corvette. Then it's Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast, 4th place ahead of the 2 gridandgo.com esports Lamborghinis in 5th and 6th places respectively. BS Hybrid in 7th place, the first of the Aston Martins in the field, ahead of Williams Sim Racing. Placey in 8th place. Maniti Racing and then Impulse Racing round out your top 10. In 11th place then, Team Unknown finish ahead of WSR Esports. That's the yellow WSR Esports car. Boots and VDS by Undercut are in 13th ahead of the WSR Esports blue car in 14th. DWR Sim Coach Setups rounds out in 15th, then able to hold on to that position ahead of the MapPerformance.com SRP car. WSR Esports Red, after a bit of a nightmare in terms of a penalty, rounding out in 17th in the end, ahead of the Team Racing by Edgar Nuring. They are the biggest movers in the field here today. 37 places gained after starting in 55th place. Delta V Racing then in 19th, ahead of Mag Performance SRT, rounding out your top 20. In 21st, then it's Delightful Driving ahead of the Zenith Kryptonite car. WSR Esports White, they finish then 23rd ahead of the Venari Racing Purple car. They're the ones that finish 1 lap down. Then 2 laps down, it's Team Checkmate Spark Services ahead of Hyperion Racing. RPM Racing Black, late penalty drops them down 27th ahead of the German Sim Racing.de by ACV car. NJB Performance by Volker Transporter round out in that 29th place, and 30th is Project Valorous. In 31st then it's Negative Delta by Sim Gear ahead of the Solpec Precision Racing car. They're the last on 2 laps down. 3 laps down is Ariti Esports ahead of DG Racing. Vulcan Sim Racing Team had a bit of a nightmare out there today, finishing in 35th. BS Hybrid, their other car, in 4 laps down in 36th ahead of the Core Racing by GV Controls car. Effect Simulations 38th ahead of Nexus Esports in 39th. 40th place for 07 Racing by Generetti. The last car to finish the race was the Delta V Racing car, and then all of these cars did not finish. Obsidian Racing, Racing Team by Code, Scuderia Volpa by P1 Sim, RPM Racing, ADX Esport Pro Livery, TC Esports ahead of ATR Argentinos MP TMA Simuladores ahead of Simify Esports and Moe Scuderia Corsa. Impulse Racing by GTU, FGN Team, Blue Rose Team, who only made it 1 lap, as did Live Sim Racing Arnage. WSR Esports, that was the black team, and then out on the opening lap of the race, Impulse Racing's number 6. So that is your unofficial race results here today. Jeremy, I mean, let's sum up. What has happened today? It's been a tremendous performance by Grid and Go. The counter strategy by Apex Racing Team just didn't quite work out today.
No, it really didn't, but really kudos to Apex for giving it a good shot. Still put him on the podium. Williams Sim Racing also in there to kind of be the thorn in the side of a grid and go complete top 4 sweep. But really no surprise that Sven Haase and Dino Lombardi able to take a 1-2 into today's race. Also want to give a huge shout out, as you mentioned, to Joshua Kozani and the team racing by Edka Noring. Mustang, they tried to make it 40 positions, but unfortunately penalty points kind of caught them out. So they still 37 positions up on the day is absolutely spectacular. I love these special events that we have for iRacing, and doing the Suzuka 1000, it was absolutely phenomenal.
It certainly was. Of course, this isn't the last special event of the year, because we've got some more to come here in this one. So the SCCA runoffs is going to be here in November to round out the month of November, and then we've got the Winter Derby, one of the classics, the Chili Bowl, and then to round out the year, the Production Car Challenge to see us out of 2025. It's been a tremendous year of special events, and the Suzuka 1000 kilometers has certainly given us plenty to talk about here today. It's been a dominated display by Grid and Go Esports in the first and second places today, but Apex Racing Team gave them a run for their money. And I'm afraid that is all that we've got time for here today on this broadcast. From everybody involved in the show, from Arjuna Kankipati, Ewan O'Leary, Cam Roger, Jeremy Scott, myself, Paul Smith, and our producer, Ramiro Agustin Cisneros. Congratulations to your race winners. And we'll see you next time out for another one of our broadcasts. Until then, take care. Bye-bye now.